has ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall.
For Mark,
do you feel proud?
Yes.
the emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it.
This is a tribute to them, a space that will open its doors next Friday, exactly 55 years after Stonewall changed the world. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
All right, if you're heading to Chicago, don't miss the chance to snap a selfie at Millennium Park. The Bean, one of the city's most beloved attractions, is back open after nearly a year of renovations since last August. Construction limited access to the sculpture, but now the city has added new stairs, accessible ramps, and a waterproofing system, making it a better experience for visitors. Another milestone for SpaceX as well to tell you about, the company launching 2 rockets, sending over 36 Starlink satellites into space. This was the 11th time SpaceX reused the rocket booster. These launches are part of the Starlink project, which aims to provide internet access everywhere, especially in remote areas. Well, thanks for starting the work week with us here at Early Today. I'm Richard Louie. Have a great Monday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. The stage is set for a debate unlike any before it. President Biden and former President Trump set to face off earlier than any previous showdown in the nation's history. We're live with how the candidates are preparing for their high-stakes debate. An Arkansas community reeling after a supermarket rampage. 4 people killed and multiple more injured in Friday's shooting. What investigators have learned about the motive. A tragic start to the summer beach season. Deadly rip currents killing at least 7 people over the weekend on the coasts of New York and Florida. How you can keep your family safe in the water. An MLB legend's emotional look back at painful past. Reggie Jackson reflects on the racism he endured while starting his historic career in the South. And after years of soaring travel costs, we have some good news. What's driving down prices for your summer road trip? It's Monday, June 24th. Early Today starts right now. And good morning to you. I'm Richard Louie. We're going to start with the week that could reshape the race for the White House. President Biden and former President Trump will clash in their first 2024 debate Thursday night. It's the earliest presidential showdown in U.S. history, and the high-stakes rematch is sure to offer a stark contrast between the 2 candidates on key issues. NBC's Alice Barr joins us from Washington with the details. Alice, good morning to you. The fight over reproductive rights will be front and center for sure.
That is for sure, Richard. And today marks 2 years since the Dobbs decision by the U.S. Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade. This is going to be the first presidential debate since that Dobbs decision. And abortion rights is certainly a top issue for many voters. Expect to see it focused on the stage because the Biden campaign believes it's an issue that can help Democrats, can help the president at the polls in November. It'll be a galvanizing issue in what is expected to be a close election. The president is hunkered down at Camp David this week, going through intensive debate prep with close aides who have signaled that he won't shy away from calling former President Trump a convicted felon while up on the debate stage and will attempt to hold him accountable for what they see as his extreme record on everything from abortion rights to promoting political violence, as they put it. Mr. Trump's campaign advisors say that he plans to stick to the issues like President Biden's policies on immigration, on the economy, and sources say that the former president is sticking to the campaign trail for his debate prep.
It's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong.
The person who wants to be president has to go sit with his probation officer before he actually goes to the debate. And so it is just a fact. But it's not just to call Donald Trump a convicted felon. It goes to his behavior and it goes to his character.
And meanwhile, Mr. Trump says his yet-to-be-named running mate will be at the debate on Thursday. Sources tell NBC News the focus has been on three top contenders: North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and Florida Senator Marco Rubio. So all eyes will be peeled, looking for any of those three faces at the debate on Thursday. Back to you, Richard.
Alice, thank you for that. This morning, the judge overseeing Donald Trump's classified documents case will continue hearing arguments in the defense's motion to dismiss the indictment. Trump's legal team arguing that special counsel Jack Smith was illegally appointed because it was not approved first by Congress. The prosecution says the Justice Department is well within its power to appoint special counsels. Later in the afternoon, the judge will hear Jack Smith's motion to issue a gag order against Trump in this case. In his filing, Smith says Trump poses an imminent threat to law enforcement, citing a Trump supporter's alleged recent threat against an FBI agent. Taking you to Columbus, Ohio now, where 10 people were shot in the city's Arts District early Sunday morning. Police say 2 teens were among the victims. One of the victims is in critical condition, though all are expected to recover. Police had asked for the public's help in finding a suspect who got away in a white Honda Civic after a highway chase. According to our Columbus affiliate, a man claiming to be that driver turned himself in and was charged with obstructing official business. New updates this morning about last week's fatal mass shooting in Arkansas as well. State police on Sunday giving a detailed account of the attack that left 4 dead and 10 injured at a grocery store in the town of Fordyce on Friday. Colonel Mike Hagar recounted one of the victims rendering aid to another before she was killed, calling it one of the most selfless acts he'd ever seen. Police also revealed that they found no apparent motive for the rampage.
There appears to be no personal connection to the shooter or any of the victims. It was just a completely random, senseless act.
The suspect is currently facing 4 counts of capital murder. He could face the death penalty if convicted. Now to a weekend tragedy in New York. Authorities there are undertaking a recovery effort for 2 teenage boys who are believed to have been pulled in by a rip current at Jacob Riis Beach in Queens Friday. NBC's Marissa Parra has the latest details on that and other drowning incidents through the early days of summer.
Get my friend strapped! A heartbreaking start to summer in New York. At Jacob Riis Beach in Queens, search and rescue from land, air, and sea, looking for 2 missing teenagers swept away by dangerous waters and never resurfacing.
This is a tragedy. This is another parent's worst nightmare. We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still under investigation.
Rough surf posing challenges for even the most experienced rescuers.
The currents are extremely rough. The divers had to come out of the water because the current was extremely dangerous. It was too rough for them.
Florida has already seen 2 deadly swimming incidents within 2 days. Tragedy striking in Panama City Beach. Police say 3 tourists were swept away in a rip current, launching an all-out search and rescue mission for Harold Hunter, Jamonda Ray, and Marius Richardson. None of them survived. This after a rip current took the lives of a mother and a father of 6 across the same state in Stewart Beach.
The kids, one or both, got caught in the riptide, and Brian and/or Erica went after, and then the other one, they both went after, and they got the kids out, and they got caught.
Family of Brian Warder and girlfriend Erica Wishart say they were athletic and strong, but no match for the dangerous waters.
Anything were to come of this, it was that people are aware of how dangerous rip currents can be.
Rip currents are a powerful channel of water formed when waves break near the shoreline, and they're often hard to see from the ground. But signs like a line of white foam or a narrow passage of darker water in the ocean can be clues of a rip current that could save lives of even the strongest of swimmers.
Our thanks to Marissa for that report. Turning now to weather, where parts of Iowa and South Dakota were struck by historic flooding over the weekend. A combination of heavy rain and overflowing rivers led to massive property damage and evacuations across the region. The floods have also resulted in at least 1 death. Authorities in South Dakota say an 87-year-old man was killed Saturday after his vehicle rolled down an embankment created by a washed-out roadway. And this morning, the Northeast is bracing for severe storms there, while over 40 million people are still under a heat alert. Michelle Grossman, NBC meteorologist, good morning to you. A lot to watch still.
There's a lot to watch. Yeah, we're looking at summer heat. We're looking at summer storms today. The bullseye for those storms will be in portions of the upper Midwest. That's going to be the same story as we go throughout tomorrow. But we're looking at numbers across the country, over 40 million from California to the plains into the southeast. And we're going to see temperatures climbing into the triple digits. If you don't get there, we're going to kind of factor in that humidity. It will feel like the triple digits in many spots. And we're going to break some records as well. So lots of heat across the country on this Monday. We're looking at temperatures 102 in Wichita today, 100 degrees in Little Rock. It's going to feel like 109 once you factor in that humidity. Temperatures near 100 degrees in Birmingham. Look at the southeast as well. Temperatures into the upper 90s in portions of the southeast. Brunswick, 92 in Tampa. You factor in that humidity, it will feel like 99 degrees. We're going to keep that heat in place tomorrow, also through Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So triple digits tomorrow in Memphis. We're looking at lots of temperatures near the triple digits in Atlanta, Tallahassee. And again, you factor in that humidity, it will feel like 100 degrees to 105. And then as we look towards Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we still will be sweating in the South. Jackson into the 90s. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures into into the 90s in many spots in the southeast, south central states, some spots into the triple digits in Dallas, and we're looking hot once again into the upper Midwest, into the plains as well. 102 in Omaha, 98 degrees in Kansas City. All right, that's your Monday forecast.
All right, Michelle, see you very soon. If you're heading to Chicago, don't miss the chance to snap a selfie at Millennium Park. The Bean, one of the city's most beloved attractions, is back after nearly a year of renovation since last August. Construction limiting access to the sculpture. But now the city has added new stairs, accessible ramps, and a waterproofing system, making it a better experience for visitors. Coming up, Sha'Carri Richardson and Noah Lyles punch their tickets to Paris. But first, as the MLB brings the then-called Negro Leagues back into the fold, baseball legend Reggie Jackson reflects on that time.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Last week, baseball's Black Pioneers were honored at Rickwood Field in Alabama. But it was the pregame comments of one of those legends that illustrate how far the game and society has come in the years since he played. NBC's Valerie Castro has more on the resonant words of Mr. October.
Coming back here is not easy.
Painful revelations from baseball legend Reggie Jackson about racism and discrimination he experienced during his professional baseball career. Reflecting on the past ahead of a game between the San Francisco Giants and St. Louis Cardinals Thursday night.
I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, "The can't eat here." I would go to a hotel and they say, "The can't stay here." We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here.
The emotional moment unfolding at the historic Rick Wood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, former home of the Black Barons of the historic Negro Leagues and of the Birmingham A's, a minor league team where Jackson got his start. This year, the MLB honoring the field's history with a tribute game on Fox. But for Jackson, the history here is a hurtful one.
The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled.
The 78-year-old Hall of Famer, known for his hitting in the postseason.
There was only one Mr. October, Reggie Jackson.
Played for 5 teams, including the Oakland Athletics and New York Yankees from 1967 to 1987, slugging 563 home runs, landing him among MLB legends. The right fielder starting his major league career just 3 years after the last of the Jim Crow laws were overturned, facing discrimination even after retiring.
He has asked for jobs in baseball, major league, minor league, doesn't matter. Reggie Jackson has been told there is no place in baseball, at least for now, for Mr. October.
The 5-time world champion crediting his teammates and managers for supporting him through the trauma of enduring hate speech on a regular basis.
Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay.
Jackson recalling feeling threatened even while in the safety of a trusted teammate.
I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out.
Now, years later, speaking his truth.
I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
The clip getting millions of views on X. Athletes and journalists chiming in, urging their followers to pay attention to the experience shared by so many Black Americans in Jackson's generation. His message and legacy hitting far beyond the outfield.
If it wasn't for the Willie Mays, the Jackie Robinson, the Reggie Jacksons, the 3 of us wouldn't have an opportunity to play. We love you, Reg.
All right, thanks to Valerie for that great report. The fastest woman in the world officially making a run for the gold.
Let's see who's going to Paris. It wasn't the best start from Sha'Carri Richardson. Tamari Davis got out better. Now Sha'Carri starts to wind up, but she goes past Jefferson. Sha'Carri Richardson.
Ooh-wee. Sha'Carri Richardson qualifying for her first Olympic Games Saturday. If I blinked, I would have missed that. The track superstar took the top spot in the women's 100-meter final with a time of 10:70. Richardson was famously not allowed to compete in the Tokyo Games after testing positive for THC. On the men's side for you, Noah Lyles punched his own ticket to Paris on Sunday after missing out on qualifying for the men's 100-meter in Tokyo. Lyles won the trial this year with a time of 9.83 seconds. Lots of fast people there. All right, still to come with a record number of Americans expected to hit the road this summer. There's some good news for your wallet, a downward trend in travel prices. That's straight ahead.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There's some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering it.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy. Green tea to calm acne.
Top magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Now that we're kind of a whole week into summer, more or less, some welcoming news for you if you're hoping to take a vacation. And Brian Chung explains why this season travel is actually getting cheaper.
Christine Ashby's family of 6 loves taking outdoor vacations.
As long as I can keep them occupied to where they collapse into bed at the end of the day, I call that a win.
Now she's getting ready for this summer's getaway.
I'm up for pretty much anything, as long as it doesn't cost very much.
Good news. This year, it'll actually cost less.
This summer is absolutely the best summer for domestic and international travel post-pandemic. We've seen a full recovery in prices across flights, accommodations, and rental cars.
For example, domestic airfares are down 6% by an average of almost $20 compared to last year. Same with rental car prices at your destination. In Orlando, the daily rate down $10 per day. Fueling that car cheaper too, with gas prices down over 12 cents nationwide. Hotel rates, meanwhile, in line with last year. Those savings helping to pay for fun that may be more expensive. Dining out, as well as concert and movie tickets, all pricier than this time last year. Ashby choosing to road trip to take advantage of those gas prices. And because of a love of the outdoors and a tight budget, choosing to camp and cook.
The restaurants, even fast food, the prices are astronomical right now.
Experts say for those still planning, avoid the peak holidays like July 4th and Labor Day, and try to travel midweek.
If you're going somewhere domestic, you'll save about $50 per ticket if you can fly on a Tuesday or Wednesday.
Cooling travel prices, a welcome reprieve in a hot, hot summer. Brian Chung, NBC News.
All right, when we come back, one woman made history in Houston over the weekend, showing us it's never too late to follow your dreams. Plus, there's a potential new way to treat sleep apnea, and it's a popular drug you might not expect.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
And here's what's making headlines this morning for you. A new study finds a popular weight loss drug could help ease the effects of sleep apnea. The drug Zepbound appeared to reduce the severity of sleep apnea in more than 60% of patients who took the drug for a year. Hey, the movie Inside Out 2 has made its mark as the highest grossing movie of the year, overtaking Dune Part 2. Disney and Pixar's sequel made $355 million in North America alone and $750 million globally after just 2 weekends of release. She made history as the oldest contestant to ever compete in the Miss Texas USA pageant. Marissa Tejo competing over the weekend. Yeah, that's 71 years old. The Miss Universe organization recently changed its rules, removing age limits for contestants over 18. And take a look at an 8-year-old Pekingese, this year's winner of the year's World's Ugliest Dog Contest. There you go.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just made too.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
When addressing the mental health of young people, it's important to have open and honest conversations about what healing can look like. NBC's Maya Eaglin spoke with one organization in New York City that's tackling the important issue in a creative way.
I have come from a shelter, and I'm not afraid to say that. I was in the station with my suitcase just sitting there like, I don't know where to go.
Where we gotta go?
Right.
What are we doing?
Anastasia and Divinity are performers with Girl Be Heard, a nonprofit organization in New York City centered on empowerment and community, providing resources that have helped thousands of young women.
Showtime.
Who's had it harder? The program encourages girls to express themselves using poetry, dance, music, and acting. And a group of them created a show called Rise, The Pursuit of Utopia.
When you don't have people who really are there and you would like to, tell you, I'm proud of you, you got it, girl. I have that now, but I didn't have that before.
According to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, of the over 650,000 people experiencing homelessness in 2023, about half were people of color. And research shows that there are racial disparities in mental health, with Black people making up 13% of the U.S. population, but nearly 20% of people living with mental illness are Black, and suicides disproportionately affecting Black young women.
Talk to me about your mental health journeys.
I did go through a lot of depression. I had lost a lot of my family members and a lot of my friends. So it was very tough to deal with my mind.
No matter how much I've been through or things that have tried to stop me, I never let it. There's something in my spirit that is called perseverance. And that's something that I know that can't be taken away from me.
The program supports girls from all types of backgrounds in NYC.
The reality is that the community has a lot to do with the amount of validation and the amount of support that they could be giving young people.
Welcome to the show. Cynthia Renta is the executive director of Girl Be Heard. For her, helping improve young people's confidence and mental health is personal.
I lost a very close friend to suicide, a beautiful Black woman, artist in the community. I want to definitely emphasize the importance of seeking clinical help with mental health issues, but also promoting the power of community around creating spaces of safety and inspiration and healing.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
All right, thanks for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Richard Louie. Go and have a great Monday. Communities across the country reeling after a violent weekend. A fourth victim has died after Friday's rampage at a supermarket in Arkansas, and 10 people are injured after a mass shooting in Columbus. We'll have the latest from the investigations. A high-stakes debate unlike any in history. President Biden and former President Trump set to face off earlier than ever before. We're live with how the candidates are prepping for Thursday night's high-stakes showdown, plus the big names on Trump's short list for VP. The Northeast bracing for another round of severe weather after deadly storms washed across the Midwest. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the trouble, plus the life-threatening heat wave refusing to let up. Criminals taking car dealerships for a ride. How a massive cyber attack slammed the brake on services at businesses nationwide. And a miracle in Northern California. A hiker found alive after spending 10 days in the wilderness. How he survived that ordeal. It's Monday, June 24th. Early Today starts right now. And good morning to you. I'm Richard Louie. We're going to start today with new updates about Friday's deadly mass shooting in Arkansas. While providing a detailed account on Sunday of the tragedy that left 4 dead and 10 injured, Arkansas State Police revealed they found no apparent motive for the rampage.
There appears to be no personal connection to the shooter or any of the victims. It was just a completely random, senseless act.
The suspect could face the death penalty if convicted. NBC's Priya Sridhar has more on the tragedy and how it's affecting the tight-knit community.
First responders in the small town of Fordyce, Arkansas, washing away the bloody remnants of yet another deadly mass shooting in America, spraying down the parking lot outside a Mad Butcher grocery store. Authorities identifying the alleged gunman as 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey, who's facing at least 3 charges of capital murder. The suspect now held at a local jail after being wounded himself.
It's just really overwhelming.
Angela Atchley says her mother, Shirley Taylor, was one of the victims killed.
What has the last 24 hours been like for you?
Total hell. She was our rock.
Also killed 23-year-old Callie Weems, grocery shopping on a day off from her job as a nurse, according to her mother, leaving behind a 10-month-old baby.
Wailing and screaming. Because my daughter's 23 years old, this isn't supposed to happen to her.
NBC News also confirming the third victim killed as 50-year-old Roy Burton Sturgis, according to his daughter. This graphic video appears to show a man with a long gun pointing and shooting at cars in the parking lot outside the grocery store Friday, though police have not verified it is the suspect named in the case.
It was rough, man. I seen people lying in the parking lot, didn't know if they were dead or not.
This Arkansas community now among the latest trying to find peace in the aftermath of senseless gun violence.
Our thanks to Priya for that report. Now to Columbus, Ohio. 10 people there were shot in the city's Arts District early Sunday morning. Police say 2 teens were among the victims. One of the victims is in critical condition, though all are expected to recover. Police had asked for the public's help in finding a suspect who got away in a white Honda Civic after a highway chase. According to our Columbus affiliate, a man claimed to be that driver turned himself in and was charged with obstructing official business. This morning, the judge overseeing Donald Trump's classified documents case will continue hearing arguments in the defense's motion to dismiss the indictment. Trump's legal team is arguing that special counsel Jack Smith was illegally appointed because it was not approved first by Congress. The prosecution says the Justice Department is well within its power to appoint special counsels. Later in the afternoon, the judge will hear Jack Smith's motion to issue a gag order against Trump in the case. In his filing, Smith says Trump poses an imminent threat to law enforcement, citing a Trump supporter's alleged recent threat against an FBI agent. This week could reshape the race for the White House. President Biden, former President Trump clashing in their first 2024 debate Thursday night. It's the earliest presidential showdown in U.S. history on the calendar, and the high-stakes rematch is sure to offer a stark contrast between the two candidates on key issues. NBC's Alice Barr joins us from Washington with the latest on that. Alice, good morning. And the fight over reproductive rights will be one of the major issues there.
Sure to be, Richard. And today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This, of course, is the first presidential election since the Dobbs decision that took away federal protections for abortion rights. And it's sure to be a top issue for many voters this year. The Biden campaign expects to lean heavily into that issue. They think it's a galvanizing issue for Democrats that could be critical in what's expected to be an extraordinarily tight election. The president is hunkered down at Camp David this week for intensive debate preps. His aides signal that he won't be shying away from calling his rival, former President Trump, a convicted felon, and also from calling out what they see as his extreme record on everything from reproductive rights to what they say is promoting political violence. While Mr. Trump's campaign advisors say he is going to be focused on trying to pin President Biden down on policy issues, including the economy and immigration, and that the former president is really using the campaign trail this week as his debate prep.
It's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now, because they want to get him good and strong.
The person who wants to be president has to go sit with his probation officer before he actually goes to the debate. And so it is just a fact. But it's not just to call Donald Trump a convicted felon. It goes to his behavior and it goes to his character.
Meanwhile, Mr. Trump says his yet-to-be-named running mate will be at the debate and that he has made up his mind. Sources tell NBC News the focus has been on 3 top contenders: North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and Florida Senator Marco Rubio. So expect all eyes will be peeled watching for one of those 3 faces to get any hints about who the vice presidential pick will be. Richard, back to you.
Or who knows, it could be Alice Barr that shows up. We'll wait and see. Alice, thank you. Appreciate it. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is indicating the war in Gaza could soon be entering a new phase. He told Israel TV Sunday night that the intensive phase of Israel's war on Hamas and Rafah is, quote, about to end. But he also clarified that it does not mean the conflict itself is winding down. He reiterated his promise not to end the war before Hamas is destroyed. Netanyahu says in the next phase, forces may focus north to the border with Lebanon. That's where fighting between the IDF and the Iran-backed group Hezbollah has intensified in recent weeks. All right, let's get to weather. Boy, that's been a story of a couple weeks where parts of Iowa and South Dakota were struck by historic flooding just over this weekend. A combination of heavy rain and overflowing rivers led to massive property damage and evacuation orders in the region.
In almost every community impacted, the rivers crested several feet above record levels from the floods of 1993.
In South Dakota, authorities say an 87-year-old man was killed Saturday after his vehicle rolled down an embankment created by a washed-out roadway. Meanwhile, much of the country still dealing with the effects of the week-long heat wave. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with details this morning on potentially record-breaking temperatures. And I was sneak peeking. I'm seeing the number behind you is now 49, and I'm not the fastest on a Monday morning, Michelle, but I think earlier when we spoke, that number was 44. So it's heating up again.
You're really paying attention early on this Monday morning. Hi, Richard. Yeah, that number is going up, and this number constantly changes, and we're starting to see this number creep up. And look, it's across the country. We're looking from California to the plains across the southeast as well. We're going to see record-breaking temperatures in some spots, temperatures into the triple digits. You factor in the humidity, it will feel like 100 degrees to 105 in many spots. So now 49 million Americans under heat alerts. We have heat advisories. We have an excessive heat warning as well. Record highs in some spots. We're going to watch that as we go throughout this Monday. But take a look at some of these numbers because we are looking at dangerous heat in portions of the plains, the south central states, into the southeast as well. 100 degrees today in Dallas. Notice that number to the right, though. You factor in the humidity, it will feel like 105. It will feel like 110 in New Orleans. That's the heat today. We're going to keep it in place tomorrow. So the excessive heat does continue tomorrow into the triple digits in Memphis. You factor in the humidity, it will feel like 108, feeling like 109 in Baton Rouge, and feeling like 104 in Tampa. And sweating in the south, that will be the theme Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with temperatures in the 90s and also the triple digits. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a hot one in parts of the southeast, the south central states. We're looking at 100 degrees today in Dallas, lots of 90s too on the map. We're going to put the 90s on the map too in parts of the high plains, the central plains as well. 101 today in Omaha. All right, that is your Monday forecast.
And mind you, Michelle, you did not use one piece of video of an egg on the sidewalk being cooked, and that's pretty good.
We have all summer.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. There's always tomorrow. Thank you, Michelle. A California man went on a 3-hour hike but ended up lost in the Santa Cruz Mountains wilderness for 9 days. No one knew about his hiking plans, so when he did not show up for Father's Day, his family reported him missing. People nearby heard his calls for help, and officials eventually found him disheveled, shirtless, with only a flashlight and a pair of scissors. He is reunited with his family and suffered minor injuries. Coming up, how cyber criminals are impacting how you buy and maintain your car. But first, just weeks after announcing price hikes, Spotify is launching a more wallet-friendly option.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
Spotify is singing a different tune when it comes to price hikes, but first Apple turning to an unlikely place to get a leg up in the AI race. A new report saying the tech titan asked to team up with its longtime rival Meta. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick has a story with us. Good morning to you, Steve. That is an interesting one.
It really is, isn't it, Richard? Very good morning to you, sir. Yeah, all these old long-term rivals, they're scrambling to catch up in the AI race as well. So Facebook parent Meta, it looks like they could well be integrating some of their Meta platform's generative AI models into Apple Intelligence, which was recently announced at their Worldwide Developers Conference as well. Apple's not exclusively talking to Meta, though. Also, companies such as Anthropic, Perplexity, these AI startups could also be in discussions with Apple about integrating their products into Apple Intelligence. And Apple's going to give people the choice. Now, back to Spotify's story. A new basic product, because some people were very upset that their premium package went to $11.99 a month instead of $10.99. Now you get a $10.99 option. It's going to be called Basic, Richard, but it comes without the 15 hours of audio books that you got in that premium package. And apparently, and here's a word I'm going to get wrong, Supremium. Apparently, Spotify is working on a Supremium product that could be even better, Richard, as well. But just even saying the word Supremium, it's getting me. Back to you, sir.
Well, the first story about cats and dogs being friends, that was interesting within itself. Steve Sedgwick, thank you so much there at CNBC. Have a good one, my friend. Now to a consumer alert. Cyber criminals are targeting car dealerships nationwide, and it's impacting everything from how to buy a new ride to fixing vehicles you already own. Here's Jesse Kirsch with more.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And still to come for you, Sha'Carri Richardson is running toward the future, and she's doing it quickly as she secures her spot for Paris. More on her qualifying run and who will be joining her on Team USA.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Below Husk, Simone Manuel. Can she come up with another big clutch swim? Abby Weitzel is looking good up there in lane 3. Below her is Husk and Manuel as they come crashing to the wall. It is Manuel who pulls it off again.
Oh, it's a good thing for that one on those lanes, right? Simone Manuel taking the top spot in the women's 50-meter freestyle Olympic trial Sunday. Manuel also qualified as a member of the 4x100 freestyle relay team. Turning from the pool to the track for you now, where the fastest woman in the world is officially making a run for the gold. Sha'Carri Richardson, watch her here qualifying for her first Olympic Games. NBC's Mark Barger has more.
Let's see who's going to Paris. After stumbles in both of her earlier races, Sha'Carri Richardson got out of the blocks clean and blitzed the competition to win the 100 meters Saturday night at the U.S. Olympic trials. Her time of 10.71 is the best in the world this year, and it sends her to Paris after a positive test for cannabis knocked her off the Olympic team in 2021.
I feel honored. I feel everything, every chapter I've been through in my life, designed to prepare me for this moment.
Ledecky. The First Lady of U.S. Swimming won the 800-meter freestyle Saturday night. Katie Ledecky could become the first woman ever to win the same event in 4 Olympics.
It was a great week for our sport, most of all, and it was just a pleasure to be a part of it.
There she is. Kate Douglas won the women's 200 individual medley. Alex Walsh was second. That enables her to join sister Gretchen at the Games.
Alex Walsh headed to Paris.
I'm just happy that we can go together and live this dream that we've been dreaming for so long.
Dressel looking good again for the second straight night.
Caleb Dressel added a victory in the 100-meter butterfly to his win Friday in the 50 free. It gives him a chance to defend both medals in Paris.
This is more nerve-wracking than the Olympics. It's tough to make the team here, and that's how it should be.
In diving, Carson Tyler dominated the competition, winning the 10-meter platform trials.
I just can't believe this. I'm like blown away.
And on her final dive in 3-meter springboard, Sarah Bacon came through, winning an individual slot to go along with one in synchronized springboard. Mark Barker, NBC News.
Lots to watch there. When we come back, there's a new top dog carrying the title of world's ugliest dog. Plus, there's a potential new way to treat sleep apnea, and it's a popular drug you might not expect.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, here's what's making headlines this morning. A new study finds a popular weight loss drug could help ease the effects of sleep apnea, Zepbound appearing to reduce the severity of sleep apnea in more than 60% of patients. 71-year-old Marissa Tejo made history as the oldest contestant to ever compete in the Miss Texas USA pageant. And an 8-year-old Pekingese is officially the world's ugliest dog contest. This was Wild Thing's first win at the annual competition.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
And welcome back. A watershed moment for the place where the modern gay rights movement began more than a half-century ago. NBC's Joe Fryer shows us the new space commemorating the Stonewall Uprising.
55 years ago, it was the scene of an uprising. Now, it's where that history is immortalized.
When I came in here and touched this wall, I had chills.
Mark Siegel was 18 years old when police raided a popular gay bar called the Stonewall Inn, sparking a riot that he says some falsely characterized as theatrical.
There was violence going on out in that street. It wasn't theatrical.
What was it?
What was it? It was us finally fighting back. It was us saying we want to be treated equally.
It was a turning point in the battle for LGBTQ+ rights, a movement now chronicled here at the new Stonewall National Monument Visitor Center.
How are you feeling right now?
Incredibly excited.
It's half of the original Stonewall Inn, which is still open next door, though the two are separate entities. Across the street is a park that became a national monument in 2016, but didn't have a visitor center until Anne Marie Gothard and Diana Rodriguez took the lead. They raised funds, then convinced Siegel to curate panels about Stonewall's legacy.
Mark and so many like Mark are the reason we can do things like this. And I don't think the man's ever been truly given his credit. What you have here is a first-hand account of Stonewall.
For Mark,
do you feel proud?
Yes.
The emotions have not faded.
I'm proud of where we've come, but I also realize the difficulty of the road we've traveled. I also think of the people who didn't make it.
This is a tribute to them, a space that will open its doors next Friday, exactly 55 years after Stonewall changed the world. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
All right, if you're heading to Chicago, don't miss the chance to snap a selfie at Millennium Park. The Bean, one of the city's most beloved attractions, is back open after nearly a year of renovations since last August. Construction limited access to the sculpture, but now the city has added new stairs, accessible ramps, and a waterproofing system, making it a better experience for visitors. Another milestone for SpaceX as well to tell you about, the company launching 2 rockets, sending over 36 Starlink satellites into space. This was the 11th time SpaceX reused the rocket booster. These launches are part of the Starlink project, which aims to provide internet access everywhere, especially in remote areas. Well, thanks for starting the work week with us here at Early Today. I'm Richard Louie. Have a great Monday. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, Mother Nature's extreme show of force to start off the summer. From severe storms tearing through several states with heavy rain, flooding, and tornadoes to dangerous record-breaking heat across the country. We have team coverage with what to expect as you start your work week. Also this morning, Donald Trump's motion to dismiss his classified documents case going before a Florida judge. We'll break down the arguments from both sides as a marathon of hearings continues. And just 3 days until the first presidential debate, speculation growing about who Trump's VP pick will be.
I've had conversations with the president, and I know that he is the only one who will be making the decisions on who will be his vice president.
We'll bring you the latest from the campaign trail. Plus, underwater dangers, a renewed warning from safety officials after nearly a dozen deaths at the beach. What you need to know about rip currents and how you can keep your loved ones safe. And Team USA going for the gold, a strong showing from some of America's top athletes with the Summer Games nearly a month away. We'll have the results from this weekend's impressive Olympic trials. A lot to get to this morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah today. And we start this Monday morning with the scorching heat wave that's breaking temperature records in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic region. Tens of millions of people are waking up under heat alerts as new records are possible in 15 more states today across the plains and the Southeast. Some heat indices could reach up to 110 degrees. While in Iowa, the governor there issuing a disaster declaration for 21 counties after a levee broke, submerging one town and prompting evacuations. Some scientists say climate change is driving these extreme weather events. And our team is tracking that extreme heat. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with the forecast. But we start with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who is on the ground in a steamy New York City.
Hey there, it was an absolutely scorching weekend here in New York City and beyond. Out in Philadelphia, it was 98 degrees, beating a record from 1888 in Washington, D.C. It reached 100 degrees in June for the first time in over a decade. And then out in the Midwest, there was some severe flooding in Iowa, in Rock Valley. Disaster declared there for 21 counties after a levee broke, forcing evacuations. In Arizona, a woman died in Tucson in a monsoon. And then in South Dakota, another death. 4 river levels broken there as well. And then you had tornado warnings over the weekend from Massachusetts to New York. Now, scientists are pointing to climate change. They say that this extreme heat is directly linked to climate change. So this looks like this whole situation could get nothing but worse. Back to you.
More bad news there, Aaron. Thank you. And for more on that record heat and some possible severe thunderstorms looming in the Midwest, let's get a look at your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Stephen. So good to see you. And yeah, we're going to see summer storms. We're going to see the summer heat continuing. The good news is we're seeing a reprieve in the Northeast, also the Mid-Atlantic. So hot the past couple of days. Today, much, much better. We have another break tomorrow, and then we kind of turn up the heat in the Mid-Atlantic once again on Wednesday before we start to go back down. But we do have heat across the country. 48 million people impacted by heat alerts. We have heat advisories. That's where you see the orange. We have heat watches. We have heat warnings. And we're going to see temperatures into the triple digits. We're going to see heat indices 105 to 110 in some spots. From the plains down to the southeast, the numbers will be high as we go throughout today. Also tomorrow, we're going to hold on to that heat as we go throughout most of this week. So excessive heat once again. Sioux Falls today 94, but notice the number next to it. Once you factor in the humidity, it will feel like 105. It's going to feel like 104 in Wichita, feeling like 105 in Dallas. 110 is what you will feel like in Little Rock. And we're looking at temperatures into the 90s in Birmingham, Raleigh, Brunswick, Tampa, but triple digits is what it's going to feel like once you factor in that humidity. So be careful today. You want to hydrate, stay indoors if you can, if you have air conditioning. If you need to work outdoors, try to find some shade, and certainly drink lots of water as you go throughout the day. Then tomorrow, we're going to see those numbers into the 90s once again. Could see 100 degrees in some spots. But again, when you factor in that humidity, it will feel like 105 to 110 in spots. Oklahoma City, 106 will be the heat index tomorrow. We're looking at 96 as a heat index in Atlanta, 111 in Tallahassee, and 91 degrees in Tampa. But the heat index will be 103. We're going to be sweating in the south as we go throughout Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Look at Dallas. Triple digits for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's without the heat index. And Jacksonville, you're going to be hot too, into the mid-90s, 95 by Thursday, 94 on Friday. So that is the big story as we go throughout the day. Also looking at the chance for severe storms in the upper Midwest. We're looking at the chance for really strong winds over 75 miles per hour. Could see some really large hail as well. Cooler highs, as I mentioned, in New England, also parts of the Northeast. But notice in New England, you see a little green there. Also upstate New York, that's where we could see some showers, some storms, some showers falling in parts of the southeast into Florida as well, especially southern Florida. Could see some heavier showers there. Monsoon storms in the southwest, the Four Corners, and we're looking at sunshine in the Pacific Northwest. Temperatures not bad there, but we're going to be heating up in California once again. Summer storms, we're looking at that frontal system crossing the northern plains. That's going to spark the chance of some severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon into the late overnight hours. Storms ramping up later on tonight. We can see some really strong winds, some hail. So we're going to watch this very closely as we go throughout this Monday. Models indicating that we could see winds gusting over 75 miles per hour. Then tomorrow, that widespread risk from Nebraska all the way to Michigan, damaging winds once again, some large hail, and also the chance of a few tornadoes. Could see a couple tornadoes today as well. As you can see in parts of the northern plains, we're looking at lightning this morning, also seeing that heavy rain where you see those darker colors. This is going to ramp up as we go throughout the afternoon hours into the overnight hours as we kind of add in that daytime heating. And we're also seeing some hail and also some lightning and thunder in portions of Iowa as we go throughout the later part of today. 21 million people at risk for damaging winds 2 inches or larger. Could see some winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see the yellow, Fargo to Minneapolis, Des Moines, Madison, also Omaha. Then tomorrow we'll kind of see it shift a little bit to the east. So now we're talking about Des Moines, once again, Kirksville, also Chicago into Peoria. So it's the Great Lakes into the Midwest. 20 million people at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, an inch or larger. Also a few tornadoes are possible. Could see some heavy rain too. We're concerned about flooding rains tomorrow, especially where you see those oranges, the reds, the yellows, Chicago. You could see some flooding rains tomorrow, also north of Indianapolis. But anywhere where you see this rain falling, the green, also you could see some really heavy rainfall over the next couple of days. Stephen?
All right, a lot going on. Michelle, thanks for that very thorough update. We appreciate it. All right, and turning now to former President Donald Trump's legal battles, which continue now in Florida as a 3-day marathon of hearings for the federal classified documents case moves forward. Court is set to resume this morning to deal with several outstanding motions submitted by Trump's legal team. At least 2 of these motions are asking to have special counsel Jack Smith removed and ultimately dismissing the case. The trial, which was initially set to begin last month, has been plagued with delays and is now postponed indefinitely. Trump faces several charges in this case, accusing him of illegally holding top-secret files at his Mar-a-Lago property and obstructing the FBI's efforts to have those files returned. The former president has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins me now with more on this. So, Danny, let's recap how we left all of this on Friday, which seems like a long time ago now. Judge Cannon holding that 4-hour hearing to talk about whether Jack Smith should have even been appointed, if that was constitutional at all. Remind us of what happened and what we're looking ahead to now.
So we have 3 different motions, essentially. On Friday, the argument was that the appointment of Jack Smith was unconstitutional. This is an argument that has been tried before. It is a long-shot argument, but, Stephen, as a defense attorney, a lot of your arguments are long-shot arguments. You make them, you know you're probably going to lose at the trial court, and you hope maybe on appeal, if things go bad, that you might have some issue that could result in a new trial or an overturning of a conviction. But again, this is a long shot, but you got to try what you're going to try. What's interesting to me is just how much briefing and how much evidence Judge Cannon has taken on this issue. Even at the end of the hearing, she asked for additional briefing on the issue. I get it. Judges want to get all the information they can get, but there's got to be a point where you say, I've got enough, I can make a decision.
Yeah, that was a long hearing already. And so today the judge is set to hear the arguments about these 2 motions, one from the defense funding Smith's position to begin with, and the other one from the prosecution about a potential gag order for Trump in this case. How do you see these playing out today?
Yeah, in the federal system, it's not exactly called a gag order. It's really just a motion to modify conditions of release, really affecting the bail issue. And so what the government's saying is that because the law requires or focuses on the threat to the public, that the conditions of release should be modified to order Trump to not speak about things like he did with the FBI search warrant application or the documents, which contain some boilerplate language that, hey, by the way, FBI agents carry firearms and, you know, they're authorized to use deadly force. The problem is that Trump turned that into they're trying to kill me. And here's the thing with gag orders of all kinds. On each side, there's an argument, there's a concern. On the one hand, we shouldn't silence people, even criminal defendants, just because the judge or the prosecution doesn't like what they're saying. But on the other hand, if there is a credible threat to the government and government agents, and normally with any other defendant that you've never heard of, if he gets on Twitter or X and says something bad about the government, they're prosecuting me, they have it in for me, nobody cares. But we've never had a defendant like this before who can get on social media and rally people without actually saying the thing he wants them to do, but by essentially suggesting it through some other statement. There could be a real threat there. The problem is a lot of it is like a Rorschach test. You know, how do you know what exactly Trump is asking his followers to do or signaling them to do? So it's a tough balancing test, and the judge, I expect, might take a lot of time on this one, too.
Yeah, more uncharted territory there. Let's quickly get to this last question. The judge will hear arguments for the affidavits on the Mar-a-Lago search, and it could ultimately lead to a Franks hearing. Walk us through what a Franks hearing is.
A Franks hearing is basically a hearing named after a Supreme Court case, Franks v. Delaware, and it's where you challenge the truth of the statements that go into a search warrant. In order to search your home, the government has to go to a judge, a magistrate, and give them an affidavit and say, this is all the stuff that we believe makes up probable cause, because probable cause is the magic language that you need to make your search warrant constitutional. So the judge hears this stuff. It's ex parte. It means it's one-sided. Obviously, the defense is not there in the room. So the judge decides, OK, well, the FBI agent says we've got these communications, all this stuff shows probable cause. The defense, after the fact, after the search warrant's been executed, can challenge that in a hearing and say, hey, the information that this agent gave the judge was false, and therefore the entire search warrant's no good, and therefore all the evidence obtained should be thrown out. It's, again, another long shot, but if successful, wow, it could throw out a large swath of evidence.
Throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks, it sounds like.
It's our job. That's all we do.
Danny Ceballos, thanks so much. All right, now to more Decision 2024 with just 3 days to go until the first presidential debate. Preparations and anticipation ramping up ahead of that big night. President Biden and former President Trump will debate Thursday night in Atlanta for 90 minutes without a live audience present. For more on what we can expect, we're joined by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Good morning to you both. And Vaughn, let's start with you and the Trump campaign. We're less than a month away now until the Republican National Convention kicks off in Milwaukee. What do we know about former President Trump's search for a running mate? Where do things stand right now?
Look at the timeline that we're looking at, Steve. We're looking at July 15th, which is just 3 weeks from today. That is the beginning of the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump's name will formally be put into nomination, as well as his running mate's name. And so we should expect over the next 21 days to get a name. And the question is who? Just this weekend, he held the campaign rally on Saturday in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And before going to that rally, he stopped at a restaurant where our colleagues Dasha Burns and Jake Traylor were, and they shouted a question to him about whether he had determined who his VP running mate this go-around is going to be. Of course, Mike Pence, who was his vice president back 4 years ago, they ended on not great terms after January 6th. Mike Pence went forward with the counting of electoral votes, and that is what led Donald Trump to look for a new VP mate. And when asked that question by our colleagues whether he had come up with his decision, he said, "In my head, yes." But exactly who is that? It's not clear. He did indicate, however, that that person will be in Atlanta, Georgia for that debate on Thursday night alongside of him. So we'll see if we get any clues from there.
Well, it'd be good to have some answers. The speculation on that has been going for what seems like forever now. And Ali, let's bring you in here now on how President Biden is preparing for this week's debate. What do we know about his strategy going into Thursday?
Yeah, Stephen. Well, President Biden is continuing to use the perks of his position to prep for Thursday night. He's been at Camp David since Thursday night, really deep in these intensive debate preparation sessions that are being led by his former chief of staff, Ron Klain. And this is really an all hands on deck process. You have the president surrounded by some of his closest allies, advisors, campaign staffers. These are people like National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, his campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, as well as his personal lawyer, former White House counsel Bob Bauer, who is reprising his role playing former President Trump during these mock debate sessions that the president is doing. And all of these people are lending their expertise, their experiences to the president as he pores over policy material to be able to, on the debate stage Thursday night, contrast his vision, his record with that of former President Trump's. They're also honing responses to what they see as the inevitable, these personal jabs they expect former President Trump to take on President Biden around his age, his mental fitness. And they're also preparing the president for possibly some factors in the room on Thursday night that may take him and as well as former President Trump out of their comfort zone. We know that this debate on Thursday night is going to enact some strict speaking limitations. There's also going to be a ban on speaking with their staffers during breaks as well as notes. And there, of course, will not be any audience in the room on Thursday night, Stephen.
Yes, and I'm excited to see how the muting the microphones will actually play out on Thursday, Ali. And Ali, on that front, I wanted to ask you about this recent Fox News poll showing President Biden with a 2-point lead over Mr. Trump, falling within the margin of error there. It's expected the president is going to have this tactic as part of his strategy to bring up Trump's felony convictions during the debate. That's expected to happen. What more can you tell us about that tactic?
Yeah, and we heard more about that from Biden campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu, who was on Meet the Press yesterday. And he hinted that the president would seize on Thursday night on that felony conviction in former President Trump's hush money trial last month in New York City, saying that the president would talk about that and really call attention to the fact that now the former president is a, quote, twice impeached felony criminal. And this follows this pattern the Biden team has taken in recent weeks to really seize and lean in on that conviction after, remember, for months, the president avoided talking about the former president's legal woes. And some Democrats criticized him for that decision. Now the Biden team leaning into that. They have a new ad out talking about this felony conviction. And they say that that's really just the beginning, that they're planning to continue to keep that in the spotlight to really draw a contrast between these two men leading into November, guys.
And Vaughn, how about on the former president's side? How's Trump preparing for the debate?
It's not exactly clear, if I may, Steve. It's not what President Biden is doing. He has not gone to an isolated area and is not apparently, according to at least campaign advisors, doing mock debates. You know, he did do this 4 years ago, and Chris Christie, who was then an ally of his before the 2020 presidential debate, stood in as Joe Biden. But we're told that is not happening this go around. Instead, his campaign advisors tell us that he is going on the campaign trail and doing fundraisers and talking to right-wing press as a means of debate prep. And so we saw him there in Philadelphia. He had a fundraiser in Cleveland, Ohio the other night as well. And so it is not clear exactly over the days ahead what his plans will look like and whether, you know, privately and behind the scenes that'll be a little bit more formal. But at least his campaign is telling the public at large through the press that they are making a little bit more informal preps and not doing it like Joe Biden is doing it this time around. Steve?
I guess not really much of a surprise there. It was surprising to hear about Christie being such an ally just 4 years ago. Wow, so much change so fast. Yes. Vaughn Hilliard, Ali Rafa, thanks so much. All right, we'll have much more on the first presidential debate hosted by CNN throughout the week. Join NBC News for special coverage of it. It gets underway Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the debate getting underway at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. You can watch the debate on NBC News Now and on NBC. Well, we might be learning much more than just policy positions of both President Trump and former President Trump and President Biden ahead of their debate on Thursday. Trump has announced, as we heard, that he knows who his vice president pick will be, though he's not yet sharing that, and just yet anyway. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander sat down with Republican South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem to discuss who could be the best person for that job.
This week on Meet the Press, I spoke with Republican Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota about what Mr. Trump should look for in a vice president and whether his running mate should be a woman. Let me ask you about some of our reporting that shows there are 3 names now on Donald Trump's short list to serve as his vice presidential pick. Yours is not one of them right now. Are you being vetted? Have you received the paperwork?
The only person who knows who the vice president's going to be is Donald Trump.
Have you received the paperwork, though?
No, I haven't received any paperwork. No, I haven't. I've had conversations with the president, and I know that he is the only one who will be making the decisions on who will be his vice president.
You said that having a woman on the ticket would help Donald Trump win, and he said on this program last year that he liked the concept of running with a woman. Only men, as you note, are on his short list right now: Burgum, Vance, Rubio. Would Donald Trump be making a mistake if he does not pick a woman as his running mate?
You know, I think he needs to pick the best person for the job. He needs to help someone, pick someone that will help him win. And I think that President Trump is in a fantastic position to win this election. He's strong. He's right on all the policies. He needs to pick somebody who will help him win and make sure that he's back in the White House fighting for America.
And you can see my full interview and a lot more at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press here on NBC News Now every weekday at 4 p.m.
Interesting stuff, Peter. Thanks. And turning now to Russia, where officials are investigating a mass shooting carried out in 2 places of worship in 2 different cities Sunday night. At least 15 police officers, an Orthodox priest, and 4 civilians were killed in what is now being called a coordinated attack. While no group has claimed responsibility, Russian law enforcement officials say they believe the gunman showed signs of being part of an international terrorist organization. The southern region of Russia, where the shooting took place, is known for militant violence, which has been worsening in part because of the war in Ukraine. And now to the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the intense phase of fighting against Hamas in Rafah is nearing an end. Netanyahu made the announcement as part of his first televised interview with Israeli media since the war started on October 7th. He went on to warn that though this phase is winding down, the war against Hamas will continue. Now, this comes as Netanyahu once again doubled down on his accusations that the U.S. is withholding weapon shipments. The U.S. denying those accusations last week. The growing tension between the 2 allies is now the backdrop of Netanyahu's highly anticipated address to Congress, which is coming up next month. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Matt, good morning to you. So let's start with that Netanyahu interview. The prime minister said he's only ready to make a partial deal with Hamas to bring some of those hostages home. How is that being received by the families of those hostages, and where does that leave the ceasefire talks?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. So the situation, as we're hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu, he will make these kinds of announcements that he's willing to make a deal, but a partial deal. And he's still hewing to the same principles, the same platform that he has from the beginning, which is that there will be no deal unless it allows for the total destruction of Hamas. Now, that's not the kind of thing that Hamas is going to sign up for, obviously. That would mean their destruction. And Hamas has always been saying that they also have their own maximalist position, which is that they want to see Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip stop for good, and the Israeli military to withdraw completely. So while we are seeing some little bit of daylight when it comes to comments like this, it really doesn't mean much. It really is just a return to the previous positions that we've been hearing about for months. Now, Netanyahu's comments were slammed by Hamas, as they have in the past, but also we heard from the families, the forum of families who represent those families, who have members who are still hostages in the Gaza Strip. There's thought to be somewhere between 50 and 80 people who are still alive in Gaza. They slammed Netanyahu's comments and said that he needs to make a deal. Stephen?
Well, all this comes about as Israel's Minister of Defense arrived in Washington, going to meet with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Blinken coming up on Sunday. What do we expect to see from these meetings? What is the goal here?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that we're talking about is, of course, those hostage negotiations, and this has been going on for months. But there's the specter of another threat that has been raised in the background that has always been there and hasn't made the same kind of headlines as the fighting in the Gaza Strip. And that is the conflict on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The fighting between the Israeli military and Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, is another Iran-backed group. They have been pelting northern Israel with really sophisticated weapons, rockets, some of them targeted, some of them really showing a level of sophistication, and this whole militia group has a level of organization that really puts Hamas to shame, which is why we hear from the United States and from other observers saying that if there were to be a full-on war that would break out between the Israelis and Hezbollah, it would be much more dangerous. Hezbollah is much more powerful than even Hamas. And that is something you're going to be hearing about when it comes to Yoav Gallant's meetings. When we heard about Benjamin Netanyahu's friction with the Biden administration, a lot of that has to do with very heavy weaponry. There was one consignment of weapons that was indeed held up, and that the White House admitted that it had held up because of worries that it could be used in densely populated areas in Rafah in the Gaza Strip. But those heavy weapons are going to be crucial if Israel decides to launch an incursion, or if Hezbollah decides to launch an incursion into Israel and it breaks out into a full-on, potentially region-wide war. Stephen?
Worrisome to hear, to say the least. All right, Matt Bradley, thank you. All right, much more to come here this morning on Morning News Now. Later in the hour, Olympic dreams. Now one race closer to reality for some of America's top athletes. We'll take you to the track for the impressive showing at the Olympic trials. Up first, after the break, a silent struggle. The new warnings from the CDC over a startling spike in suicides among construction workers. Stay with us.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Welcome back. A community in Arkansas is coming together following yet another mass shooting in the United States. Hundreds of people gathered last night at the Mad Butcher grocery store for a candlelight vigil, all to honor the victims of Friday's shooting. A gunman started shooting inside a store, killing 4 people and injuring 10 others. Some of the survivors remain in extremely critical condition, according to Arkansas State Police. The alleged shooter, 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey, was treated in custody for non-life-threatening injuries after exchanging gunfire with police officers. Posey has been charged with multiple counts of capital murder. All right, now to an alarming trend on the rise in the construction industry. New research showing that construction workers are dying by suicide at an alarming rate. While demand for construction workers continues to surge, the profession has one of the highest suicide rates. That's according to data from the CDC. In 2022, an estimated 6,000 construction workers died by suicide, an increase from the year before. Joining us now with more on this is NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, thanks for being here. So very troubling stuff here. Are there any indications about what's behind this, why this could be happening?
Well, when I spoke to people in the industry, they said there's a number of factors. Construction is inherently a difficult job. It is physically difficult, the wear and tear on people's bodies, as well as injuries, working long extended periods outside in the sun. There's a lot of physical injuries, which can lead to things like, opioid prescriptions that can turn into addictions or other forms of self-medication. And then they said there's also just this culture of macho-ness among a lot of construction workers, of not asking for help, of feeling like you should be able to handle your problems, you should keep those at homes, not wanting to share how they're feeling, not wanting to seek out and get help. And folks in the industry said that all those things combined can just lead to a really toxic mix that can lead people to taking their own life at a rate that is 75% higher among men in construction industry than it is for men in the general population, who already have a higher rate of suicide than women in the general population.
Wow, some startling numbers there for sure. And we're seeing these come as there is a boom in the construction industry and the shortage of workers that's also going on at the same time. How does that possibly factor into how they're feeling on the job?
Well, people in the industry said they're really concerned about the pressures that are on workers right now. There has been billions in federal dollars for infrastructure projects, new electric vehicle manufacturing plants, these semiconductor chip plants. These are huge, large-scale projects, and the industry estimates they're about 500,000 workers short of where they need to be to meet their hiring goals. So that means added pressure on the current workforce. It means longer hours. It means people working double shifts, not taking any days off, and not only for weeks at a time, but months at a time or even years at a time. And that puts pressures on individuals emotionally, physically, and it's also causing a lot of them to have to travel for work, to be away from home and their family and their support networks, sometimes for over a year. And so it really has industry officials concerned that on top of all these other factors we talked about a moment ago, those are only being amplified and magnified by this demand on the workforce.
Wow, so many factors there, Shannon. So what steps are being taken within the industry to try to help this problem?
Well, there's been a lot of efforts over the past few years to raise awareness. One is getting workers to be aware that they are at an increased risk of suicide and that it is okay to seek help. They really have been trying to emphasize the 988 suicide crisis lifeline that people can call, putting this 988 number on stickers on work sites, posters, hard hats, getting awareness out there that there is someone you can call and reach out to for help if you find yourself in a crisis, but then trying to be more proactive, trying to have workplace talks, just the way they talk about physical safety on the job site, talking about mental health safety. Employers are putting in assistance programs that workers can use mental health services to hopefully start to get ahead of this problem before people reach this crisis point.
We certainly hope that they do get the help they need beforehand. Shannon Pettypiece, eye-opening stuff here. Thank you so much. And as Shannon just mentioned, you or anyone you know, if you're struggling, you can call or text the Suicide Crisis Lifeline at 988. All right, and now to an update on the Oklahoma man jailed in Turks and Caicos for more than 2 months. He's now back with his family. That's after officials say he accidentally brought ammunition to the island. He's one of 5 Americans recently arrested for carrying small amounts of ammunition there. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
This was the moment. 70 days of anxiety quickly melted away. Ryan Watson reunited with his family in Oklahoma, captured by NBC affiliate KFOR.
I stuck a family photo in the lining of a Bible when I was in jail, and I prayed about this, and to see that this has been answered, I'm so grateful.
Watson was released from Turks and Caicos after being held on charges of bringing ammunition to the popular beach destination, punishable by up to 12 years in prison. Hours earlier, Watson learned his fate at this Turks and Caicos courthouse.
So happy that the judge took a holistic approach.
But before boarding the plane back home, he wanted to dress the part.
So much better.
Recently, a total of 5 Americans have been arrested after small amounts of ammo were found in their bags. Watson is now the 4th back in the U.S., receiving a $2,000 fine, $500 for each hunting round he says he accidentally brought to the island back in April. Sharita Greer is the last American still on the island. She hugged Watson goodbye after a months-long bond over their vacation misfortune.
We still got to get Sharita home. She's my adopted sister now. I won't be able to rest completely until she's home.
Turks and Caicos, which depends on tourism for 95% of its economy, just amended a law requiring a mandatory 12-year minimum sentence for firearm offenses after a U.S. congressional delegation last month visited island officials calling for leniency.
It was a huge weight that was lifted.
This latest release giving new hope to the last American stuck in paradise limbo. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Dana, thanks. And coming up, a warning for beachgoers after nearly a dozen drowning deaths in just the past couple of weeks. When we come back, what you need to know about rip currents and the best way to stay safe in the water. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press.
every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with a new warning from officials for beachgoers to beware of rip currents. As of June 9th, the National Weather Service says at least 11 people have died after getting caught in these strong underwater currents. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest and what you need to know to stay safe.
Oh, God. Get this mother. Get my first strike.
A heartbreaking start to summer in New York. At Jacob Riis Beach in Queens, search and rescue from land, air, and sea, looking for two missing teenagers swept away by dangerous waters and never resurfacing.
This is a tragedy. This is another parent's worst nightmare. We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still under investigation.
Rough surf posing challenges for even the most experienced rescuers.
The currents are extremely rough. The divers had to come out of the water because the current was extremely dangerous. It was too rough for them.
Florida has already seen 2 deadly swimming incidents within 2 days. Tragedy striking in Panama City Beach. Police say 3 tourists were swept away in a rip current, launching an all-out search and rescue mission for Harold Hunter, Jamonda Ray, and Marius Richardson. None of them survived. This after a rip current took the lives of a mother and a father of 6 across the same state in Stewart Beach.
The kids, one or both, got caught in the riptide, and Brian and/or Erica went after, and then the other one, they both went after, and they got the kids out, and they got caught.
Family of Brian Warder and girlfriend Erica Wishart say they were athletic and strong, but no match for the dangerous waters.
Anything were to come of this, it was that people are aware of how dangerous rip currents can be.
Rip currents are a powerful channel of water formed when waves break near the shoreline, and they're often hard to see from the ground. But signs like a line of white foam or a narrow passage of darker water in the ocean can be clues of a rip current that could save lives of even the strongest of swimmers.
And our thanks to Marissa Parra for that reporting. And here with some tips to help keep you safe in the ocean this summer is Clary Collins. She's the Curriculum Development Director for Goldfish Swim School. So, Clary, thanks for joining us. As we just heard from Marissa this morning, we had a brief explanation of what a rip current is, but we've also been hearing about rip tides. So what's the difference there, and what do swimmers need to know?
Right. There's often a misconception between the two. Rip currents are a fast-moving flow of water that start from the shore and move their way back out into the sea, where a rip tide is more about the strength of the water, usually caused by the tides and what's happening underneath the surface of the water, so the underwater geography.
Interesting. What do people need to be looking for to try to spot the rip currents?
So that's a tricky one, because for the average beach goer, we might not notice or recognize what a rip current looks like, but there are clues that we can look at to indicate that there may be troubling waters or hazardous waters. So, for example, does the water look darker in a particular area? That might indicate there's trouble. If we see churning waters or choppy waters, sometimes if you watch the pattern of the waves and we notice that there's a break in that pattern, that could also indicate that there's trouble as well. And lastly, if you notice any seaweed, foam, debris that's moving gradually out to the sea, that might also be another indication.
Very helpful tips there. So what's the easiest way for people to avoid rip currents? So many people headed out to the beach. It's scary to hear all of this. What's the way to just get away from them altogether?
Absolutely. So number one, you need to be proactive, in that the best thing that you can do is educate yourself and your family members. Starting swim lessons at a young age is really important to water safety and drowning prevention. But when you head to the beach, the first thing that you should do is take 5 to 10 minutes to review the rules with your loved ones. Look at your surroundings, look at the conditions, identify where a lifeguard or lifeguards may be on duty. Many times beaches use a flag system to indicate if the beach has hazardous conditions. So checking to make sure that it's even open. Always wearing a Coast Guard approved life jacket is key as well. And we always want to buddy up. We never want to swim alone. It's always best to swim in pairs.
It certainly is, and that's a great way to avoid them. But if the worst case happens and someone finds themselves maybe caught in one of these currents, what should they do? What steps should they take?
So I think what typically happens is we panic and we think we should swim into the current. So we actually want to go with the flow of the rip current and let it take us. If we can't swim to the left or the right of the rip current, then try to put your hand up to indicate or call for safety, but let the rip current take you back out to sea, save and conserve your energy so you can make it back to the shore safely.
So important to hear because that's counterintuitive when you're actually in that situation. Very important information. Clary Collins, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, coming up, California's largest school district pushing to make the classroom a no-phone zone. When we come back, more on that plan that some say could be the standard nationwide. And a Game 7 showdown on the ice tonight. We'll get you up to speed ahead of tonight's winner-take-all NHL championship game. This is Morning News Now.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at the latest push to curb classroom distractions and protect students' mental health. In California, the state's largest school district is now one step closer to banning students' use of cell phones during classes. That's after passing a proposal last week that would prohibit their use during the school day at all. As NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin explains, it's a move we could soon see adopted in areas across the country.
Back then, bulky brick cell phones were a rarity for teens.
Zach can't come to the phone right now. He's on his way to pick up his season tickets to detention.
Flash forward several decades, and smartphones are considered a rite of passage, and for many students, addictive.
You want to keep scrolling and scrolling.
I'm on my phone about 10 hours a day.
Everything's on the phone. Nobody really speaks face-to-face with people anymore.
School used to focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic, but with new technology comes powerful new distractions.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes. The Los Angeles Unified School District approved an in-school ban on phones and social media to try to tackle the issue.
Yes,
passes.
Experts have warned about the impacts of social media on mental health. According to the resolution, excessive cell phone use can increase anxiety and depression among students, stifle meaningful in-person interaction, and enable cyberbullying.
They'll be more present, not only with their teachers, but with one another as well.
Surgeon General Vivek Murthy appeared on Today, calling for a warning label to be added to social media sites similar to the warnings found on cigarettes and alcohol, telling Savannah and Hoda,
now, a warning label would help parents to understand these risks.
Last year, Murthy warned that social media use is a main contributor to teen depression, anxiety, and other problems. The report found up to 95% of teens between the age of 13 and 17 say they use a social media platform, with a third saying they're engaged almost constantly.
What other dangers do kids face when they're scrolling and using these apps, especially in school?
It's really not the number of hours that you're on the screen, it's where you go. The auto plays and the infinite scrolling, it's a distraction from the classroom. It's a distraction away from the teachers. It takes away their focus.
Across the country, 77% of schools prohibit cell phones at school for non-academic use. Last year, Florida became the first state to make public schools phone-free. Now, at least half a dozen other states are pushing similar legislation.
You socialize more, hung out with friends. I don't see that often anymore.
Most parents can agree they don't want their kids distracted in school, but many are worried about potential emergencies.
I think it's important for them to have a cell phone, especially these days now. You don't know what's going on.
What's happening in LA and Florida could inspire phone-free school zones across the nation, but experts warn it's not that simple.
It's easy to say no phones in schools, but how are you going to implement that? And that's why educating parents on how you talk to your young people about it, what parameters to put in place, all of that is key.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report. According to the proposal, the school board is aiming to have this new cell phone policy in place by January 2025. All right, turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, and European Union regulators say Apple is in breach of new tech rules. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen, good Monday morning to you. That's right. So European regulators are accusing Apple of violating the bloc's new tech rules. Now, they allege the company has breached the Digital Markets Act because it doesn't allow customers to be steered from the App Store to other and cheaper options. Now, today's action follows a probe regulators opened earlier this year. The EU hit Apple with a nearly $2 billion fine in March for abusing its monopoly in the market for distributing music streaming apps. CDK Global has started restoring systems used by more than 15,000 car dealers and retailers across North America. The company says the process is expected to take several days. CDK briefly shut down its systems last week after saying it was investigating a cybersecurity incident. Bloomberg has previously reported a group of hackers that's claimed responsibility has demanded millions of dollars in ransom. And it was another emotional weekend for Inside Out 2, the Disney and Pixar movie collecting another $100 million, according to ComScore. That's a record for an animated movie in its follow-up weekend. The previous best was $92 million for the Super Mario Brothers movie last year. Inside Out 2 is now the highest grossing movie of the year with $724 million worldwide, passing Dune Part 2, Stephen.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah.
I saw it with my nephews. They loved it. There were tears shed. I won't say by who.
Oh, I'm waiting for my nephew to come back from vacation so I can take him.
There you go. It's a great one. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
All right, now to the NHL Championship Series. The Edmonton Oilers are looking to complete one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history tonight in Game 7 against the Florida Panthers. The Oilers have stunned the hockey world by storming back to tie the series after falling into a 3-0 deficit, just one game shy from an elimination sweep. The puck will drop in South Florida for a winner-take-all game to determine who will lift that coveted Stanley Cup. Senior writer at The Athletic, Ian Mendez, joins us now with more on this thrilling Stanley Cup series. Good morning to you, Ian. So only one team in NHL history has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit to win a championship. That was 82 years ago when the Toronto Maple Leafs pulled it off. What went well for the Oilers to even get to this point in the series? How are things shaping up?
Yeah, Stephen, this is a remarkable turn of events because about 10 days ago, we thought the Florida Panthers were on the precipice of winning the Stanley Cup. They're up 3-0. It was just we were waiting for a coronation. And then all of a sudden, the Oilers won Game 4, and they did so in lopsided fashion. And I think that's how they were able to sort of seize momentum. They won that fourth game, Stephen, 8-1. And I think at that point, a lot of people said, we might have ourselves a series. And then they went down to Florida. They won Game 5. They won Game 6. And so here we go. It's a winner-take-all Game 7 in South Florida tonight. And there's nothing better in sports. NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, these best of sevens, when you get to a seventh game, there's nothing better. And there's nothing better than a seventh game for the championship. So this has been a remarkable turn of events. The Oilers have somehow managed to just take it one game at a time, and here we are with them sitting on a chance for history tonight. As you said, it's been basically 8 decades since we've seen something like this happen in the NHL.
This is certainly a lot more fun than a blowout. So it is one thing to make a comeback after being down 3-0, but the Oilers have completely taken over this series, though, outscoring the Panthers by 18-5 since facing elimination. Is it looking like their momentum will carry them forward here?
Well, I mean, this is what's remarkable. It's not like the Oilers are just kind of squeaking out these wins like 2-1 or 3-2 or needing overtime. They're blowing them out. Like you said, 18-5 is a pretty lopsided margin of victory for them in these three games. The problem is now they haven't played since Saturday night, since Friday night in Edmonton. So I don't know if momentum necessarily travels and takes that 3,000-mile flight from Edmonton down to Florida, because there's been 48 hours since that last game. But what the Oilers have been able to do really well here is just make the Panthers feel nervous. And I think that's been the biggest difference here, is that when you watch the games, even if you're just watching body language, the Oilers look loose, they look relaxed, they look confident. The Panthers look like deer in headlights, and it's going to be really interesting to watch how it unfolds in Game 7 tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited for it now. Where do you think, though, if they do pull it off, where will this rank in terms of greatest comebacks in sports history?
Yeah, I think it's got to be up there, Stephen. I really do. And I think for a lot of viewers, you'll remember 20 years ago, the Boston Red Sox came back from a very similar 3-0 deficit against the New York Yankees in the American League Championship Series. That to me is kind of like the gold standard for comebacks in North American sports, just because there's a ton of history between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and the Red Sox hadn't won a World Series in so many years, and they came back from 3-0. And that, to me, if the Oilers are able to pull that off tonight, I think it kind of goes in the same spot as Red Sox Yankees from 2004. Certainly, I think there's an argument to be made it's the greatest comeback in hockey history, and then you could certainly put it on the same list as Red Sox Yankees in 2004.
Yeah, certainly up there. Only have a few seconds left, Ian, but want to ask you, who do you have lifting the Stanley Cup tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, Stephen, I'm going to call overtime. How about that?
Okay.
Like, imagine a Game 7 overtime. I think you got to go with the Oilers, don't you? So I'll take the Oilers tonight in overtime, but it should be a lot of fun down in Sunrise, Florida. Yeah,
it certainly seems like it. All right, Ian Mendez, thanks so much for chatting with us about that today.
Yeah, you got it. Have a great day.
You too. All right, coming up, from the ice to the track, Team USA is looking golden nearly 1 month from the Summer Games. We'll have the highlights from this weekend's impressive Olympic trials. That's next on Morning News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Professional golfer Amy Yang won her first major on Sunday. After a couple of attempts, Yang was finally able to win the women's PGA title at the Sahali Country Club in Washington. She is the oldest major winner of the LPGA Tour since 2018. Yang stated that at one point she questioned whether she would ever win a major championship before her retirement. Yang's first 15 holes were flawless, and although she did run into some trouble near the end, she managed to get over that line and take home $1.5 million. According to the South Korean golfer, it was the longest 18 holes she ever played in her career. Congratulations to her. Well, the Paris Olympics are just 32 days away, and the U.S. Olympic swim trials are now in the books, but not before one last impressive performance. The track trials got underway with a sizzling showing from Noah Lyles. Our NBC News reporter Mark Barger recaps those highlights.
Noah Lyles launched his quest for multiple gold medals in Paris by surging down the stretch and holding off Kenny Bednarek and Fred Curley to win the 100 meters at the U.S. Olympic trials with a time of 9.83 seconds.
Part of the plan. Yeah. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Might be a shock to everybody else, but when you know the goal, you know the goal.
Elsewhere on the track, a lifetime best in the 400 punches Kendall Ellis's ticket for Paris, while in the men's event, a third-place finish was enough to push 16-year-old Quincy Wilson into the final coming up Monday night. And in the final night at the pool,
Simone Manuel, can she come up with another big clutch swim?
The Olympic veteran answered that question emphatically as the swim trials wrapped up. The four-time medalist in Rio surprised even herself a bit as she won the 50-meter freestyle by 2/100ths of a second over Gretchen Walsh.
I'm glad it happened today, that I was #1 to touch the wall. I'm very proud of myself.
At the diving trials, Andrew Capobianco earned a return trip to the Games. He won the men's 3-meter springboard. Runner-up Carson Tyler is also Paris-bound. In women's platform, it was Delaney Schnell getting the win. She'll also compete in 10-meter synchronized in her second Olympic trip. Mark Barger, NBC News.
Exciting stuff, and that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But your news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, summer sizzler. The nationwide heat wave showing no signs of cooling down as record-breaking temperatures on the East Coast leave millions sweltering. But it's a different kind of story in Iowa, where many people are being forced to evacuate from communities hit hard by severe flooding. We'll have the latest on the extreme weather gripping the country. Also this morning, with just 3 days to go until the first presidential debate of this year's election, we're looking at how both candidates are preparing for Thursday's showdown as the pre-debate war of words continues. And facing the music, Justin Timberlake returns to the stage for the first time since being arrested for allegedly driving while intoxicated. What the pop star had to say to fans about that incident. Plus, put your paws together for the world's ugliest dog. We're welcoming this year's winner, Wild Thing, on set for what should be one howl of a time. I feel so bad calling the ugliest dog. It's a cute dog there. But we do begin this hour with the heat wave, which is sizzling parts of the U.S. Tens of millions of people are under heat alerts, while 15 states are on track to set new records today. We'll have more on the forecast in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live in a steamy New York City this morning. Aaron, good morning.
For millions from coast to coast, this summer is off to a ferocious start.
It's been hot this whole week.
A relentless heat wave smashing records in the Northeast. In Philadelphia, Sunday's high of 98 degrees beat the daily record set over 135 years ago. While Washington, D.C. hit 100 degrees in June for the first time in over a decade. Other communities facing severe flooding, including Rock Valley, Iowa, where recovery efforts are ongoing after the town was submerged in floodwaters when a levee broke, forcing some residents to evacuate.
The river rose to historic levels. It's a monumental undertaking.
Iowa's governor declaring a disaster for 21 counties. In Tucson, the fire department said a woman died in an intense monsoon rainstorm, and another person died in flooding in South Dakota, where 4 rivers broke record levels. New York bracing for intense storms after a scorching hot weekend. Lifeguards at New York's Jones Beach sweating it out.
I mean, this just keeps getting worse. Like every summer, it feels like it's turning, the temperature goes up. You worried about that?
When I first started working here, it was definitely a lot cooler. It only started getting really hot towards like late July, but this year it started getting hot really early.
Scientists say there is a clear link between intense heat and human-caused climate change, meaning this extreme weather is unlikely to go anywhere anytime soon. Stephen?
All right, good to know. Aaron, thank you so much. Well, let's get a look at what we can expect for the week ahead. For your Morning News Now forecast, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Stephen, great to see you. And we can expect more heat, even some summer storms, too. But you saw Aaron's shot right where you saw the breeze, and that's some cooler air coming in from the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. So that's good news. Also, humidity levels are dropping. Those winds are bringing in that drier air. But unfortunately, the summer heat does continue in the plains, into the south central states, the southeast. And we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in a lot of spots. If you're not in the triple digits, you factor in the humidity, you're going to feel like you are. And then we're also looking at the chance for severe storms, mainly in portions of the upper Midwest. That's going to move off to the Midwest and the Great Lakes tomorrow. Notice the green, too, in New England, also upstate New York. Could see some showers and storms there. An area of low pressure is kind of spinning there. And then along the Carolinas into the southeast, could see some showers, too, even some thunderstorms, especially in parts of southern Florida. More rain for the Four Corners. We're talking monsoonal rain, so it could be heavy at times. And then we are hot and dry along the west coast, and we're looking at temperatures soaring there as well. The Pacific Northwest looking really nice today. By Wednesday, we're going to see the heat returning into portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, back into the 90s. We're going to feel warmer than that. But notice the rain, too, from New England into the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, the Mississippi Valley into the Southeast. So a lot of the east on Wednesday will be wet with showers and thunderstorms. Monsoonal rain does continue for portions of the Southwest into the Four Corners, sunning hot in the Intermountain West. And we're going to dry it out in the northern plains, and temperatures will be nice for this time of year in the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. By Friday, a chance of storms do return to the Midwest, the upper Midwest, where you see the green there and that thunderstorm. Southern warm throughout the south central states into the southeast. Could see some more rain in the Carolinas also. Portions of Florida with some showers and thunderstorms there. And then we're looking at low humidity once again in New England. Temperatures in the 70s, even low 80s. That's going to extend into portions of the Northeast. The Mid-Atlantic, you're going to be a little bit warmer there. And the Intermountain West looking really good as well. So let's talk about that heat, because still 48 million Americans under heat alerts at this hour. We're looking at some heat alerts, some heat watches, some heat warnings. And again, we're going to see those temperatures soaring into the upper 90s, if not the triple digits in some spots. And this extends all the way from the Southwest and Las Vegas. 110 today. The record is 113. So we could see some records falling in 17 states. We'll watch that for you as we go throughout this Monday. Scottsbluff, we're looking at 102. Omaha, 100 degrees. 102 in Wichita. And then temperatures in the upper 90s in Atlanta. Memphis, notice you could see the record breaking there at 100 degrees and 97 in Baton Rouge. You factor the humidity there, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Then tomorrow, that the high pressure and the heat's going to stay put. We're looking at temperatures into Salt Lake City, 100 degrees. The record there is 102. Memphis, 99. Into the 90s in Atlanta and also Jacksonville. Unfortunately, we're going to keep that heat in the south. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Dallas, you have triple digits, 100 degrees Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, feeling warmer with the humidity kind of tapped in there. Atlanta, 99 degrees on Wednesday, into the upper 90s Thursday and Friday in New York City Wednesday. That's where the heat returns, but we're right back to the 80s by Thursday, and then just typical summer heat on Friday, 82 degrees. This is what satellite radar looks like right now. Not a whole lot going on, but notice the northern plains. We're looking at some lightning there. We're going to start to see this ramp up later on this afternoon into the overnight hours. We could see some pretty gusty storms moving in with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. Could see a cluster of storms with significant wind moving from Minnesota to Wisconsin, so we'll watch that closely for you. Also could see some large hail, softball-sized hail there. Monsoonal rain, we'll watch that throughout the portions of the Four Corners, and then also that rain that I talked about in parts of New England into upstate New York. Today, 21 million people at risk for severe storms. I mentioned that really large hail, winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Can't rule out the chance of a few tornadoes as well. International Falls, Fargo, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, Waterloo, over to Green Bay, where you see that yellow shading. That is the best chance, especially from Minnesota, Wisconsin. Models are indicating that we could see that cluster of storms moving through later on today. Softball-sized hail possible. That causes damage all on its own, and also could see some flooding rains because we have a lot of humidity in the air, so any of these tropical downpours or these downpours could create some flooding conditions. That will be the same threat for tomorrow, 20 million people at risk. Notice that it moves a little bit further to the east, so now the Midwest into parts of the Great Lakes, Chicago, Peoria, Kirksville could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Not quite as strong as today. Damaging hail, not quite as big as today, which is good news, but we are concerned about flooding tomorrow. And this is why we're looking at that heaviest rain throughout Chicago into Kansas City, where you see those darker colors. Parts of the Great Lakes in the Midwest could see some really heavy rainfall tomorrow. This is why we have a cold front that's moving through, a frontal system that's going to spark the chance for those showers and storms, especially across the northern plains. And those storms, once we get that daytime heating going, kind of gives the oomph to those storms later on tonight. And then by tomorrow, Stephen, we are looking at those storms into the Midwest, and we are concerned about some flash flooding and also some damaging winds. Back to you.
This is not the summer forecast I was hoping for when I was wishing for it back in January. Oh, all right. Michelle, thanks so much.
It came quickly.
It did. Wow, sure. It did. Well, to escape that brutal heat, many Americans are heading to the beach, but officials warn to be on alert when swimming in the ocean after multiple people have already died from dangerous rip currents and even a shark attack. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is live at Jacob Riis Beach in Queens. Stephanie, good morning to you. How's it looking out there?
You know, Stephen, a lot of people in the summer is a time to enjoy the water, but it also could be a tragic reminder of just how dangerous the water is. On this beach today, we've been watching a couple of rip currents pulling the water out of the beach. This is where two teenagers went missing on Friday. The Coast Guard called off the search for them over the weekend, as we're getting terrible news out of Hawaii of a beloved surfer who was killed by a shark in Oahu. This morning, shock and sadness in Hawaii over the death of a well-known pro surfer and longtime lifeguard, 49-year-old Tamayo Perry, who officials say was killed Sunday in a shark attack. It happened while he was surfing off the north shore of Oahu.
It was one of our own city and county Honolulu lifeguards. Tamayo Perry was a lifeguard loved by all.
Perry was a champion surfer who also dabbled as a professional actor.
Get to work.
Appearing as an extra on the show Hawaii Five-0 and the film Pirates of the Caribbean. The shark attack comes just days after two teens vanished while swimming at this busy New York beach.
The wave was extremely high, and it went on top of them and sucked them over.
Officials say it happened just minutes after lifeguards went off duty.
We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still under investigation.
One of the missing teens, now identified by his family as 16-year-old Elijah Chandler. His mother stayed at the beach Saturday before authorities called off the search.
I wish he could just come out the water. They could just come out the water.
It comes amid two similar incidents in Florida. In popular Panama City Beach, officials say 3 friends from Alabama drowned Friday after getting caught in a rip current. Deja Merchant says she watched her boyfriend Jamonde Ray and his 2 friends get swept away.
He's just a loving and kind person. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I can't call him.
Just a day earlier in Stewart Beach, another deadly rip current took the lives of Brian Warder and his girlfriend Erica Wishard. Rip currents are narrow strips of water moving away from shore that can form when wind blows towards the beach. Moving at speeds of more than 5 miles an hour, they can become impossible to outswim. Stephen, it is almost impossible to outswim a rip current, and we give this advice every year. If you feel yourself being pulled out to sea, don't fight it. Try to swim parallel to the beach, and then when you're no longer being pulled out, try then to get into shore. Also, make sure you're swimming someplace where a lifeguard can see you, Stephen.
Important information. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And turning now to the race for the White House and the highly anticipated first presidential debate between President Biden and former President Trump. They are going head-to-head on Thursday night in Atlanta. Both campaigns have spent the last several days gearing up for the 90-minute debate, with both sides agreeing to new rules, which include no audience and no use of notes. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. This is a high-stakes face-off coming in the peak of the heat of summer, and it's far earlier in the presidential calendar than we've seen for generations of past debates. Now, preparing themselves differently, President Biden is working with his closest aides in formal rehearsals, while Mr. Trump said his campaign appearances, courting evangelicals this weekend and base voters, that's what's getting him ready.
Debate week is here.
Will anybody be watching the debate on Thursday night?
President Biden in extended prep sessions at Camp David.
Mr. President, how is debate prep going?
This much-anticipated presidential showdown could be a pivotal event that shakes up a consistently tight race. The Biden campaign out with a new memo predicting two distinct visions for the future on stage in Atlanta, announcing 300 debate night watch parties and 1,600 volunteer events across battleground states, defining the choice and their opponent.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and the American people have to sit in that for a second. The person who wants to be president has to go sit with his probation officer before he actually goes to the debate, and so it is just a fact.
Former President Trump teasing that he has already made the big choice on a running mate.
Have you decided who your vice president is?
Pick Tulsi!
In my mind, yeah.
Do they know?
No, nobody knows.
North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum is on the VP shortlist.
He's got a lot of great choices, and I think everybody, the whole country maybe knows my background, which is both success in business and success as in the executive branch as governing.
Today is the second anniversary of the Dobbs decision that ended a national right to abortion. The First Lady campaigned Sunday arguing that reproductive rights will be decisive.
Women put Joe Biden in the White House, and women are going to keep him there.
And the Biden campaign is seizing on that two-year anniversary. The president is out with a new ad and statement saying that Donald Trump is solely responsible for the overturning of Roe. And his campaign says that remains a potent issue for independent and women voters. While this weekend, Mr. Trump took credit for moving abortion rights back to the states to decide, as he urged Christians to vote in greater numbers. Stephen?
A lot to watch coming up on Thursday. Kelly, thank you so much. And we'll have much more on the first presidential debate hosted by CNN throughout the week. Join NBC News for a special coverage of the debate, which gets underway Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the debate beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific time. You can watch that on NBC News Now and on NBC. Well, as we just heard, today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, setting into motion a series of major legal battles over reproductive rights in America. 21 states have now either restricted or banned abortion procedures since the ruling was overturned. Many people have spoken out about the difficulties they face since those laws were put into place, from not receiving care in the emergency room to life-threatening journeys across state lines for a procedure. Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for an interview on Morning Joe, a warning of that fight ahead.
Madam Vice President, 2 years to the day that Roe was overturned. What's at stake in this election?
Everything is at stake. And fundamentally, on this issue, it's about freedom. And every person of whatever gender should understand that if such a fundamental freedom, such as the right to make decisions about your own body, can be taken, be aware of what other freedoms may be at stake.
Well, the vice president is expected to appear at two events today as part of President Biden's campaign to mark the 2-year point since the court's ruling. Mr. Biden has used reproductive rights to rally voters and try to get them to the polls come November. All right, turning to Arkansas, where state police have announced that a fourth victim of a grocery store shooting has now died. The 81-year-old woman passed away Saturday night following a shooting at the Mad Butcher grocery store in a town 70 miles south of Little Rock. The suspect is in custody. However, 13 people were struck in that shooting spree. That includes 2 law enforcement officers, according to state police. None of the 4 deceased victims are officers. Joining us now for more on this is NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar. Priya, good morning to you. So what are the latest details that we're hearing from law enforcement, and what do we know about these other victims?
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, as you mentioned, 81-year-old Ellen Shroom is the latest victim to die as of Saturday night in the Dallas County Medical Center as she was fighting for her life. But 3 other victims passed away on Friday when the shooting happened. 23-year-old Callie Weems, who was a nurse, and her mother told us, I was in Arkansas over the weekend and got an opportunity to speak with her mother, Helen Browning, that she was off from her job as a nurse that day when she went grocery shopping. She leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter. In addition to that, 50-year-old Roy Sturgis also passed away on Friday. He is described as a devoted dad to his daughter, Hannah. And then also 62-year-old Shirley Taylor. I got an opportunity to speak with her daughter, Angela Ashley, and she said that her mom was a homebody. She liked to crochet, garden, and cook. Let's take a listen to what their family members had to say about their loved ones.
She was the most hardworking woman I've ever known in my life. She always put her family first.
Most beautiful smile, a laughter that just filled the room full of joy. Sweetest girl.
To know her was to love her.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And, you know, this is such a small town, only 4,000 people. Most of the people I spoke to know someone who was inside of that grocery store. So this is a tragedy that's hitting basically everyone who lived there, Stephen.
So awful, heartbroken for that whole community. Priya, also oddly, this is the 3rd mass shooting at a U.S. grocery store in just 3 years. So I know you also mentioned the injuries for other victims there. What do we know about them, including those police officers who were also injured?
That's right. So 14 people total were shot, including the suspect, who has since been released from the Dallas County Medical Center and is currently in custody in the local jail. He's expected to make his first court appearance today. There were also 2 law enforcement officers who were shot. It was non-life-threatening injuries. They have also been released from the Dallas County Medical Center. And then 11 civilians, 4 of them died, as I mentioned. Of the remaining 7, as of yesterday afternoon, 4 of them were still in the hospital. 5 women were shot and 2 men. They range in ages from 20 to 65 years old. The Arkansas State Police did tell us that 1 woman is still in critical condition and fighting for her life. So as you can imagine, Stephen, everyone in the community of Fordyce and across Arkansas is just praying that they make a recovery.
Oh, certainly praying that as well. And we don't have a lot of time here left, but I wanted to ask about this suspect, the 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey. Have the police said anything about a motive yet?
Yeah, so law enforcement officers who were briefed on this shooting say that there are no indications that his motive had anything to do with any sort of extremism or hate crimes. We don't know that he has had any sort of criminal record. So the motive is something that's still under investigation by the Arkansas State Police at this time, Stephen.
All right, Priya, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. And coming up, breaking his silence, Justin Timberlake is back on stage for the first time since that DWI charge. What he's telling fans about that incident, that's coming up next.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu facing mounting criticism for his stance on the war with Hamas. In an interview over the weekend with Israeli media, Netanyahu once again said he would be open to a partial ceasefire in exchange for some of the hostages being held by Hamas. But when asked if he would end the war, he refused. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv with the latest.
Good morning. We just heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night. He said he's willing to make a partial deal with Hamas to free those remaining hostages, but he's sticking to his position that Hamas must be destroyed before the war ends.
Israel's prime minister doubling down on his criticism of the U.S. as the sparring match between Washington and Jerusalem enters its second week. There was a dramatic drop in the supply of armaments arriving from the U.S. to Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu said. American officials have spent the past week denying that the U.S. has slowed weapons deliveries to Israel.
We generally do not know what he's talking about.
But even as Netanyahu continued attacking his American allies, he said the fight against Israel's enemies in Gaza would start to slow. The intensive phase of the war against Hamas is about to end, he said. Netanyahu said that will allow his army to concentrate on the northern border, where Israel's fight against Hezbollah, an Iran-backed militia group, is heating up. Last week, Hezbollah's leader released ominous surveillance footage of major Israeli cities and military installations, boasting about the reach of his group's drones. We went to Kiryat Shmona, an Israeli city on Lebanon's border. It's been a ghost town since the fighting began last October.
In the nearly 9 months since this community was evacuated, feelings here have gone from fear to anger to calls for war. What came inside here? Right in through here.
This city voted overwhelmingly for Netanyahu. Now they're furious with him.
Do you feel as though the government has abandoned the North?
Unfortunately, yes. Every day that passes and the situation stays the same, he told me, and they do nothing to bring us back to our homes. American diplomats worry that a major Israeli offensive against Hezbollah could spark a region-wide war. But many in this displaced community see more war as the only path to peace.
And this violence in the Middle East may be once again spilling over into American streets. There were clashes last night between pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protesters in front of a synagogue in Los Angeles.
All right, Matt Bradley, thanks so much. Well, back here in the States, pop star Justin Timberlake is speaking out for the first time since being arrested for intoxicated driving last week. Timberlake addressed a sold-out Chicago crowd on Friday, thanking them for their support. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
We've been together through ups and downs and lefts and rights.
In his first concert since he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated, Justin Timberlake breaking his silence on stage in front of a crowd in Chicago.
It's been a tough week, but you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
During a roughly 2-minute talk in the middle of his set, the pop superstar speaking candidly.
I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect him to say anything more than that.
Longtime fan Zach Moss was at the concert.
He literally was wiping away tears while he was saying it. So I think he just kind of caught himself off guard and said what he needed to say when he said it.
The 43-year-old multi-Grammy winner was arrested last week in Sag Harbor, New York. According to court documents, police pulled Timberlake over after he failed to stop at a stop sign and swerved in 2 different places. In surveillance video seen here, a vehicle appearing to match the description of the one Timberlake was driving that night was also captured in the same area. Sag Harbor PD have not responded to NBC News' request to confirm the vehicle in the video is Timberlake's. According to the complaint, Officer Michael Arkinson determined Timberlake was intoxicated on the scene. Timberlake told the police that he had one martini and followed his friends home. Arkinson, a 23-year-old on the force, now at the center of this high-profile arrest, was only just a year old at the time of NSYNC's iconic single, Bye Bye Bye. Now with Timberlake's world tour still in full force, the singer now facing the music ahead of his next court hearing.
And our thanks to Chloe Melas for that report. Timberlake's next stop is right here in New York City, headlining Madison Square Garden for 2 nights starting tomorrow. His next court date is scheduled for July. NBC News has reached out to the singer as well as Officer Michael Arkinson, but have not yet heard back. Well, coming up, chewing it over. Why a new social media trend for chewing so-called facial fitness gum to tone your jawline is leaving some parents and mental health experts concerned. We'll have more on that coming up next.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new trend on TikTok that is targeting teenage boys. It's a special type of chewing gum that the makers claim will help get the, quote, perfect jawline. Some psychologists, though, are worried this hyper-focus on appearance could worsen an already dire youth mental health crisis. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian spoke with one mom about her concern for her 12-year-old son.
You know how we do it.
A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret, you can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care. but it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliner saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
All right, and here to explain the science behind a product or a trend like this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, thanks for being with us this morning. So this gum promises to tone and tighten more than 57 facial and neck muscles, and that will allegedly create the, quote, perfect jawline. Is that even possible? What's actually happening when they chew this gum?
Yeah, Stephen, I wish there were some science behind it, but there is literally no science and no facts behind this. It is all, unfortunately, not just social media hype, but it's distorting people's minds, as you just heard Yasmin reporting. So what's really happening is that you're using your jaw muscles, the masseter muscles, to kind of chew and chew. Think about what you're doing when you're chewing any food. You're using muscles to chew, but that's not actually changing your jawline. Your jawline is determined by the actual skeletal kind of part of your jaw, which you can't alter. And all it's actually doing is creating hypertrophy. You can actually make those muscles bigger, and then it can actually distort the way your mouth looks. It can have the unintended consequence of not giving you a sleek jawline, but giving you these enlarged muscles and potentially exacerbating some health issues like headaches, kind of TMJ, if you've ever heard of that, and some joint pain as well.
Yeah, and it completely takes all the fun out of chewing gum.
Chewing gum, that's right.
Dr. Patel, though, this trend, it is actually concerning for so many parents because of the implications it could have on their children's mental health. There's a recent survey from Mental Health Foundation showing a quarter of boys say their body image causes them to worry often or always. So we often talk about the body image in terms of girls, but what could this mean? How could this trend impact boys moving forward?
Stephen, I'm living this. I have a 9-year-old boy, and I'm watching it kind of come out because you're right. We do emphasize, and it is absolutely true that the destruction on girls and boys is equal, not just social media, but kind of our body images and kind of the way we talk about body imaging with boys. And we don't do enough of it. We don't really talk about the fact that boys are having a lot of the same thoughts, like, how do I look? What are the perceptions? You just showed clips of Justin Timberlake when he was in his teen years. So much of those images shape not just what boys think, but young men. And then they grow up to also then, unfortunately, propagate this unintentionally. So this does exacerbate a lot of mental health issues. And it just reminds us, Stephen, that it starts at such a young age. Like, it starts literally once they start seeing images or even these ads, which are targeted to boys, because you just feel like, what's wrong with chewing gum? My kids chew gum. Oh, but if you chew this kind of gum, you'll look this way.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a great point. You mentioned your 9-year-old, Dr. Patel. Quickly, I'm just curious, what advice do you have for parents who want to get ahead of this?
Listen, don't fight it. If you want to jump in like I did and say, no, 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 that's all wrong, that's the wrong instinct. You have to hear them out. You have to actually get them to trust you, talk to you, and then educate them and just say, that actually won't change much. I know you like gum, and I know you kind of think this might change the way your face looks, or maybe someone was making fun of you because of the way your face looks. Let's talk about that. And then the final thing is to just model it, because I think they see us looking at things or looking at images, scrolling on phones and looking at certain things. And we have to stop and remind and say, I'm looking at this, but this is not reality. Like, what we have is reality. So I think that's the most important point, Stephen.
Some great advice there. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, coming up, going green in Paris. We'll take a look at how a French city is cutting its carbon footprint, the French city, cutting its carbon footprint as it prepares to host the Summer Olympics. That's coming up next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me 40 bucks.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. This morning, some auto dealerships are breathing a sigh of relief after a cyber attack. A retail technology provider saying it's now started to restore their systems. This announcement from the company CDK, which provides software to car dealerships, comes after they briefly shut down last week because of that cyber attack. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Now to what's making financial headlines, and the Justice Department considering bringing criminal charges against Boeing after an investigation. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, good morning to you. That's right. U.S. prosecutors are reportedly recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing after finding the company violated a settlement related to the fatal crashes of two 737 MAX jets. Now, Reuters says the government must decide by July 7th whether to charge Boeing. Last month, officials determined the company breached an agreement from 2021 that shielded it from criminal prosecution in those crashes as long as it overhauled its compliance practices. Boeing has said it's honored the terms of the settlement. Meta Platforms has discussed combining its generative AI model with Apple's recently announced AI system for the iPhone, Apple Intelligence. The Wall Street Journal reports the potential deal comes as Apple plans to add technology from other AI companies to its devices, including long-term search partner Google and AI startup Anthropic. The talks have involved the AI companies selling premium subscriptions to their services through Apple. And an AI startup backed by NVIDIA wants to help you with your next big presentation. Synthesia showing off new tools today, including the ability to create avatars using just your phone or webcam and full body avatars with hands and arms. The company says the avatars can be used for a wide range of purposes, such as custom training videos for employees and generating promotional material. It says in the future it will be able to tailor AI avatars for different countries, Stephen.
Full body avatars.
Full body, arms and legs, the whole thing.
I'm going to pass for now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Silvana,
We'll see.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
All right, there is now just over 1 month to go until the opening ceremony kicks off this year's Olympic Games in Paris. And for many events, we'll watch the competition from venues which have been around for years or even over a century. It's a big part of how Paris was able to cut its carbon footprint compared to previous Olympics. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane joins me now with more on this and how Paris is sort of embracing the past to help the climate future. You were actually just there taking a look at it. What'd you learn?
Yeah, so when you look at the last couple of Summer Olympics in Tokyo and Rio, roughly half of their carbon emissions were from construction. So when Paris was trying to decide, hey, how are we going to cut our carbon footprint, they saw a real opportunity there, not just in limiting what they choose to build, but also the way that they build it. Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower. And most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be use. Do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the Games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC. Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey. As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues.
And LA28 also just updated their plans for their venues, Stephen. A couple of interesting things. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is going to host track and field, which will make it the first and only venue to host Olympic track and field 3 times.
Wow.
Another interesting thing is the LA Rams Stadium in Inglewood. They're actually going to host swimming in there. So an NFL stadium hosting swimming, nearly 40,000 fans. It has that transparent roof with the sunlight coming in. Should be a pretty spectacular place to watch Olympic swimming.
Excellent, and everybody wins there.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much. All right, coming up, looking a bit rough. The world's ugliest dog joins us live on set, hot on the paws of his victory over the weekend. How Wild Thing hounded out the competition to win that coveted title. That's coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back now with a new era in Taylor Swift's love story with Travis Kelce. The singer brought her boyfriend on stage for the first time last night at her Eras Tour concert in London, and Swifties, they swooned as Travis Kelce performed with Swift and her dancers for the intro to her song, I Can Do It With a Broken Heart. Videos posted on social media show Kelce carrying Swift to a couch brushing her face with makeup and showing off some dance moves even. All with a big smile on his face, of course. Last night's performance capped off a whirlwind weekend across the pond for the couple. Earlier this weekend, Swift posted a selfie with Kelsey alongside some royal VIPs. Prince William, Prince George, and Princess Charlotte attended that Friday night show. Congratulations to them. Pretty cool. Well, there is officially a new title holder for the world's ugliest dog. The much anticipated competition was held in California over the weekend, and this year, Wild Thing finally got his moment to shine. He was crowned the winning dog after entering the contest 5 times. His hair has never been brushed. Wow. And his tongue perpetually flops out there. So adorable. But this furry face is sure to make you swoon. We'll get to meet Wild Thing in just a moment. Very excited about that one. Also excited to talk to NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz. You were one of the judges over the weekend. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, world's ugliest correspondent gets to judge the world's ugliest dog competition. Yeah, this competition is all about giving ugly dogs their moment to shine. And we got to be a judge again this year. And as we searched for the canine with the roughest mug in the country, there was one above all the rest.
When your furry friend is up for the title of the world's ugliest dog, there can be some mixed emotions. From excitement.
We think our dogs are the best in the world.
To acceptance.
What made you want to enter this year?
It's the public suggestion.
And maybe even a little denial.
I thought that she would be the most beautiful ugly dog.
But at this annual competition in Petaluma, California, the only offensive thing you can call these canines is cute. The scene may be unsightly to some, but for those here,
I don't think they're ugly. They're adorable.
it's the dog's inner beauty that shines through.
Ugly has 4 letters, but so does cute.
Still, in a contest where looks are everything,
Twiggy, you are the belle of the ball.
some pups came dressed to impress, while others relied on their natural novelty.
This hair is to die for.
Thank you. It's natural.
But the talk of the town was a returning vet. And I recognize this face. Where is that face? Right there. This loose-tongued hairball is Wild Thing, an 8-year-old Pekingese who hoped after 5 tries he'd finally be named the ugliest.
He's always the bridesmaid.
But don't let the furry faces fool you. These contestants weren't shy about sniffing out the competition. Others just wanted to keep their eye on it, like Rome, who seemed to travel with an empire of fans.
And he loves all the attention.
It all came down to one final chance to put their most repugnant paw forward.
Look at that Beyonce hair. I mean, goodness.
Before my fellow judges and I tally the tail wags and we're ready to crown a winner.
The world's ugliest dog is Wild Thing!
Finally, giving this ugly dog his day.
All right, Stephen, without further ado.
I'm so excited.
Wild Thing! You make our hearts sing. This is the world's ugliest dog, and this is Wild Thing's human. This is Anne with us today, Anne Lewis.
Hello.
And, I mean,
yeah, wow,
what do you
Wild
think?
Thing. The tongue alone, it looks almost like a wig that Wild Thing is wearing. And congratulations on the big win, first of all. What made you enter Wild Thing back 5 years ago when you first started this? And what does it feel like to now finally win?
Yeah, actually, we did it on a dare. Somebody
Oh.
said, that's the ugliest dog I've ever seen. You've got to enter him in the ugly dog contest. And I thought, what the heck?
Yeah.
And that was 5 years ago. First year, he did nothing, but we had so much fun at the show.
Well, last year, second place.
Yes.
The year before that, second place. The year before that, second place.
Wow, runner up.
So he was always a bridesmaid.
Now he's a top dog. Look at this guy. Can we walk him?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta see this.
Come here, Wild Thing. Come here, Wild Thing. Look at this walk. It's kind of like a little Roomba. Come here, Wild Thing. Wild Thing, come on. Come on. Come on over here.
This feels a little surreal.
Look at this. Okay, watch it.
He's hiding.
And he is such a hot little dog. He is the hottest dog.
Oh, yeah.
He actually has
wearing
ice,
fur
right?
coat.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. He sits on ice. Look at this. There he goes. Hi, guy. Hi.
Yeah, guys, you said he looked like moves like a Roomba. I totally
Yes,
see that.
like an Ewok Roomba.
An Ewok, that's exactly what I see here.
So tell us what was happening at the airport when people would see him on
Oh, he got bombarded. He was in the crate most of the time, but as soon as we took him out of the crate, people were coming up to us. They've seen him on TV, and They had to have their pictures taken with them, and it's like I said, it's all about the cause. So
all about the cause. That's right. And he's actually helped save some dogs in in Ukraine, right?
Yes, on his internet site or her Netflix Instagram site, we had a Save the Ukrainian Pekingese, and there was a Pekingese, some Pekingese in the war zone, and we were actually able to get 9 out of the Ukraine, through Poland, through Turkey, 2 into Canada, and 7 into the United States in different homes.
Such a good cause.
So it really worked out, and he's also an advocate for vaccines. The reason why he looks the way he looks is because we had a rescue dog, and it contracted distemper, and when it did, unfortunately, he caught it. And thousands of dollars later, the other dog sadly didn't make it. But because he had his first set of vaccines, he survived.
Wow.
Incredible.
So he's also an avid supporter of please get your dogs vaccinated.
A great cause. Wild Thing doing a whole lot of good.
Yes.
Yeah, we love to hear that.
He's such a little pillow. I'm going to come sit down over
Yeah,
here.
please do. What breed is...
He's a Pekingese.
He's a Pekingese. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, and that tongue. The hair. Have you ever given him a short haircut, or have you kept it?
He's never had a haircut.
Wow.
Never had a haircut.
That's
No.
incredible.
I
wonder how
keeping it
small
long.
he'd be under there. All right.
He's about 8 pounds.
8 pounds.
And like 5 of it is like fur.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just quickly here, what are you going to do to celebrate this big win?
I think I'm going to give him a big apple. And we're also going to celebrate with some root beer.
He likes
Some
apples
Mug
and root beer.
Well, actually, Mug Root Beer sponsored the event, and they are even going to have a special commemorative can with his picture on it called Mug, Ugly Mug.
A collector's item,
they
for
can
sure.
actually go on Mug Root Beer's Instagram site to enter a contest to win these special commemorative root
Very
beers.
cool. We'll definitely take a look at that. Ann Lewis, Wild Thing, Gotti Schwartz, thank you all for being here. Made my morning. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now.
Thank you.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, Mother Nature's extreme show of force to start off the summer. From severe storms tearing through several states with heavy rain, flooding, and tornadoes, to dangerous record-breaking heat across the country. We have team coverage with what to expect as you start your work week. Also this morning, Donald Trump's motion to dismiss his classified documents case going before a judge in Florida. We'll break down the arguments from both sides as a marathon of hearings continues. And just 3 days until the first presidential debate, speculation grows about who Trump's VP pick will be.
I've had conversations with the president, and I know that he is the only one who will be making the decisions on who will be his vice president.
We'll bring you the latest from the campaign trail. Plus, underwater dangers, a renewed warning from safety officials after nearly a dozen deaths at the beach, what you need to know about rip currents, and how you can keep your loved ones safe. And Team USA going for gold, a strong showing from America's top athletes with the Summer Games nearly 1 month away. We'll have the results from this weekend's impressive Olympic trials. A lot to get to this morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah today. And we start this Monday morning with the scorching heat wave that's breaking temperature records in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic region. Tens of millions of people are waking up under heat alerts as new records are possible in 15 more states today across the plains and the Southeast. Some heat indices could reach up to 110 degrees. While in Iowa, the governor there issuing a disaster declaration for 21 counties after a levee broke, submerging one town and prompting evacuations. Some scientists say climate change is driving these extreme weather events. And our team is tracking that extreme heat. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman standing by with the forecast. But we start with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who is on the ground in a steamy New York City.
Hey there, it was an absolutely scorching weekend here in New York City and beyond. Out in Philadelphia, it was 98 degrees, beating a record from 1888 in Washington, D.C. It reached 100 degrees in June for the first time in over a decade. And then out in the Midwest, there was some severe flooding in Iowa, in Rock Valley. Disaster declared there for 21 counties after a levee broke, forcing evacuation situations. In Arizona, a woman died in Tucson in a monsoon. And then in South Dakota, another death. 4 river levels broken there as well. And then you had tornado warnings over the weekend from Massachusetts to New York. Now, scientists are pointing to climate change. They say that this extreme heat is directly linked to climate change. So this looks like this whole situation could get nothing but worse. Back to you.
More bad news there, Aaron. Thank you. And for more on that record heat and some possible severe thunderstorms looming in the Midwest, let's get a look at your morning news now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Stephen. So good to see you. And yeah, we're going to see summer storms. We're going to see the summer heat continuing. The good news is we're seeing a reprieve in the Northeast, also the Mid-Atlantic. So hot the past couple of days. Today, much, much better. We have another break tomorrow, and then we kind of turn up the heat in the Mid-Atlantic once again on Wednesday before we start to go back down. But we do have heat across the country. 48 million people impacted by heat alerts. We have heat advisories. That's where you see the orange. We have heat watches. We have heat warnings. And we're going to see temperatures into the triple digits. We're going to see heat indices 105 to 110 in some spots. From the plains down to the southeast, the numbers will be high as we go throughout today. Also tomorrow, we're going to hold on to that heat as we go throughout most of this week. So excessive heat once again. Sioux Falls today 94, but notice the number next to it. Once you factor in the humidity, it will feel like 105. It's going to feel like 104 in Wichita, feeling like 105 in Dallas. 110 is what you will feel like in Little Rock. And we're looking at temperatures into the 90s in Birmingham, Raleigh, Brunswick, Tampa, but triple digits is what it's going to feel like once you factor in that humidity. So be careful today. You want to hydrate, stay indoors if you can, if you have air conditioning. If you need to work outdoors, try to find some shade, and certainly drink lots of water as you go throughout the day. Then tomorrow, we're going to see those numbers into the 90s once again. Could see 100 degrees in some spots. But again, when you factor in that humidity, it will feel like 105 to 110 in spots. Oklahoma City, 106 will be the heat index tomorrow. We're looking at 96 as a heat index in Atlanta, 111 in Tallahassee, and 91 degrees in Tampa. But the heat index will be 103. We're going to be sweating in the south as we go throughout Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Look at Dallas. Triple digits for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's without the heat index. And Jacksonville, you're going to be hot too, into the mid-90s, 95 by Thursday, 94 on Friday. So that is the big story as we go throughout the day. Also looking at the chance for severe storms in the upper Midwest. We're looking at the chance for really strong winds over 75 miles per hour. Could see some really large hail as well. Cooler highs, as I mentioned, in New England, also parts of the Northeast. But notice in New England, you see a little green there. Also upstate New York, that's where we could see some showers, some storms, some showers falling in parts of the southeast into Florida as well, especially southern Florida. Could see some heavier showers there. Monsoon storms in the southwest, the Four Corners, and we're looking at sunshine in the Pacific Northwest. Temperatures not bad there, but we're going to be heating up in California once again. Summer storms, we're looking at that frontal system crossing the northern plains. That's going to spark the chance of some severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon into the late overnight hours. Storms ramping up later on tonight. We can see some really strong winds, some hail. So we're going to watch this very closely as we go throughout this Monday. Models indicating that we could see winds gusting over 75 miles per hour. Then tomorrow, that widespread risk from Nebraska all the way to Michigan, damaging winds once again, some large hail, and also the chance of a few tornadoes. Could see a couple tornadoes today as well. As you can see in parts of the northern plains, we're looking at lightning this morning, also seeing that heavy rain where you see those darker colors. This is going to ramp up as we go throughout the afternoon hours into the overnight hours as we kind of add in that daytime heating. And we're also seeing some hail and also some lightning and thunder in portions of Iowa as we go throughout the later part of today. 21 million people at risk for damaging winds 2 inches or larger. Could see some winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are possible as well, especially where you see the yellow, Fargo to Minneapolis, Des Moines, Madison, also Omaha. Then tomorrow, we'll kind of see it shift a little bit to the east. So now we're talking about Des Moines, once again, Kirksville, also Chicago into Peoria. So it's the Great Lakes into the Midwest. 20 million people at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, an inch or larger. Also, a few tornadoes are possible. Could see some heavy rain too. We're concerned about flooding rains tomorrow, especially where you see those oranges, the reds, the yellows. Chicago, you could see some flooding rains tomorrow, also north of Indianapolis. But anywhere where you see this rain falling, the green, also you could see some really heavy rainfall over the next couple of days. Stephen?
All right, a lot going on. Michelle, thanks for that very thorough update. We appreciate it. All right, and turning now to former President Donald Trump's legal battles, which continue now in Florida as a 3-day marathon of hearings for the federal classified documents case moves forward. Court is set to resume this morning to deal with several outstanding motions submitted by Trump's legal team. At least 2 of these motions are asking to have special counsel Jack Smith removed and ultimately dismissing the case. The trial, which was initially set to begin last month, has been plagued with delays and is now postponed indefinitely. Trump faces several charges in this case, accusing him of illegally holding top secret files at his Mar-a-Lago property and obstructing the FBI's efforts to have those files returned. The former president has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins me now with more on this. So, Danny, let's recap how we left all of this on Friday, which seems like a long time ago now. Judge Cannon holding that 4-hour hearing to talk about whether Jack Smith should have even been appointed, if that was constitutional at all. Remind us of what happened and what we're looking ahead to now.
So we have 3 different motions, essentially. On Friday, the argument was that the appointment of Jack Smith was unconstitutional. This is an argument that has been tried before. It is a long-shot argument. But, Stephen, as a defense attorney, a lot of your arguments are long-shot arguments. You make them, you know you're probably going to lose at the trial court, and you hope maybe on appeal, if things go bad, that you might have some issue that could result in a new trial or an overturning of a conviction. But again, this is a long shot, but you got to try what you're going to try. What's interesting to me is just how much briefing and how much evidence Judge Cannon has taken on this issue. Even at the end of the hearing, she asked for additional briefing on the issue. I get it. Judges want to get all the information they can get, but there's got to be a point where you say, I've got enough, I can make a decision.
Yeah, that was a long hearing already. And so today the judge is set to hear the arguments about these 2 motions, one from the defense funding Smith's position to begin with, and the other one from the prosecution about a potential gag order for Trump in this case. How do you see these playing out today?
Yeah, in the federal system, it's not exactly called a gag order. It's really just a motion to modify conditions of release, really affecting the bail issue. And so what the government's saying is that because the law requires or focuses on the threat to the public, that the conditions of release should be modified to order Trump to not speak about things like he did with the FBI search warrant application or the documents, which contain some boilerplate language that, hey, by the way, FBI agents carry firearms and, you know, they're authorized to use deadly force. The problem is that Trump turned that into they're trying to kill me. And here's the thing with gag orders of all kinds. On each side, there's an argument, there's a concern. On the one hand, we shouldn't silence people, even criminal defendants, just because the judge or the prosecution doesn't like what they're saying. But on the other hand, if there is a credible threat to the government and government agents, and normally with any other defendant that you've never heard of, if he gets on Twitter or X and says something bad about the government, they're prosecuting me, they have it in for me, nobody cares. But we've never had a defendant like this before who can get on social media and rally people without actually saying the thing he wants them to do, but by essentially suggesting it through some other statement. There could be a real threat there. The problem is a lot of it is like a Rorschach test. You know, how do you know what exactly Trump is asking his followers to do or signaling them to do? So it's a tough balancing test, and the judge, I expect, might take a lot of time on this one, too.
Yeah, more uncharted territory there. Let's quickly get to this last question. The judge will hear arguments for the affidavits on the Mar-a-Lago search, and it could ultimately lead to a Franks hearing. Walk us through what a Franks hearing is.
A Franks hearing is basically a hearing named after a Supreme Court case, Franks v. Delaware, and it's where you challenge the truth of the statements that go into a search warrant. In order to search your home, the government has to go to a judge, a magistrate, and give them an affidavit and say, this is all the stuff that we believe makes out probable cause, because probable cause is the magic language that you need to make your search warrant constitutional. So the judge hears this stuff. It's ex parte. It means it's one-sided. Obviously, the defense is not there in the room. So the judge decides, OK, well, the FBI agent says we've got these communications, all this stuff shows probable cause. The defense, after the fact, after the search warrant's been executed, can challenge that in a hearing and say, hey, the information that this agent gave the judge was false, and therefore the entire search warrant's no good, and therefore all the evidence obtained should be thrown out. It's, again, another long shot, but if successful, wow, it could throw out a large swath of evidence.
Throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks, it sounds like.
It's our job. It's all we do.
Danny Ceballos, thanks so much. All right, now to more Decision 2024. With just 3 days to go until the first presidential debate, preparations and anticipation ramping up ahead of that big night. President Biden and former President Trump will debate Thursday night in Atlanta for 90 minutes without a live audience present. For more on what we can expect, we're joined by NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Good morning to you both. And Vaughn, let's start with you and the Trump campaign. We're less than a month away now until the Republican National Convention kicks off in Milwaukee. What do we know about former President Trump's search for a running mate? Where do things stand right now?
Look at the timeline that we're looking at, Steve. We're looking at July 15th, which is just 3 weeks from today. That is the beginning of the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump's name will formally be put into nomination, as well as his running mate's name. And so we should expect over the next 21 days to get a name. And the question is who? Just this weekend, he held the campaign rally on Saturday in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And before going to that rally, he stopped at a restaurant where our colleagues Dasha Burns and Jake Traylor were, and they shouted a question to him about whether he had determined who his VP running mate this go-around is going to be. Of course, Mike Pence, who was his vice president back 4 years ago, they ended on not great terms after January 6th. Mike Pence went forward with the counting of electoral votes, and that is what led Donald Trump to look for a new VP mate. And when asked that question by our colleagues whether he had come up with his decision, he said, "In my head, yes." But exactly who is that? It's not clear. He did indicate, however, that that person will be in Atlanta, Georgia for that debate on Thursday night alongside of him. So we'll see if we get any clues from there.
Well, it'd be good to have some answers. The speculation on that has been going for what seems like forever now. And Ali, let's bring you in here now on how President Biden is preparing for this week's debate. What do we know about his strategy going into Thursday?
Yeah, Stephen. Well, President Biden is continuing to use the perks of his position to prep for Thursday night. He's been at Camp David since Thursday night, really deep in these intensive debate preparation sessions that are being led by his former chief of staff, Ron Klain. And this is really an all hands on deck process. You have the president surrounded by some of his closest allies, advisors, campaign staffers. These are people like National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, his campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, as well as his personal lawyer, former White House counsel Bob Bauer, who is reprising his role playing former President Trump during these mock debate sessions that the president is doing. And all of these people are lending their expertise, their experiences to the president as he pores over policy material to be able to, on the debate stage Thursday night, contrast his vision, his record with that of former President Trump's. They're also honing responses to what they see as the inevitable, these personal jabs they expect former President Trump to take on President Biden around his age, his mental fitness. And they're also preparing the president for possibly some things, some factors in the room on Thursday night that may take him and as well as former President Trump out of their comfort zone. We know that this debate on Thursday night is going to enact some strict speaking limitations. There's also going to be a ban on speaking with their staffers during breaks as well as notes. And there, of course, will not be any audience in the room on Thursday night, Stephen.
Yes, and I'm excited to see how the muting the microphones will actually play out on Thursday, Ali. And Ali, on that front, I wanted to ask you about this recent Fox News poll showing President Biden with a 2-point lead over Mr. Trump, falling within the margin of error there. It's expected the president is going to have this tactic as part of his strategy to bring up Trump's felony convictions during the debate. That's expected to happen. What more can you tell us about that tactic?
Yeah, and we heard more about that from Biden campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu, who was on Meet the Press yesterday. And he hinted that the president would seize on Thursday night on that felony conviction in former President Trump's hush money trial last month in New York City, saying that the president would talk about that and really call attention to the fact that now the former president is a, quote, twice impeached felony criminal. And this follows this pattern the Biden team has taken in recent weeks to really seize and lean in on that conviction after, remember, for months, the president avoided talking about the former president's legal woes. And some Democrats criticized him for that decision. Now the Biden team leaning into that. They have a new ad out talking about this felony conviction. And they say that that's really just the beginning, that they're planning to continue to keep that in the spotlight to really draw a contrast between these two men leading into November, guys.
And Vaughn, how about on the former president's side? How's Trump preparing for the debate?
It's not exactly clear, if I may, Steve. It's not what President Biden is doing. He has not gone to an isolated area and is not apparently, according to at least campaign advisors, doing mock debates. You know, he did do this 4 years ago, and Chris Christie, who was then an ally of his before the 2020 presidential debate, stood in as Joe Biden. But we're told that is not happening this go around. Instead, his campaign advisors tell us that he is going on the campaign trail and doing fundraisers and talking to right-wing press as a means of debate prep. And so we saw him there in Philadelphia. He had a fundraiser in Cleveland, Ohio the other night as well. And so it is not clear exactly over the days ahead what his plans will look like and whether, you know, privately and behind the scenes that'll be a little bit more formal. But at least his campaign is telling the public at large through the press that they are making a little bit more informal preps and not doing it like Joe Biden is doing it this time around. Steve?
I guess not really much of a surprise there. It was surprising to hear about Christie being such an ally just 4 years ago. Wow, so much
Things
changes
change
so fast. Yes. Vaughn Hilliard, Ali Rafa, thanks so much. All right, we'll have much more on the first presidential debate hosted by CNN throughout the week. Join NBC News for special coverage of it. It gets underway Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the debate getting underway at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. You can watch the debate on NBC News Now and on NBC. Well, we might be learning much more than just policy positions of both President Trump and former President Trump and President Biden ahead of their debate on Thursday. Trump has announced, as we heard, that he knows who his vice president pick will be, though he's not yet sharing that, and just yet anyway. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander sat down with Republican South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem to discuss who could be the best person for that job.
This week on Meet the Press, I spoke with Republican Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota about what Mr. Trump should look for in a vice president and whether his running mate should be a woman. Let me ask you about some of our reporting that shows there are 3 names now on Donald Trump's short list to serve as his vice presidential pick. Yours is not one of them right now. Are you being vetted? Have you received the paperwork?
The only person who knows who the vice president's going to be is Donald Trump.
Have you received the paperwork, though?
No, I haven't received any paperwork. No, I haven't. I've had conversations with the president, and I know that he is the only one who will be making the decisions on who will be his vice president.
You said that having a woman on the ticket would help Donald Trump win, and he said on this program last year that he liked the concept of running with a woman. Only men, as you note, are on his short list right now: Burgum, Vance, Rubio. Would Donald Trump be making a mistake if he does not pick a woman as his running mate?
You know, I think he needs to pick the best person for the job. He needs to help someone, pick someone that will help him win. And I think that President Trump is in a fantastic position to win this election. He's strong. He's right on all the policies. He needs to pick somebody who will help him win and make sure that he's back in the White House fighting for America.
And you can see my full interview and a lot more at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press here on NBC News Now every weekday at 4 p.m.
Interesting stuff, Peter. Thanks. And turning now to Russia, where officials are investigating a mass shooting carried out in 2 places of worship in 2 different cities Sunday night. At least 15 police officers, an Orthodox priest, and 4 civilians were killed in what is now being called a coordinated attack. While no group has claimed responsibility, Russian law enforcement officials say they believe the gunman showed signs of being part of an international terrorist organization. The southern region of Russia, where the shooting took place, is known for militant violence, which has been worsening in part because of the war in Ukraine. And now to the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the intense phase of fighting against Hamas in Rafah is nearing an end. Netanyahu made the announcement as part of his first televised interview with Israeli media since the war started on October 7th. He went on to warn that though this phase is winding down, the war against Hamas will continue. Now, this comes as Netanyahu once again doubled down on his accusations that the U.S. is withholding weapon shipments. The U.S. denying those accusations last week. The growing tension between the 2 allies is now the backdrop of Netanyahu's highly anticipated address to Congress, which is coming up next month. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Matt, good morning to you. So let's start with that Netanyahu interview. The prime minister said he's only ready to make a partial deal with Hamas to bring some of those hostages home. How is that being received by the families of those hostages, and where does that leave the ceasefire talks?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. So the situation, as we're hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu, he will make these kinds of announcements that he's willing to make a deal, but a partial deal. And he's still hewing to the same principles, the same platform that he has from the beginning, which is that there will be no deal unless it allows for the total destruction of Hamas. Now, that's not the kind of thing that Hamas is going to sign up for, obviously. That would mean their destruction. And Hamas has always been saying that they also have their own maximalist position, which is that they want to see Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip stop for good, and the Israeli military to withdraw completely. So while we are seeing some little bit of daylight when it comes to comments like this, it really doesn't mean much. It really is just a return to the previous positions that we've been hearing about for months. Now, Netanyahu's comments were slammed by Hamas, as they have in the past, but also we heard from the families, the forum of families who represent those families, who have members who are still hostages in the Gaza Strip. There's thought to be somewhere between 50 and 80 people who are still alive in Gaza. They slammed Netanyahu's comments and said that he needs to make a deal. Stephen?
Well, all this comes about as Israel's Minister of Defense arrived in Washington, going to meet with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Blinken coming up on Sunday. What do we expect to see from these meetings? What is the goal here?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that we're talking about is, of course, those hostage negotiations, and this has been going on for months. But there's the specter of another threat that has been raised in the background that has always been there and hasn't made the same kind of headlines as the fighting in the Gaza Strip. And that is the conflict on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The fighting between the Israeli military and Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, is another Iran-backed group. They have been pelting northern Israel with really sophisticated weapons, rockets, some of them targeted, some of them really showing a level of sophistication, and this whole militia group has a level of organization that really puts Hamas to shame, which is why we hear from the United States and from other observers saying that if there were to be a full-on war that would break out between the Israelis and Hezbollah, it would be much more dangerous. Hezbollah is much more powerful than even Hamas. And that is something you're going to be hearing about when it comes to Yoav Gallant's meetings. When we heard about Benjamin Netanyahu's friction with the Biden administration, a lot of that has to do with very heavy weaponry. There was one consignment of weapons that was indeed held up, and that the White House admitted that it had held up because of worries that it could be used in densely populated areas in Rafah in the Gaza Strip. But those heavy weapons are going to be crucial if Israel decides to launch an incursion, or if Hezbollah decides to launch an incursion into Israel and it breaks out into a full-on, potentially region-wide war. Stephen?
Worrisome to hear, to say the least. All right, Matt Bradley, thank you. All right, much more to come here this morning on Morning News Now. Later in the hour, Olympic dreams. Now one race closer to reality for some of America's top athletes. We'll take you to the track for the impressive showing at the Olympic trials. Up first, after the break, a silent struggle. The new warnings from the CDC over a startling spike in suicides among construction workers. Stay with us.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. A community in Arkansas is coming together following yet another mass shooting in the United States. Hundreds of people gathered last night at the Mad Butcher grocery store for a candlelight vigil, all to honor the victims of Friday's shooting. A gunman started shooting inside a store, killing 4 people and injuring 10 others. Some of the survivors remain in extremely critical condition, according to Arkansas State Police. The alleged shooter, 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey, was treated in custody for non-life-threatening injuries after exchanging gunfire with police officers. Posey has been charged with multiple counts of capital murder. All right, now to an alarming trend on the rise in the construction industry. New research showing that construction workers are dying by suicide at an alarming rate. While demand for construction workers continues to surge, the profession has one of the highest suicide rates. That's according to data from the CDC. In 2022, an estimated 6,000 construction workers died by suicide, an increase from the year before. Joining us now with more on this is NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, thanks for being here. So very troubling stuff here. Are there any indications about what's behind this, why this could be happening?
When I spoke to people in the industry, they said there's a number of factors. Construction is inherently a difficult job. It is physically difficult, the wear and tear on people's bodies, as well as injuries, working long extended periods outside in the sun. There's a lot of physical injuries, which can lead to things like, opioid prescriptions that can turn into addictions or other forms of self-medication. And then they said there's also just this culture of macho-ness among a lot of construction workers, of not asking for help, of feeling like you should be able to handle your problems, you should keep those at homes, not wanting to share how they're feeling, not wanting to seek out and get help. And folks in the industry said that all those things combined can just lead to a really toxic mix that can lead people to taking their own life at a rate that is 75% higher among men in construction industry than it is for men in the general population, who already have a higher rate of suicide than women in the general population.
Wow, some startling numbers there for sure. And we're seeing these come as there is a boom in the construction industry and the shortage of workers that's also going on at the same time. How does that possibly factor into how they're feeling on the job?
Well, people in the industry said they're really concerned about the pressures that are on workers right now. There has been billions in federal dollars for infrastructure projects, new electric vehicle manufacturing plants, these semiconductor chip plants. These are huge, large-scale projects, and the industry estimates they're about 500,000 workers short of where they need to be to meet their hiring goals. So that means added pressure on the current workforce. It means longer hours. It means people working double shifts, not taking any days off, and not only for weeks at a time, but months at a time or even years at a time. And that puts pressures on individuals emotionally, physically, and it's also causing a lot of them to have to travel for work, to be away from home and their family and their support networks, sometimes for over a year. And so it really has industry officials concerned that on top of all these other factors we talked about a moment ago, those are only being amplified and magnified by this demand on the workforce.
Wow, so many factors there, Shannon. So what steps are being taken within the industry to try to help this problem?
Well, there's been a lot of efforts over the past few years to raise awareness. One is getting workers to be aware that they are at an increased risk of suicide and that it is okay to seek help. They really have been trying to emphasize the 988 suicide crisis lifeline that people can call, putting this 988 number on stickers on work sites, posters, hard hats, getting awareness out there that there is someone you can call and reach out to for help if you find yourself in a crisis, but then trying to be more proactive, trying to have workplace talks, just the way they talk about physical safety on the job site, talking about mental health safety. Employers are putting in assistance programs that workers can use mental health services to hopefully start to get ahead of this problem before people reach this crisis point.
We certainly hope that they do get the help they need beforehand. Shannon Pettypiece, eye-opening stuff here. Thank you so much. And as Shannon just mentioned, you or anyone you know, if you're struggling, you can call or text the Suicide Crisis Lifeline at 988. All right, and now to an update on the Oklahoma man jailed in Turks and Caicos for more than 2 months. He's now back with his family. That's after officials say he accidentally brought ammunition to the island. He's one of 5 Americans recently arrested for carrying small amounts of ammunition there. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more.
This was the moment. 70 days of anxiety quickly melted away. Ryan Watson reunited with his family in Oklahoma, captured by NBC affiliate KFOR.
I snuck a family photo in the lining of a Bible when I was in jail, and I prayed about this, and to see that this has been answered, I'm so grateful.
Watson was released from Turks and Caicos after being held on charges of bringing ammunition to the popular beach destination, punishable by up to 12 years in prison. Hours earlier, Watson learned his fate at this Turks and Caicos courthouse.
So happy that the judge took a holistic approach.
But before boarding the plane back home, he wanted to dress the part.
So much better.
Recently, a total of 5 Americans have been arrested after small amounts of ammo were found in their bags. Watson is now the 4th back in the U.S., receiving a $2,000 fine, $500 for each hunting round he says he accidentally brought to the island back in April. Sharita Greer is the last American still on the island. She hugged Watson goodbye after a months-long bond over their vacation misfortune.
We still got to get Sharita home. She's my adopted sister now. I won't be able to rest completely until she's home.
Turks and Caicos, which depends on tourism for 95% of its economy, just amended a law requiring a mandatory 12-year minimum sentence for firearm offenses after a U.S. congressional delegation last month visited island officials calling for leniency.
It was a huge weight that was lifted.
This latest release giving new hope to the last American stuck in paradise limbo. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Dana, thanks. And coming up, a warning for beachgoers after nearly a dozen drowning deaths in just the past couple of weeks. When we come back, what you need to know about rip currents and the best way to stay safe in the water. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top Story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new warning from officials for beachgoers to beware of rip currents. As of June 9th, the National Weather Service says at least 11 people have died after getting caught in these strong underwater currents. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest and what you need to know to stay safe.
Oh, God. Get my first strike!
A heartbreaking start to summer in New York. At Jacob Riis Beach in Queens, search and rescue from land, air, and sea, looking for two missing teenagers swept away by dangerous waters and never resurfacing.
This is a tragedy. This is another parent's worst nightmare. We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still under investigation.
Rough surf posing challenges for even the most experienced rescuers.
The currents are extremely rough. The divers had to come out of the water because the current was extremely dangerous. It was too rough for them.
Florida has already seen 2 deadly swimming incidents within 2 days. Tragedy striking in Panama City Beach. Police say 3 tourists were swept away in a rip current, launching an all-out search and rescue mission for Harold Hunter, Jamonda Ray, and Marius Richardson. None of them survived. This after a rip current took the lives of a mother and a father of 6 across the same state in Stewart Beach.
The kids, one or both, got caught in the riptide, and Brian and/or Erica went after, and then the other one, they both went after, and they got the kids out, and they got caught.
Family of Brian Warder and girlfriend Erica Wishart say they were athletic and strong, but no match for the dangerous waters.
Anything were to come of this, it was that people are aware of how dangerous rip currents can be.
Rip currents are a powerful channel of water formed when waves break near the shoreline, and they're often hard to see from the ground. But signs like a line of white foam or a narrow passage of darker water in the ocean can be clues of a rip current that could save lives of even the strongest of swimmers.
And our thanks to Marissa Parra for that reporting. And here with some tips to help keep you safe in the ocean this summer is Clary Collins. She's the Curriculum Development Director for Goldfish Swim School. So, Clary, thanks for joining us. As we just heard from Marissa this morning, we had a brief explanation of what a rip current is, but we've also been hearing about rip tides. So what's the difference there, and what do swimmers need to know?
Right. There's often a misconception between the two. Rip currents are a fast-moving flow of water that start from the shore and move their way back out into the sea, where a rip tide is more about the strength of the water, usually caused by the tides and what's happening underneath the surface of the water, so the underwater geography.
Interesting. What do people need to be looking for to try to spot the rip currents?
So that's a tricky one because for the average beach goer, we might not notice or recognize what a rip current looks like, but there are clues that we can look at to indicate that there may be troubling waters or hazardous waters. So for example, does the water look darker in a particular area? That might indicate there's trouble. If we see churning waters or choppy waters, sometimes if you watch the pattern of the waves and we notice that there's a break in that pattern, that could also indicate that there's trouble as well. And lastly, if you notice any seaweed, foam, debris that's moving gradually out to the sea, that might also be another indication.
Very helpful tips there. So what's the easiest way for people to avoid rip currents? So many people headed out to the beach. It's scary to hear all of this. What's the way to just get away from them altogether?
Absolutely. So number one, you need to be proactive, and that the best thing that you can do is educate yourself and your family members. Starting swim lessons at a young age is really important to water safety and drowning prevention. But when you head to the beach, the first thing that you should do is take 5 to 10 minutes to review the rules with your loved ones. Look at your surroundings, look at the conditions, identify where a lifeguard or lifeguards may be on duty. Many times beaches use a flag system to indicate if the beach has hazardous conditions. So checking to make sure that it's even open. Always wearing a Coast Guard approved life jacket is key as well. And we always want to buddy up. We never want to swim alone. It's always best to swim in pairs.
It certainly is, and that's a great way to avoid them. But if the worst case happens and someone finds themselves maybe caught in one of these currents, what should they do? What steps should they take?
So I think what typically happens is we panic and we think we should swim into the current. So we actually want to go with the flow of the rip current and let it take us. If we can't swim to the left or the right of the rip current, then try to put your hand up to indicate or call for safety, but let the rip current take you back out to sea, save and conserve your energy so you can make it back to the shore safely.
So important to hear because that's counterintuitive when you're actually in that situation. Very important information. Clary Collins, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, coming up, California's largest school district pushing to make the classroom a no-phone zone. When we come back, more on that plan that some say could be the standard nationwide. And a Game 7 showdown on the ice tonight. We'll get you up to speed ahead of tonight's winner-take-all NHL championship game. This is Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with a look at the latest push to curb classroom distractions and protect students' mental health. In California, the state's largest school district is now one step closer to banning students' use of cell phones during classes. That's after passing a proposal last week that would prohibit their use during the school day at all. As NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin explains, it's a move we could soon see adopted in areas across the country.
Back then, bulky brick cell phones were a rarity for teens.
Zach can't come to the phone right now. He's on his way to pick up his season tickets to detention.
Flash forward several decades, and smartphones are considered a rite of passage, and for many students, addictive.
You want to keep scrolling and scrolling. I'm on my phone about 10 hours a day.
Everything's on the phone. Nobody really speaks face-to-face with people anymore.
School used to focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic, but with new technology comes powerful new distractions.
Ms. Gomez.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Unified School District approved an in-school ban on phones and social media to try to tackle the issue.
Yes. Passes.
Experts have warned about the impacts of social media on mental health. According to the resolution, excessive cell phone use can increase anxiety and depression among students, stifle meaningful in-person interaction, and enable cyberbullying.
They'll be more present, not only with their teachers, but with one another as well.
Surgeon General Vivek Murthy appeared on Today, calling for a warning label to be added to social media sites similar to the warnings found on cigarettes and alcohol, telling Savannah and Hoda,
now, a warning label would help parents to understand these risks.
Last year, Murthy warned that social media use is a main contributor to teen depression, anxiety, and other problems. The report found up to 95% of teens between the age of 13 and 17 say they use a social media platform, with a third saying they're engaged almost constantly.
What other dangers do kids face when they're scrolling and using these apps, especially in school?
It's really not the number of hours that you're on the screen, it's where you go. The autoplays and the infinite scrolling, it's a distraction from the classroom. It's a distraction away from the teachers. It takes away their focus.
Across the country, 77% of schools prohibit cell phones at school for non-academic use. Last year, Florida became the first state to make public schools phone-free. Now, at least half a dozen other states are pushing similar legislation.
You socialize more, hung out with friends. I don't see that often anymore.
Most parents can agree they don't want their kids distracted in school, but many are worried about potential emergencies.
I think it's important for them to have a cell phone, especially these days now. You don't know what's going on.
What's happening in LA and Florida could inspire phone-free school zones across the nation, but experts warn it's not that simple.
It's easy to say no phones in schools, but how are you going to implement that? And that's why educating parents on how you talk to your young people about it, what parameters to put in place, all of that is key.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report. According to the proposal, the school board is aiming to have this new cell phone policy in place by January 2025. All right, turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, and European Union regulators say Apple is in breach of new tech rules. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen, good Monday morning to you. That's right. So European regulators are accusing Apple of violating the bloc's new tech rules. Now, they allege the company has breached the Digital Markets Act because it doesn't allow customers to be steered from the App Store to other and cheaper options. Now, today's action follows a probe regulators opened earlier this year. The EU hit Apple with a nearly $2 billion fine in March for abusing its monopoly in the market for distributing music streaming apps. CDK Global has started restoring systems used by more than 15,000 car dealers and retailers across North America. The company says the process is expected to take several days. CDK briefly shut down its systems last week after saying it was investigating a cybersecurity incident. Bloomberg has previously reported a group of hackers that's claimed responsibility has demanded millions of dollars in ransom. And it was another emotional weekend for Inside Out 2, the Disney and Pixar movie collecting another $100 million, according to ComScore. That's a record for an animated movie in its follow-up weekend. The previous best was $92 million for the Super Mario Brothers movie last year. Inside Out 2 is now the highest grossing movie of the year with $724 million worldwide, passing Dune Part 2, Stephen.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah.
I saw it with my nephews. They loved it. There were tears shed. I won't say by who.
Oh, I'm waiting for my nephew to come back from vacation so I can take him.
There you go. It's a great one. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
All right, now to the NHL Championship Series. The Edmonton Oilers are looking to complete one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history tonight in Game 7 against the Florida Panthers. The Oilers have stunned the hockey world by storming back to tie the series after falling into a 3-0 deficit, just one game shy from an elimination sweep. The puck will drop in South Florida for a winner-take-all game to determine who will lift that coveted Stanley Cup. Senior writer at The Athletic, Ian Mendes, joins us now with more on this thrilling Stanley Cup series. Good morning to you, Ian. So only one team in NHL history has ever overcome a 3-0 deficit to win a championship. That was 82 years ago when the Toronto Maple Leafs pulled it off. What went well for the Oilers to even get to this point in the series? How are things shaping up?
Yeah, Stephen, this is a remarkable turn of events because about 10 days ago, we thought the Florida Panthers were on the precipice of winning the Stanley Cup. They're up 3-0. It was just we were waiting for a coronation. And then all of a sudden, you know, the Oilers won Game 4, and they did so in lopsided fashion. And I think that's how they were able to sort of seize momentum. They won that fourth game, Stephen, 8-1. And I think at that point, a lot of people said, we might have ourselves a series. And then they went down to Florida. They won Game 5. They won Game 6. And so here we go. It's a winner-take-all Game 7 in South Florida tonight. And you know, there's nothing better in sports. You know, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, these best of sevens, when you get to a seventh game, there's nothing better. And there's nothing better than a seventh game for the championship. So this has been a remarkable turn of events. The Oilers have somehow managed to just take it one game at a time, and here we are with them sitting on a chance for history tonight. As you said, it's been basically 8 decades since we've seen something like this happen in the NHL.
This is certainly a lot more fun than a blowout. So it is one thing to make a comeback after being down 3-0, but the Oilers have completely taken over this series, though, outscoring the Panthers by 18-5 since facing elimination. Is it looking like their momentum will carry them forward here?
Well, I mean, this is what's remarkable. It's not like the Oilers are just kind of squeaking out these wins like 2-1 or 3-2 or needing overtime. They're blowing them out. Like you said, 18-5 is a pretty lopsided margin of victory for them in these three games. The problem is now they haven't played since Saturday night, since Friday night in Edmonton. So I don't know if momentum necessarily travels and takes that 3,000-mile flight from Edmonton down to Florida, because there's been 48 hours since that last game. But what the Oilers have been able to do really well here is just make the Panthers feel nervous. And I think that's been the biggest difference here, is that when you watch the games, even if you're just watching body language, the Oilers look loose, they look relaxed, they look confident. The Panthers look like deer in headlights, and it's going to be really interesting to watch how it unfolds in Game 7 tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited for it now. Where do you think, though, if they do pull it off, where would this rank in terms of greatest comebacks in sports history?
Yeah, I think it's got to be up there, Stephen. I really do. And I think for a lot of viewers, you'll remember 20 years ago, the Boston Red Sox came back from a very similar 3-0 deficit against the New York Yankees in the American League Championship Series. That to me is kind of like the gold standard for comebacks in North American sports, just because there's a ton of history between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and the Red Sox hadn't won a World Series in so many years, and they came back from 3-0. And that, to me, if the Oilers are able to pull that off tonight, I think it kind of goes in the same spot as Red Sox Yankees from 2004. Certainly, I think there's an argument to be made it's the greatest comeback in hockey history, and then you could certainly put it on the same list as Red Sox Yankees in 2004.
Yeah, certainly up there. Only have a few seconds left, Ian, but want to ask you, who do you have lifting the Stanley Cup tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, Stephen, I'm going to call overtime. How about that? Okay. Like, imagine a Game 7 overtime. I think you got to go with the Oilers, don't you? So I'll take the Oilers tonight in overtime, but it should be a lot of fun down in Sunrise, Florida.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. All right, Ian Mendes, thanks so much for chatting with us about that today.
Yeah, you got it. Have a great day.
You too. All right, coming up, from the ice to the track, Team USA is looking golden nearly 1 month from the Summer Games. We'll have the highlights from this weekend's impressive Olympic trials. That's next on Morning News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberative.
All right, it just did too.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberative.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. Professional golfer Amy Yang won her first major on Sunday. After a couple of attempts, Yang was finally able to win the women's PGA title at the Sahali Country Club in Washington. She is the oldest major winner of the LPGA Tour since 2018. Yang stated that at one point she questioned whether she would ever win a major championship before her retirement. Yang's first 15 holes were flawless, and although she did run into some trouble near the end, she managed to get over that line and take home $1.5 million. According to the South Korean golfer, it was the longest 18 holes she ever played in her career. Congratulations to her. Well, the Paris Olympics are just 32 days away, and the U.S. Olympic swim trials are now in the books, but not before one last impressive performance. The track trials got underway with a sizzling showing from Noah Lyles. Our NBC News reporter Mark Barger recaps those highlights.
Noah Lyles launched his quest for multiple gold medals in Paris by surging down the stretch and holding off Kenny Bednarek and Fred Curley to win the 100 meters at the U.S. Olympic trials with a time of 9.83 seconds.
Part of the plan. Yeah. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Might be a shock to everybody else, but when you know the goal, you know the goal.
Elsewhere on the track, a lifetime best in the 400 punches Kendall Ellis's ticket for Paris, while in the men's event, a third-place finish was enough to push 16-year-old Quincy Wilson into the final coming up Monday night. And in the final night at the pool,
Simone Manuel, can she come up with another big clutch swim?
The Olympic veteran answered that question emphatically as the swim trials wrapped up. The four-time medalist in Rio surprised even herself a bit as she won the 50-meter freestyle by 2/100ths of a second over Gretchen Walsh.
I'm glad it happened today, that I was #1 to touch the wall. I'm very proud of myself.
At the diving trials, Andrew Capobianco earned a return trip to the games. He won the men's 3-meter springboard. Runner-up Carson Tyler is also Paris-bound. In women's platform, it was Delaney Schnell getting the win. She'll also compete in 10 meters synchronized in her second Olympic trip. Mark Barger, NBC News.
Exciting stuff, and that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But your news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, summer sizzler. The nationwide heat wave showing no signs of cooling down as record-breaking temperatures on the East Coast leave millions sweltering. But it's a different kind of story in Iowa, where many people are being forced to evacuate from communities hit hard by severe flooding. We'll have the latest on the extreme weather gripping the country. Also this morning, with just 3 days to go until the first presidential debate of this year's election, we're looking at how both candidates are preparing for Thursday's showdown as the pre-debate war of words continues. And facing the music, Justin Timberlake returns to the stage for the first time since being arrested for allegedly driving while intoxicated. What the pop star had to say to fans about that incident. Plus, put your paws together for the world's ugliest dog. We're welcoming this year's winner, Wild Thing, on set for what should be one howl of a time. I feel so bad calling the ugliest dog. It's a cute dog there. But we do begin this hour with the heat wave, which is sizzling parts of the U.S. Tens of millions of people are under heat alerts, while 15 states are on track to set new records today. We'll have more on the forecast in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live in a steamy New York City this morning. Aaron, good morning.
For millions from coast to coast, this summer is off to a ferocious start.
It's been hot this whole week.
A relentless heat wave smashing records in the Northeast. In Philadelphia, Sunday's high of 98 degrees beat the daily record set over 135 years ago. While Washington, D.C. hit 100 degrees in June for the first time in over a decade. Other communities facing severe flooding, including Rock Valley, Iowa, where recovery efforts are ongoing after the town was submerged in floodwaters when a levee broke, forcing some residents to evacuate.
The river rose to historic levels. It's a monumental undertaking.
Iowa's governor declaring a disaster for 21 counties. In Tucson, the fire department said a woman died in an intense monsoon rainstorm, and another person died in flooding in South Dakota, where 4 rivers broke record levels. New York bracing for intense storms after a scorching hot weekend. Lifeguards at New York's Jones Beach sweating it out.
I mean, this just keeps getting worse. Like every summer, it feels like it's turning, the temperature goes up. Be worried about that.
When I first started working here, it was definitely a lot cooler. It only started getting really hot towards like late July, but this year it started getting hot really early.
Scientists say there is a clear link between intense heat and human-caused climate change, meaning this extreme weather is unlikely to go anywhere anytime soon. Stephen?
All right, good to know. Aaron, thank you so much. Well, let's get a look at what we can expect for the week ahead. For your Morning News Now forecast, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Stephen, great to see you. And we can expect more heat, even some summer storms, too. But you saw Aaron's shot right where you saw the breeze, and that's some cooler air coming in from the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. So that's good news. Also, humidity levels are dropping. Those winds are bringing in that drier air. But unfortunately, the summer heat does continue in the plains, into the south central states, the southeast. And we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in a lot of spots. If you're not in the triple digits, you factor in the humidity, you're going to feel like you are. And then we're also looking at the chance for severe storms, mainly in portions of the upper Midwest. That's going to move off to the Midwest and the Great Lakes tomorrow. Notice the green, too, in New England, also upstate New York. Could see some showers and storms there. An area of low pressure is kind of spinning there. And then along the Carolinas into the southeast, could see some showers, too, even some thunderstorms, especially in parts of southern Florida. More rain for the Four Corners. We're talking monsoonal rain, so it could be heavy at times. And then we are hot and dry along the west coast, and we're looking at temperatures soaring there as well. The Pacific Northwest looking really nice today. By Wednesday, we're going to see the heat returning into portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, back into the 90s. We're going to feel warmer than that. But notice the rain, too, from New England into the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, the Mississippi Valley into the Southeast. So a lot of the east on Wednesday will be wet with showers and thunderstorms. Monsoonal rain does continue for portions of the Southwest into the Four Corners, sunning hot in the Intermountain West. And we're going to dry it out in the northern plains, and temperatures will be nice for this time of year in the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. By Friday, a chance of storms do return to the Midwest, the upper Midwest, where you see the green there and that thunderstorm. Southern warm throughout the south central states into the southeast. Could see some more rain in the Carolinas also. Portions of Florida with some showers and thunderstorms there. And then we're looking at low humidity once again in New England. Temperatures in the 70s, even low 80s. That's going to extend into portions of the Northeast. The Mid-Atlantic, you're going to be a little bit warmer there. And the Intermountain West looking really good as well. So let's talk about that heat, because still 48 million Americans under heat alerts at this hour. We're looking at some heat alerts, some heat watches, some heat warnings. And again, we're going to see those temperatures soaring into the upper 90s, if not the triple digits in some spots. And this extends all the way from the Southwest and Las Vegas. 110 today. The record is 113. So we could see some records falling in 17 states. We'll watch that for you as we go throughout this Monday. Scottsbluff, we're looking at 102. Omaha, 100 degrees. 102 in Wichita. And then temperatures in the upper 90s in Atlanta. Memphis, noticed you could see the record breaking there, 100 degrees and 97 in Baton Rouge. You factor the humidity there, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Then tomorrow, the high pressure and the heat's going to stay put. We're looking at temperatures into Salt Lake City, 100 degrees. The record there is 102. Memphis, 99. Into the 90s in Atlanta and also Jacksonville. Unfortunately, we're going to keep that heat in the south. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Dallas, you have triple digits, 100 degrees Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, feeling warmer with the humidity kind of tapped in there. Atlanta, 99 degrees on Wednesday, into the upper 90s Thursday and Friday in New York City Wednesday. That's where the heat returns, but we're right back to the 80s by Thursday, and then just typical summer heat on Friday, 82 degrees. This is what satellite radar looks like right now. Not a whole lot going on, but notice the northern plains. We're looking at some lightning there. We're going to start to see this ramp up later on this afternoon into the overnight hours. We could see some pretty gusty storms moving in, with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. Could see a cluster of storms with significant wind moving from Minnesota to Wisconsin, so we'll watch that closely for you. Also could see some large hail, softball-size hail there. Monsoonal rain, we'll watch that throughout the portions of the Four Corners, and then also that rain that I talked about in parts of New England into upstate New York. Today, 21 million people at risk for severe storms. I mentioned that really large hail, winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Can't rule out the chance of a few tornadoes as well. International Falls, Fargo, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, Waterloo, over to Green Bay, where you see that yellow shading. That is the best chance, especially from Minnesota, Wisconsin. Models are indicating that we could see that cluster of storms moving through later on today. Softball size hail possible. That causes damage all on its own, and also could see some flooding rains because we have a lot of humidity in the air. So any of these tropical downpours or these downpours could create some flooding conditions. That will be the same threat for tomorrow. 20 million people at risk. Notice that it moves a little bit further to the east. So now the Midwest into parts of the Great Lakes, Chicago, Peoria, Kirksville could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Not quite as strong as today. Damaging hail, not quite as big as today, which is good news, but we are concerned about flooding tomorrow. And this is why we're looking at that heaviest rain throughout Chicago into Kansas City, where you see those darker colors. Parts of the Great Lakes in the Midwest could see some really heavy rainfall tomorrow. This is why we have a cold front that's moving through, a frontal system that's going to spark the chance for those showers and storms, especially across the northern plains. And those storms, once we get that daytime heating going, kind of gives the oomph to those storms later on tonight. And then by tomorrow, Stephen, we are looking at those storms into the Midwest, and we are concerned about some flash flooding and also some damaging winds. Back to you.
This is not the summer forecast I was hoping for when I was wishing for back in January.
I know.
Oh, all right. Michelle, thanks so much.
It came quickly.
It did. Wow,
Sure.
It did. Well, to escape that brutal heat, many Americans are heading to the beach, but officials warn to be on alert when swimming in the ocean after multiple people have already died from dangerous rip currents and even a shark attack. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is live at Jacob Riis Beach in Queens. Stephanie, good morning to you. How's it looking out there?
You know, Stephen, a lot of people in the summer is a time to enjoy the water, but it also could be a tragic reminder of just how dangerous the water is. On this beach today, we've been watching a couple of rip currents pulling the water out of the beach. This is where two teenagers went missing on Friday. The Coast Guard called off the search for them over the weekend, as we're getting terrible news out of Hawaii of a beloved surfer who was killed by a shark in Oahu. This morning, shock and sadness in Hawaii over the death of a well-known pro surfer and longtime lifeguard, 49-year-old Tamayo Perry, who officials say was killed Sunday in a shark attack. It happened while he was surfing off the north shore of Oahu.
It was one of our own city and county Honolulu lifeguards. Tamayo Perry was a lifeguard loved by all.
Perry was a champion surfer who also dabbled as a professional actor.
Get to work.
Appearing as an extra on the show Hawaii Five-0 and the film Pirates of the Caribbean. The shark attack comes just days after two teens vanished while swimming at this busy New York beach.
The wave was extremely high.
and it went on top of them and sucked them over.
Officials say it happened just minutes after lifeguards went off duty.
We think that it may be a riptide, but that's still in the investigation.
One of the missing teens now identified by his family as 16-year-old Elijah Chandler. His mother stayed at the beach Saturday before authorities called off the search.
I wish he could just come out the water. They could just come out the water.
It comes amid two similar incidents in Florida. In popular Panama City Beach, officials say 3 friends from Alabama drowned Friday after getting caught in a rip current. Deja Merchant says she watched her boyfriend Jamonde Ray and his 2 friends get swept away.
He's just a loving and kind person. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I can't call him.
Just a day earlier in Stewart Beach, another deadly rip current took the lives of Brian Warder and his girlfriend Erica Wishard. Rip currents are narrow strips of water moving away from shore that can form when wind blows towards the beach. Moving at speeds of more than 5 miles an hour, they can become impossible to outswim. Stephen, it is almost impossible to outswim a rip current, and we give this advice every year. If you feel yourself being pulled out to sea, don't fight it. Try to swim parallel to the beach, and then when you're no longer being pulled out, try then to get into shore. Also, make sure you're swimming someplace where a lifeguard can see you, Stephen.
Important information. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And turning now to the race for the White House and the highly anticipated first presidential debate between President Biden and former President Trump. They are going head-to-head on Thursday night in Atlanta. Both campaigns have spent the last several days gearing up for the 90-minute debate, with both sides agreeing to new rules, which include no audience and no use of notes. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. This is a high-stakes face-off coming in the peak of the heat of summer, and it's far earlier in the presidential calendar than we've seen for generations of past debates. Now, preparing themselves differently, President Biden is working with his closest aides in formal rehearsals, while Mr. Trump said his campaign appearances, courting evangelicals this weekend and base voters, that's what's getting him ready.
Debate week is here.
Will anybody be watching the debate on Thursday night?
President Biden in extended prep sessions at Camp David.
Mr. President, how is debate prep going?
This much-anticipated presidential showdown could be a pivotal event that shakes up a consistently tight race. The Biden campaign out with a new memo predicting 2 distinct visions for the future on stage in Atlanta, announcing 300 debate night watch parties and 1,600 volunteer events across battleground states, defining the choice and their opponent.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and the American people have to sit in that for a second. The person who wants to be president has to go sit with his probation officer before he actually goes to the debate, and so it is just a fact.
Former President Trump teasing that he has already made the big choice on a running mate.
Have you decided who your vice president is? Pick Tulsi!
In my mind, yeah.
Do they know?
No, nobody knows.
North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum is on the VP shortlist.
He's got a lot of great choices, and I think everybody, the whole country maybe knows my background, which is both success in business and success as in the executive branch as governing.
Today is the 2nd anniversary of the Dobbs decision that ended a national right to abortion. The First Lady campaigned Sunday arguing that reproductive rights will be decisive.
Women put Joe Biden in the White House, and women are going to keep him there.
And the Biden campaign is seizing on that 2-year anniversary. The president is out with a new ad and statement saying that Donald Trump is solely responsible for the overturning of Roe. And his campaign says that remains a potent issue for independent and women voters. While this weekend, Mr. Trump took credit for moving abortion rights back to the states to decide, as he urged Christians to vote in greater numbers. Stephen?
A lot to watch coming up on Thursday. Kelly, thank you so much. And we'll have much more on the first presidential debate hosted by CNN throughout the week. Join NBC News for a special coverage of the debate, which gets underway Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the debate beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific time. You can watch that on NBC News Now and on NBC. Well, as we just heard, today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, setting into motion a series of major legal battles over reproductive rights in America. 21 states have now either restricted or banned abortion procedures since the ruling was overturned. Many people have spoken out about the difficulties they face since those laws were put into place, from not receiving care in the emergency room to life-threatening journeys across state lines for a procedure. Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for an interview on Morning Joe, a warning of that fight ahead.
Madam Vice President, 2 years to the day that Roe was overturned. What's at stake in this election?
Everything is at stake. And fundamentally, on this issue, it's about freedom. And every person of whatever gender should understand that if such a fundamental freedom, such as the right to make decisions about your own body, can be taken, be aware of what other freedoms may be at stake.
Well, the vice president is expected to appear at 2 events today as part of President Biden's campaign to mark the 2-year point since the court's ruling. Mr. Biden has used reproductive rights to rally voters and try to get them to the polls come November. All right, turning to Arkansas, where state police have announced that a 4th victim of a grocery store shooting has now died. The 81-year-old woman passed away Saturday night following a shooting at the Mad Butcher grocery store in a town 70 miles south of Little Rock. The suspect is in custody. However, 13 people were struck in that shooting spree. That includes 2 law enforcement officers, according to state police. None of the 4 deceased victims are officers. Joining us now for more on this is NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar. Priya, good morning to you. So what are the latest details that we're hearing from law enforcement, and what do we know about these other victims?
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, as you mentioned, 81-year-old Ellen Shroom is the latest victim to die as of Saturday night in the Dallas County Medical Center as she was fighting for her life. But 3 other victims passed away on Friday when the shooting happened. 23-year-old Callie Weems, who was a nurse, and her mother told us, I was in Arkansas over the weekend and got an opportunity to speak with her mother, Helen Browning, that she was off from her job as a nurse that day when she went grocery shopping. She leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter. In addition to that, 50-year-old Roy Sturgis also passed away on Friday. He is described as a devoted dad to his daughter, Hannah. And then also 62-year-old Shirley Taylor. I got an opportunity to speak with her daughter, Angela Ashley, and she said that her mom was a homebody. She liked to crochet, garden, and cook. Let's take a listen to what their family members had to say about their loved ones.
She was the most hardworking woman I've ever known in my life. She always put her family first.
Most beautiful smile, a laughter that just filled the room full of joy. Sweetest girl.
To know her was to love her.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And, you know, this is such a small town, only 4,000 people. Most of the people I spoke to know someone who was inside of that grocery store. So this is a tragedy that's hitting basically everyone who lived there, Stephen.
So awful, heartbroken for that whole community. Priya, also oddly, this is the 3rd mass shooting at a U.S. grocery store in just 3 years. So I know you also mentioned the injuries for other victims there. What do we know about them, including those police officers who were also injured?
That's right. So 14 people total were shot, including the suspect, who has since been released from the Dallas County Medical Center and is currently in custody in the local jail. He's expected to make his first court appearance today. There were also 2 law enforcement officers who were shot. It was non-life-threatening injuries. They have also been released from the Dallas County Medical Center. And then 11 civilians, 4 of them died, as I mentioned. Of the remaining 7, as of yesterday afternoon, 4 of them were still in the hospital. 5 women were shot and 2 men. They range in ages from 20 to 65 years old. The Arkansas State Police did tell us that 1 woman is still in critical condition and fighting for her life. So as you can imagine, Stephen, everyone in the community of Fordyce and across Arkansas is just praying that they make a recovery.
Oh, certainly praying that as well. And we don't have a lot of time here left, but I wanted to ask about this suspect, the 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey. Have police said anything about a motive yet?
Yeah, so law enforcement officers who were briefed on this shooting say that there are no indications that his motive had anything to do with any sort of extremism or hate crimes. We don't know that he has had any sort of criminal record, so the motive is something that's still under investigation by the Arkansas State Police at this time, Stephen.
All right, Priya, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. And coming up, breaking his silence, Justin Timberlake is back on stage for the first time since that DWI charge. What he's telling fans about that incident, that's coming up next.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu facing mounting criticism for his stance on the war with Hamas. In an interview over the weekend with Israeli media, Netanyahu once again said he would be open to a partial ceasefire in exchange for some of the hostages being held by Hamas. But when asked if he would end the war, he refused. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv with the latest.
Good morning. We just heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night. He said he's willing to make a partial deal with Hamas to free those remaining hostages, but he's sticking to his position that Hamas must be destroyed before the war ends.
Israel's prime minister doubling down on his criticism of the U.S. as the sparring match between Washington and Jerusalem enters its second week. There was a dramatic drop in the supply of armaments arriving from the U.S. to Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu said. American officials have spent the past week denying that the U.S. has slowed weapons deliveries to Israel.
We generally do not know what he's talking about.
But even as Netanyahu continued attacking his American allies, he said the fight against Israel's enemies in Gaza would start to slow. The intensive phase of the war against Hamas is about to end, he said. Netanyahu said that will allow his army to concentrate on the northern border, where Israel's fight against Hezbollah, an Iran-backed militia group, is heating up. Last week, Hezbollah's leader released ominous surveillance footage of major Israeli cities and military installations, boasting about the reach of his group's drones. We went to Kiryat Shmona, an Israeli city on Lebanon's border. It's been a ghost town since the fighting began last October.
In the nearly 9 months since this community was evacuated, feelings here have gone from fear to anger to calls for war. What came inside here, right in through here.
This city voted overwhelmingly for Netanyahu. Now they're furious with him.
Do you feel as though the government has abandoned the north?
Unfortunately, yes. Every day that passes and the situation stays the same, he told me. And they do nothing to bring us back to our homes. American diplomats worry that a major Israeli offensive against Hezbollah could spark a region-wide war. But many in this displaced community see more war as the only path to peace.
And this violence in the Middle East may be once again spilling over into American streets. There were clashes last night between pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protesters in front of a synagogue in Los Angeles.
All right, Matt Bradley, thanks so much. Well, back here in the States, pop star Justin Timberlake is speaking out for the first time since being arrested for intoxicated driving last week. Timberlake addressed a sold-out Chicago crowd on Friday, thanking them for their support. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas has more.
We've been together through ups and downs and lefts and rights.
In his first concert since he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated, Justin Timberlake breaking his silence on stage in front of a crowd in Chicago.
It's been a tough week, but you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
During a roughly 2-minute talk in the middle of his set, the pop superstar speaking candidly.
I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect him to say anything more than that.
Longtime fan Zach Moss was at the concert.
He literally was wiping away tears while he was saying it. So I think he just kind of caught himself off guard and said what he needed to say when he said it.
The 43-year-old multi-Grammy winner was arrested last week in Sag Harbor, New York. According to court documents, police pulled Timberlake over after he failed to stop at a stop sign and swerved in 2 different places. In surveillance video seen here, a vehicle appearing to match the description of the one Timberlake was driving that night was also captured in the same area. Sag Harbor PD have not responded to NBC News' request to confirm the vehicle in the video is Timberlake's. According to the complaint, Officer Michael Arkinson determined Timberlake was intoxicated on the scene. Timberlake told the police that he had 1 martini and followed his friends home. Arkinson, a 23-year-old on the force, now at the center of this high-profile arrest, was only just a year old at the time of NSYNC's iconic single, Bye Bye Bye. Now with Timberlake's world tour still in full force, the singer now facing the music ahead of his next court hearing.
And our thanks to Chloe Melas for that report. Timberlake's next stop is right here in New York City, headlining Madison Square Garden for 2 nights starting tomorrow. His next court date is scheduled for July. NBC News has reached out to the singer as well as Officer Michael Arkinson, but have not yet heard back. Well, coming up, chewing it over, why a new social media trend for chewing so-called facial fitness gum to tone your jawline is leaving some parents and mental health experts concerned. We'll have more on that coming up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new trend on TikTok that is targeting teenage boys. It's a special type of chewing gum that the makers claim will help get the, quote, perfect jawline. Some psychologists, though, are worried this hyper-focus on appearance could worsen an already dire youth mental health crisis. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian spoke with one mom about her concern for her 12-year-old son.
You know how we do it. A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret. You can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care. But it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliners saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think, a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
All right, and here to explain the science behind a product or a trend like this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, thanks for being with us this morning. So this gum promises to tone and tighten more than 57 facial and neck muscles, and that will allegedly create the, quote, perfect jawline. Is that even possible? What's actually happening when they chew this gum?
Yeah, Stephen, I wish there were some science behind it, but there is literally no science and no facts behind this. It is all, unfortunately, not just social media hype, but it's distorting people's minds, as you just heard Yasmin reporting. So what's really happening is that you're using your jaw muscles, the masseter muscles, to kind of chew and chew. Think about what you're doing when you're chewing any food. You're using muscles to chew, but that's not actually changing your jawline. Your jawline is determined by the actual skeletal kind of part of your jaw, which you can't alter. And all it's actually doing is creating hypertrophy. You can actually make those muscles bigger, and then it can actually distort the way your mouth looks. It can have the unintended consequence of not giving you a sleek jawline, but giving you these enlarged muscles and potentially exacerbating some health issues like headaches, kind of TMJ, if you've ever heard of that, and some joint pain as well.
Yeah, and it completely takes all the fun out of chewing gum.
Chewing gum, that's right.
Dr. Patel, though, this trend, it is actually concerning for so many parents because of the implications it could have on their children's mental health. There's a recent survey from Mental Health Foundation showing a quarter of boys say their body image causes them to worry often or always. So we often talk about the body image in terms of girls, but what could this mean? How could this trend impact boys moving forward?
Stephen, I'm living this. I have a 9-year-old boy, and I'm watching it kind of come out because you're right. We do emphasize, and it is absolutely true that the destruction on girls and boys is equal, not just social media, but kind of our body images and kind of the way we talk about body imaging with boys. And we don't do enough of it. We don't really talk about the fact that boys are having a lot of the same thoughts, like, how do I look? What are the perceptions? You just showed clips of Justin Timberlake when he was in his teen years. So much of those images shape not just what boys think, but young men. And then they grow up to also then, unfortunately, propagate this unintentionally. So this does exacerbate a lot of mental health issues. And it just reminds us, Stephen, that it starts at such a young age. Like, it starts literally once they start seeing images or even these ads, which are targeted to boys, because you just feel like, what's wrong with chewing gum? My kids chew gum. Oh, but if you chew this kind of gum, you'll look this way.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a great point. You mentioned your 9-year-old, Dr. Patel. Quickly, I'm just curious, what advice do you have for parents who want to get ahead of this?
Listen, don't fight it. If you want to jump in like I did and say, no, that's all wrong, that's the wrong instinct. You have to hear them out. You have to actually get them to trust you, talk to you, and then educate them and just say, that actually won't change much. I know you like gum, and I know you kind of think this might change the way your face looks, or maybe someone was making fun of you because of the way your face looks. Let's talk about that. And then the final thing is to just model it, because I think they see us looking at things or looking at images, scrolling on phones and looking at certain things. And we have to stop and remind and say, I'm looking at this, but this is not reality. Like, what we have is reality. So I think that's the most important point, Stephen.
Some great advice there. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, coming up, going green in Paris. We'll take a look at how a French city is cutting its carbon footprint, the French city, cutting its carbon footprint as it prepares to host the Summer Olympics. That's coming up next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. This morning, some auto dealerships are breathing a sigh of relief after a cyber attack. A retail technology provider saying it's now started to restore their systems. This announcement from the company CDK, which provides software to car dealerships, comes after they briefly shut down last week because of that cyber attack. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Now to what's making financial headlines, and the Justice Department considering bringing criminal charges against Boeing after an investigation. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, good morning to you. That's right. U.S. prosecutors
are reportedly recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing after finding the company violated a settlement related to the fatal crashes of two 737 MAX jets. Now, Reuters says the government must decide by July 7th whether to charge Boeing. Last month, officials determined the company breached an agreement from 2021 that shielded it from criminal prosecution in those crashes as long as it overhauled its compliance practices. Boeing has said it's honored the terms of the settlement. Meta Platforms has discussed combining its generative AI model with Apple's recently announced AI system for the iPhone, Apple Intelligence. The Wall Street Journal reports the potential deal comes as Apple plans to add technology from other AI companies to its devices, including long-term search partner Google and AI startup Anthropic. The talks have involved the AI companies selling premium subscriptions to their services through Apple. And an AI startup backed by NVIDIA wants to help you with your next big presentation. Synthesia showing off new tools today, including the ability to create avatars using just your phone or webcam and full body avatars with hands and arms. The company says the avatars can be used for a wide range of purposes, such as custom training videos for employees and generating promotional material. It says in the future it will be able to tailor AI avatars for different countries, Stephen.
Full body avatars.
Full body, arms and legs, the whole thing.
I'm going to pass for now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Silvana,
We'll see.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
All right, there is now just over 1 month to go until the opening ceremony kicks off this year's Olympic Games in Paris. And for many events, we'll watch the competition from venues which have been around for years or even over a century. It's a big part of how Paris was able to cut its carbon footprint compared to previous Olympics. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane joins me now with more on this and how Paris is sort of embracing the past to help the climate future. You were actually just there taking a look at it. What'd you learn?
Yeah, so when you look at the last couple of Summer Olympics in Tokyo and Rio, roughly half of their carbon emissions were from construction. So when Paris was trying to decide, hey, how are we going to cut our carbon footprint, they saw a real opportunity there, not just in limiting what they choose to build, but also the way that they build it.
Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower. And most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be use. Do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the Games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC.
Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey.
As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues.
And LA 28 also just updated their plans for their venues, Stephen. A couple of interesting things. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is going to host track and field, which will make it the first and only venue to host Olympic track and field 3 times.
Wow.
Another interesting thing is the LA Rams Stadium in Inglewood. They're actually going to host swimming in there. So an NFL stadium hosting swimming, nearly 40,000 fans. It has that transparent roof with the sunlight coming in. Should be a pretty spectacular place to watch Olympic swimming.
Excellent, and everybody wins there.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much. All right, coming up, looking a bit rough. The world's ugliest dog joins us live on set, hot on the paws of his victory over the weekend. How Wild Thing hounded out the competition to win that coveted title. That's coming up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new era in Taylor Swift's love story with Travis Kelce. The singer brought her boyfriend on stage for the first time last night at her Eras Tour concert in London, and Swifties, they swooned as Travis Kelce performed with Swift and her dancers for the intro to her song, I Can Do It With a Broken Heart. Videos posted on social media show Kelce carrying Swift to a couch, brushing her face with makeup, and showing off some dance moves even. All with a big smile on his face, of course. Last night's performance capped off a whirlwind weekend across the pond for the couple. Earlier this weekend, Swift posted a selfie with Kelce alongside some royal VIPs. Prince William, Prince George, and Princess Charlotte attended that Friday night show. Congratulations to them. Pretty cool. Well, there is officially a new title holder for the world's ugliest dog. The much-anticipated competition was held in California over the weekend, and this year, Wild Thing finally got his moment to shine. He was crowned the winning dog after entering the contest 5 times. His hair has never been brushed. Wow. And his tongue perpetually flops out there. So adorable. But this furry face is sure to make you swoon. We'll get to meet Wild Thing in just a moment. Very excited about that one. Also excited to talk to NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz. You were one of the judges over the weekend. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, world's ugliest correspondent gets to judge the world's ugliest dog competition. Yeah, this competition is all about giving ugly dogs their moment to shine. And we got to be a judge again this year. And as we searched for the canine with the roughest mug in the country, there was one above all the rest.
When your furry friend is up for the title of the world's ugliest dog, there can be some mixed emotions. From excitement.
We think our dogs are the best in the world.
To acceptance.
What made you want to enter this year?
It's the public suggestion.
And maybe even a little denial.
I thought that she would be the most beautiful ugly dog.
But at this annual competition in Petaluma, California, The only offensive thing you could call these canines is cute. The scene may be unsightly to some, but for those here,
I don't think they're ugly. They're adorable.
it's the dog's inner beauty that shines through.
Ugly has 4 letters, but so does cute.
Still, in a contest where looks are everything, Twiggy, you are the belle of the ball. Some pups came dressed to impress, while others relied on their natural novelty.
This hair is to die for.
Thank you. It's natural.
But the talk of the town was a returning vet.
And I recognize this face. Where is that face? Right there.
This loose-tongued hairball is Wild Thing, an 8-year-old Pekingese who hoped after 5 tries he'd finally be named the ugliest.
He's always the bridesmaid.
But don't let the furry faces fool you. These contestants weren't shy about sniffing out the competition. Others just wanted to keep their eye on it, like Rome, who seemed to travel with an empire of fans.
And he loves all the attention.
It all came down to one final chance to put their most repugnant paw forward.
Look at that Beyonce hair. I mean, goodness.
Before my fellow judges and I tally the tail wags and we're ready to crown a winner.
The world's ugliest dog is Wild Thing!
Finally, giving this ugly dog his day.
All right, Stephen, without further ado.
I'm so excited.
Wild Thing! You make our hearts sing. This is the world's ugliest dog, and this is Wild Thing's human. This is Anne with us today, Anne Lewis.
Hello.
And, I mean,
yeah, wow,
what do you
Wild
think?
Thing. The tongue alone, it looks almost like a wig that Wild Thing is wearing. And congratulations on the big win, first of all. What made you enter Wild Thing back 5 years ago when you first started this? And what does it feel like to now finally win?
Yeah, actually, we did it on a dare. Somebody said, that's the ugliest dog I've ever seen. You've got to enter him in the ugly dog contest. And I thought, what the heck?
Yeah.
And that was 5 years ago. First year, he did nothing, but we had so much fun at the show.
Well, last year, second place.
Yes.
The year before that, second place. The year before that, second place.
Wow, runner-up.
So he was always a bridesmaid.
Now he's a top dog. Look at this guy. Can we walk him?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta see this.
Come here, Wild Thing. Come here, Wild Thing. Look at this walk. It's kind of like a little Roomba. Come here, Wild Thing. Wild Thing, come on. Come on. Come on over here.
This feels a little surreal.
Look at this. Okay, watch it.
He's hiding.
And he is such a hot little dog. He is the hottest dog.
Oh, yeah.
He actually has
wearing
ice,
fur
right?
coat.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. He sits on ice. Look
There
at
he
this. There he goes. Hi, guy. Hi.
Yeah, guys, you said he looked like moves like a Roomba. I totally see that.
Like an Ewok Roomba.
An Ewok, that's exactly what I see here.
So tell us, what was happening at the airport when people would see him on the
He
way
got
over
bombarded. He was in the crate most of the time, but as soon as we took him out of the crate, people were coming up to us. They've seen him on TV, and they had to have their pictures taken with them. And it's like I said, it's all about the cause. So
all about the cause. That's right. And he's actually helped save some dogs in Ukraine, right?
Yes, on his internet site or her Netflix Instagram site. We had a Save the Ukrainian Pekingese, and there was a Pekingese, some Pekingese in the war zone, and we were actually able to get 9 out of the Ukraine through Poland, through Turkey, 2 into Canada, and 7 into the United States in different homes.
Such a good cause.
So it really worked out, and he's also an advocate for vaccines. The reason why he looks the way he looks is because we had a rescue dog and it contracted distemper, and when it did, unfortunately, he caught it. And thousands of dollars later, the other dog sadly didn't make it. But because he had his first set of vaccines, he survived.
Wow.
Incredible.
He's also an avid supporter of please get your dogs vaccinated.
A great cause. Wild Thing doing a whole lot of good.
Yes.
Yeah, we love to hear that.
He's such a little pillow. I'm going to come sit down over
Yeah,
there.
please. What breed is?
He's a Pekingese.
He's a Pekingese. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, and that tongue. The hair. Have you ever given him a short haircut, or have you kept it?
He's never had a haircut.
Wow.
Never had a haircut.
That's incredible. I wonder how
keeping it
small
long.
he'd be under there. All right.
He's about 8 pounds.
8 pounds.
And like 5 of it is like fur.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just quickly here, what are you going to do to celebrate this big win?
I think I'm going to give him a big apple. And we're also going to celebrate with some root beer.
He likes
Some
apples
Mug
and
root beer. Well, actually, Mug Root Beer sponsored the event, and they are even going to have a special commemorative can with his picture on it called Mug, Ugly Mug.
A collector's item,
And they
for
can
sure.
actually go on Mug Root Beer's Instagram site to enter a contest to win these special commemorative
Very
root beers.
cool. We'll definitely take a look at that. Ann Lewis, Wild Thing, Gotti Schwartz, thank you all for being here. Made my morning. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now.
Thank you.
Good Monday morning. I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, summer sizzler. The nationwide heat wave showing no signs of cooling down as record-breaking temperatures on the East Coast leave millions sweltering. But it's a different kind of story in Iowa, where many people are being forced to evacuate from communities hit hard by severe flooding. We'll have the latest on the extreme weather gripping the country. Also this morning, with just 3 days to go until the first presidential debate of this year's election, we're looking at how both candidates are preparing for Thursday's showdown as the pre-debate war of words continues. And facing the music, Justin Timberlake returns to the stage for the first time since being arrested for allegedly driving while intoxicated. What the pop star had to say to fans about that incident. Plus, put your paws together for the world's ugliest dog. We're welcoming this year's winner, Wild Thing, on set for what should be one howl of a time. I feel so bad calling the ugliest dog. It's a cute dog there. But we do begin this hour with the heat wave, which is sizzling parts of the U.S. Tens of millions of people are under heat alerts, while 15 states are on track to set new records today. We'll have more on the forecast in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live in a steamy New York City this morning. Aaron, good morning.
For millions from coast to coast, this summer is off to a ferocious start.
It's been hot this whole week.
A relentless heat wave smashing records in the Northeast. In Philadelphia, Sunday's high of 98 degrees beat the daily record set over 135 years ago. While Washington, D.C. hit 100 degrees in June for the first time in over a decade. Other communities facing severe flooding, including Rock Valley, Iowa, where recovery efforts are ongoing after the town was submerged in floodwaters when a levee broke, forcing some residents to evacuate.
The river rose to historic levels. It's a monumental undertaking.
Iowa's governor declaring a disaster for 21 counties. In Tucson, the fire department said a woman died in an intense monsoon rainstorm, and another person died in flooding in South Dakota, where 4 rivers broke record levels. New York bracing for intense storms after a scorching hot weekend. Lifeguards at New York's Jones Beach sweating it out.
I mean, this just keeps getting worse. Like every summer, it feels like it's turning, the temperature goes up. Are you worried about that?
When I first started working here, it was definitely a lot cooler. It only started getting really hot towards like late July, but this year it started getting hot really early.
Scientists say there is a clear link between intense heat and human-caused climate change, meaning this extreme weather is unlikely to go anywhere anytime soon. Stephen?
All right, good to know. Aaron, thank you so much. Well, let's get a look at what we can expect for the week ahead for your Morning News Now forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Stephen, great to see you. And we can expect more heat, even some summer storms, too. But you saw Aaron's shot right where you saw the breeze, and that's some cooler air coming in from the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. So that's good news. Also, humidity levels are dropping. Those winds are bringing in that drier air. But unfortunately, the summer heat does continue in the plains, into the south central states, the southeast. And we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in a lot of spots. If you're not in the triple digits, you factor in the humidity, you're going to feel like you are. And then we're also looking at the chance for severe storms, mainly in portions of the upper Midwest. That's going to move off to the Midwest and the Great Lakes tomorrow. Notice the green, too, in New England, also upstate New York. Could see some showers and storms there. An area of low pressure is kind of spinning there. And then along the Carolinas into the southeast, could see some showers, too, even some thunderstorms, especially in parts of southern Florida. More rain for the Four Corners. We're talking monsoonal rain, so it could be heavy at times. And then we are hot and dry along the west coast, and we're looking at temperatures soaring there as well. The Pacific Northwest looking really nice today. By Wednesday, we're going to see the heat returning into portions of the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, back into the 90s. We're going to feel warmer than that. But notice the rain, too, from New England into the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, the Mississippi Valley into the Southeast. So a lot of the East on Wednesday will be wet with showers and thunderstorms. Monsoonal rain does continue for portions of the Southwest into the Four Corners, sunning hot in the Intermountain West. And we're going to dry it out in the Northern Plains, and temperatures will be nice for this time of year in the Upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. By Friday, a chance of storms do return to the Midwest, the Upper Midwest, where you see the green there and that thunderstorm. Southern warm throughout the South Central states into the Southeast. Could see some more rain in the Carolinas also, portions of Florida with some showers and thunderstorms there. And then we're looking at low humidity once again in New England. Temperatures in the 70s, even low 80s. That's going to extend into portions of the Northeast. The Mid-Atlantic, you're going to be a little bit warmer there. And the Intermountain West looking really good as well. So let's talk about that heat, because still 48 million Americans under heat alerts at this hour. We're looking at some heat alerts, some heat watches, some heat warnings. And again, we're going to see those temperatures soaring into the upper 90s, if not the triple digits in some spots. And this extends all the way from the Southwest and Las Vegas. 110 today. The record is 113. So we could see some records falling in 17 states. We'll watch that for you as we go throughout this Monday. Scottsbluff, we're looking at 102. Omaha, 100 degrees, 102 in Wichita. And then temperatures in the upper 90s in Atlanta. Memphis, notice you could see the record breaking there, 100 degrees and 97 in Baton Rouge. You factor the humidity there, it will feel like over 100 degrees. Then tomorrow, the high pressure and the heat's going to stay put. We're looking at temperatures into Salt Lake City, 100 degrees. The record there is 102. Memphis, 99. Into the 90s in Atlanta and also Jacksonville. Unfortunately, we're going to keep that heat in the south. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Dallas, you have triple digits, 100 degrees Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, feeling warmer with the humidity kind of tapped in there. Atlanta, 99 degrees on Wednesday, into the upper 90s Thursday and Friday in New York City Wednesday. That's where the heat returns, but we're right back to the 80s by Thursday, and then just typical summer heat on Friday, 82 degrees. This is what satellite radar looks like right now. Not a whole lot going on, but notice the northern plains. We're looking at some lightning there. We're going to start to see this ramp up later on this afternoon into the overnight hours. We could see some pretty gusty storms moving in, with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. Could see a cluster of storms with significant wind moving from Minnesota to Wisconsin, so we'll watch that closely for you. Also could see some large hail, softball-size hail there. Monsoonal rain, we'll watch that throughout the portions of the Four Corners, and then also that rain that I talked about in parts of New England into upstate New York. Today, 21 million people at risk for severe storms. I mentioned that really large hail, winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour. Can't rule out the chance of a few tornadoes as well. International Falls, Fargo, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls, Waterloo, over to Green Bay, where you see that yellow shading. That is the best chance, especially from Minnesota, Wisconsin. Models are indicating that we could see that cluster of storms moving through later on today. Softball-size hail possible. That causes damage all on its own, and also could see some flooding rains because we have a lot of humidity in the air, so any of these tropical downpours or these downpours could create some flooding conditions. That will be the same threat for tomorrow, 20 million people at risk. Notice that it moves a little bit further to the east, so now the Midwest into parts of the Great Lakes, Chicago, Peoria, Kirksville could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Not quite as strong as today. Damaging hail, not quite as big as today, which is good news, but we are concerned about flooding tomorrow. And this is why we're looking at that heaviest rain throughout Chicago into Kansas City, where you see those darker colors. Parts of the Great Lakes in the Midwest could see some really heavy rainfall tomorrow. This is why we have a cold front that's moving through, a frontal system that's going to spark the chance for those showers and storms, especially across the northern plains. And those storms, once we get that daytime heating going, kind of gives the oomph to those storms later on tonight. And then by tomorrow, Stephen, we are looking at those storms into the Midwest, and we are concerned about some flash flooding and also some damaging winds. Back to you.
This is not the summer forecast I was hoping for when I was wishing for it back in January. Oh, all right. Michelle, thanks so much.
It came quickly.
It did. Wow, sure. It did. Well, to escape that brutal heat, many Americans are heading to the beach, but officials warn to be on alert when swimming in the ocean after multiple people have already died from dangerous rip currents and even a shark attack. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk is live at Jacob Riis Beach in Queens. Stephanie, good morning to you. How's it looking out there?
You know, Stephen, a lot of people in the summer is a time to enjoy the water, but it also can be a tragic reminder of just how dangerous the water is. On this beach today, we've been watching a couple of rip currents pulling the water out of the beach. This is where 2 teenagers went missing on Friday. The Coast Guard called off the search for them over the weekend as we're getting terrible news out of Hawaii of a beloved surfer who was killed by a shark in Oahu. This morning, shock and sadness in Hawaii over the death of a well-known pro surfer and longtime lifeguard, 49-year-old Tamayo Perry, who officials say was killed Sunday in a shark attack. It happened while he was surfing off the north shore of Oahu.
It was one of our own city and county Honolulu lifeguards. Tamayo Perry was a lifeguard loved by all.
Perry was a champion surfer who also dabbled as a professional actor.
Get to work.
Appearing as an extra on the show Hawaii Five-0 and the film Pirates of the Caribbean. The shark attack comes just days after 2 teens vanished while swimming at this busy New York beach.
The wave was extremely high, and it went on top of them and sucked them over.
Officials say it happened just minutes after lifeguards went off duty.
We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still in the investigation.
One of the missing teens, now identified by his family as 16-year-old Elijah Chandler. His mother stayed at the beach Saturday before authorities called off the search.
I wish he could just come out the water. They could just come out the water.
It comes amid 2 similar incidents in Florida. In popular Panama City Beach, officials say 3 friends from Alabama drowned Friday after getting caught in a rip current. Deja Merchant says she watched her boyfriend Jamonde Ray and his 2 friends get swept away.
He's just a loving and kind person. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I can't call him.
Just a day earlier in Stewart Beach, another deadly rip current took the lives of Brian Warder and his girlfriend Erica Wishard. Rip currents are narrow strips of water moving away from shore that can form when wind blows towards the beach. Moving at speeds of more than 5 miles an hour, they can become impossible to outswim. Stephen, it is almost impossible to outswim a rip current, and we give this advice every year. If you feel yourself being pulled out to sea, don't fight it. Try to swim parallel to the beach, and then when you're no longer being pulled out, try then to get into shore. Also, make sure you're swimming someplace where a lifeguard can see you, Stephen.
Important information. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And turning now to the race for the White House and the highly anticipated first presidential debate between President Biden and former President Trump. They are going head-to-head on Thursday night in Atlanta. Both campaigns have spent the last several days gearing up for the 90-minute debate, with both sides agreeing to new rules, which include no audience and no use of notes. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. This is a high-stakes face-off coming in the peak of the heat of summer, and it's far earlier in the presidential calendar than we've seen for generations of past debates. Now, preparing themselves differently, President Biden is working with his closest aides in formal rehearsals, while Mr. Trump said his campaign appearances, courting evangelicals this weekend and base voters, that's what's getting him ready.
Debate week is here.
Will anybody be watching the debate on Thursday night?
President Biden in extended prep sessions at Camp David.
Mr. President, how is debate prep going?
This much-anticipated presidential showdown could be a pivotal event that shakes up a consistently tight race. The Biden campaign out with a new memo predicting 2 distinct visions for the future on stage in Atlanta, announcing 300 debate night watch parties and 1,600 volunteer events across battleground states, defining the choice and their opponent.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and the American people have to sit in that for a second. The person who wants to be president has to go sit with his probation officer before he actually goes to the debate, and so it is just a fact.
Former President Trump teasing that he has already made the big choice on a running mate.
Have you decided who your vice president is? Pick Tulsi!
In my mind, yeah.
Do they know?
No, nobody knows.
North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum is on the VP shortlist.
He's got a lot of great choices, and I think everybody, the whole country maybe knows my background, which is both success in business and success as in the executive branch as governing.
Today is the 2nd anniversary of the Dobbs decision that ended a national right to abortion. The First Lady campaigned Sunday arguing that reproductive rights will be decisive.
Women put Joe Biden in the White House,
and women are going to keep him there.
And the Biden campaign is seizing on that 2-year anniversary. The president is out with a new ad and statement saying that Donald Trump is solely responsible for the overturning of Roe. And his campaign says that remains a potent issue for independent and women voters. While this weekend, Mr. Trump took credit for moving abortion rights back to the states to decide, as he urged Christians to vote in greater numbers. Stephen?
A lot to watch coming up on Thursday. Kelly, thank you so much. And we'll have much more on the first presidential debate hosted by CNN throughout the week. Join NBC News for a special coverage of the debate, which gets underway Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the debate beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific time. You can watch that on NBC News Now and on NBC. Well, as we just heard, today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, setting into motion a series of major legal battles over reproductive rights in America. 21 states have now either restricted or banned abortion procedures since the ruling was overturned. Many people have spoken out about the difficulties they face since those laws were put into place, from not receiving care in the emergency room to life-threatening journeys across state lines for a procedure. Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for an interview on Morning Joe, a warning of that fight ahead.
Madam Vice President, 2 years to the day that Roe was overturned. What's at stake in this election?
Everything is at stake. And fundamentally, on this issue, it's about freedom. And every person of whatever gender should understand that if such a fundamental freedom, such as the right to make decisions about your own body, can be taken, be aware of what other freedoms may be at stake.
Well, the vice president is expected to appear at 2 events today as part of President Biden's campaign to mark the 2-year point since the court's ruling. Mr. Biden has used reproductive rights to rally voters and try to get them to the polls come November. All right, turning to Arkansas, where state police have announced that a 4th victim of a grocery store shooting has now died. The 81-year-old woman passed away Saturday night following a shooting at the Mad Butcher grocery store in a town 70 miles south of Little Rock. The suspect is in custody. However, 13 people were struck in that shooting spree. That includes 2 law enforcement officers, according to state police. None of the 4 deceased victims are officers. Joining us now for more on this is NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar. Priya, good morning to you. So what are the latest details that we're hearing from law enforcement, and what do we know about these other victims?
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, as you mentioned, 81-year-old Ellen Shroom is the latest victim to die as of Saturday night in the Dallas County Medical Center as she was fighting for her life. But 3 other victims passed away on Friday when the shooting happened. 23-year-old Callie Weems, who was a nurse, and her mother told us, I was in Arkansas over the weekend and got an opportunity to speak with her mother, Helen Browning, that she was off from her job as a nurse that day when she went grocery shopping. She leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter. In addition to that, 50-year-old Roy Sturgis also passed away on Friday. He is described as a devoted dad to his daughter, Hannah. And then also 62-year-old Shirley Taylor. I got an opportunity to speak with her daughter, Angela Ashley, and she said that her mom was a homebody. She liked to crochet, garden, and cook. Let's take a listen to what their family members had to say about their loved ones.
She was the most hardworking woman I've ever known in my life. She always put her family first.
Most beautiful smile, a laughter that just filled the room full of joy. Sweetest girl.
To know her was to love her.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And, you know, this is such a small town, only 4,000 people. Most of the people I spoke to know someone who was inside of that grocery store. So this is a tragedy that's hitting basically everyone who lived there, Stephen.
So awful, heartbroken for that whole community. Priya, also oddly, this is the 3rd mass shooting at a U.S. grocery store in just 3 years. So I know you also mentioned the injuries for other victims there. What do we know about them, including those police officers who were also injured?
That's right. So 14 people total were shot, including the suspect, who has since been released from the Dallas County Medical Center and is currently in custody in the local jail. He's expected to make his first court appearance today. There were also 2 law enforcement officers who were shot. It was non-life-threatening injuries. They have also been released from the Dallas County Medical Center. And then 11 civilians, 4 of them died, as I mentioned. Of the remaining 7, as of yesterday afternoon, 4 of them were still in the hospital. 5 women were shot and 2 men. They range in ages from 20 to 65 years old. The Arkansas State Police did tell us that 1 woman is still in critical condition and fighting for her life. So as you can imagine, Stephen, everyone in the community of Fordyce and across Arkansas is just praying that they make a recovery.
Oh, certainly praying that as well. And we don't have a lot of time here left, but I wanted to ask about this suspect, the 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey. Have the police said anything about a motive yet?
Yeah, so law enforcement officers who were briefed on this shooting say that there are no indications that his motive had anything to do with any sort of extremism or hate crimes. We don't know that he has had any sort of criminal record, so the motive is something that's still under investigation by the Arkansas State Police at this time, Stephen.
All right, Priya, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. And coming up, breaking his silence, Justin Timberlake is back on stage for the first time since that DWI charge. What he's telling fans about that incident, that's coming up next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu facing mounting criticism for his stance on the war with Hamas. In an interview over the weekend with Israeli media, Netanyahu once again said he would be open to a partial ceasefire in exchange for some of the hostages being held by Hamas. But when asked if he would end the war, he refused. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv with the latest.
Good morning. We just heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night. He said he's willing to make a partial deal with Hamas to free those remaining hostages, but he's sticking to his position that Hamas must be destroyed before the war ends.
Israel's prime minister doubling down on his criticism of the U.S. as the sparring match between Washington and Jerusalem enters its second week. There was a dramatic drop in the supply of armaments arriving from the U.S. to Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu said. American officials have spent the past week denying that the U.S. has slowed weapons deliveries to Israel.
We generally do not know what he's talking about.
But even as Netanyahu continued attacking his American allies, he said the fight against Israel's enemies in Gaza would start to slow. The intensive phase of the war against Hamas is about to end, he said. Netanyahu said that will allow his army to concentrate on the northern border, where Israel's fight against Hezbollah, an Iran-backed militia group, is heating up. Last week, Hezbollah's leader released ominous surveillance footage of major Israeli cities and military installations, boasting about the reach of his group's drones. We went to Kiryat Shmona, an Israeli city on Lebanon's border. It's been a ghost town since the fighting began last October.
In the nearly 9 months since this community was evacuated, feelings here have gone from fear to anger to calls for war. What came inside here? Right in through here.
Yeah. This city voted overwhelmingly for Netanyahu. Now they're furious with him.
Do you feel as though the government has abandoned the north?
Unfortunately, yes. Every day that passes and the situation stays the same, he told me. And they do nothing to bring us back to our homes. American diplomats worry that a major Israeli offensive against Hezbollah could spark a region-wide war. But many in this displaced community see more war as the only path to peace.
And this violence in the Middle East may be once again spilling over into American streets. There were clashes last night between pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protesters in front of a synagogue in Los Angeles.
All right, Matt Bradley, thanks so much. Well, back here in the States, pop star Justin Timberlake is speaking out for the first time since being arrested for intoxicated driving last week. Timberlake addressed a sold-out Chicago crowd on Friday, thanking them for their support. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
We've been together through ups and downs and lefts and rights.
In his first concert since he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated, Justin Timberlake breaking his silence on stage in front of a crowd in Chicago.
It's been a tough week, but you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
During a roughly 2-minute talk in the middle of his set, the pop superstar speaking candidly.
I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect him to say anything more than that.
Longtime fan Zach Moss was at the concert.
He literally was wiping away tears while he was saying it. So I think he just kind of caught himself off guard and said what he needed to say when he said it.
The 43-year-old multi-Grammy winner was arrested last week in Sag Harbor, New York. According to court documents, police pulled Timberlake over after he failed to stop at a stop sign and swerved in 2 different places. In surveillance video seen here, a vehicle appearing to match the description of the one Timberlake was driving that night was also captured in the same area. Sag Harbor PD have not responded to NBC News' request to confirm the vehicle in the video is Timberlake's. According to the complaint, Officer Michael Arkinson determined Timberlake was intoxicated on the scene. Timberlake told the police that he had 1 martini and followed his friends home. Arkinson, a 23-year-old on the force, now at the center of this high-profile arrest, was only just a year old at the time of NSYNC's iconic single, Bye Bye Bye. Now with Timberlake's world tour still in full force, the singer now facing the music ahead of his next court hearing.
And our thanks to Chloe Malas for that report. Timberlake's next stop is right here in New York City, headlining Madison Square Garden for 2 nights starting tomorrow. His next court date is scheduled for July. NBC News has reached out to the singer as well as Officer Michael Arkinson, but have not yet heard back. Well, coming up, chewing it over, why a new social media trend for chewing so-called facial fitness gum to tone your jawline is leaving some parents and mental health experts concerned. We'll have more on that coming up next.
comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new trend on TikTok that is targeting teenage boys. It's a special type of chewing gum that the makers claim will help get the, quote, perfect jawline. Some psychologists, though, are worried this hyper-focus on appearance could worsen an already dire youth mental health crisis. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian spoke with one mom about her concern for her 12-year-old son.
You know how we do it. A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret, you can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care, but it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliners saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
All right, and here to explain the science behind a product or a trend like this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, thanks for being with us this morning. So this gum promises to tone and tighten more than 57 facial and neck muscles, and that will allegedly create the, quote, perfect jawline. Is that even possible? What's actually happening when they chew this gum?
Yeah, Stephen, I wish there were some science behind it, but there is literally no science and no facts behind this. It is all, unfortunately, not just social media hype, but it's distorting people's minds, as you just heard Yasmin reporting. So what's really happening is that you're using your jaw muscles, the masseter muscles, to kind of chew and chew. Think about what you're doing when you're chewing any food. You're using muscles to chew, but that's not actually changing your jawline. Your jawline is determined by the actual skeletal kind of part of your jaw, which you can't alter. And all it's actually doing is creating hypertrophy. You can actually make those muscles bigger, and then it can actually distort the way your mouth looks. It can have the unintended consequence of not giving you a sleek jawline, but giving you these enlarged muscles and potentially exacerbating some health issues like headaches, kind of TMJ, if you've ever heard of that, and some joint pain as well.
Yeah, and it completely takes all the fun out of chewing gum.
Chewing gum, that's right.
Dr. Patel, though, this trend, it is actually concerning for so many parents because of the implications it could have on their children's mental health. There's a recent survey from Mental Health Foundation showing a quarter of boys say their body image causes them to worry often or always. So we often talk about the body image in terms of girls, but what could this mean? How could this trend impact boys moving forward?
Stephen, I'm living this. I have a 9-year-old boy, and I'm watching it kind of come out because you're right. We do emphasize, and it is absolutely true that the destruction on girls and boys is equal, not just social media, but kind of our body images and kind of the way we talk about body imaging with boys. And we don't do enough of it. We don't really talk about the fact that boys are having a lot of the same thoughts, like, how do I look? What are the perceptions? You just showed clips of Justin Timberlake when he was in his teen years. So much of those images shape not just what boys think, but young men. And then they grow up to also then, unfortunately, propagate this unintentionally. So this does exacerbate a lot of mental health issues. And it just reminds us, Stephen, that it starts at such a young age. Like, it starts literally once they start seeing images or even these ads, which are targeted to boys, because you just feel like, what's wrong with chewing gum? My kids chew gum. Oh, but if you chew this kind of gum, you'll look this way.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a great point. You mentioned your 9-year-old, Dr. Patel. Quickly, I'm just curious, what advice do you have for parents who want to get ahead of this?
Listen, don't fight it. If you want to jump in like I did and say, no, that's all wrong, that's the wrong instinct. You have to hear them out. You have to actually get them to trust you, talk to you, and then educate them and just say, that actually won't change much. I know you like gum, and I know you kind of think this might change the way your face looks, or maybe someone was making fun of you because of the way your face looks. Let's talk about that. And then the final thing is to just model it, because I think they see us looking at things or looking at images, scrolling on phones and looking at certain things. And we have to stop and remind and say, I'm looking at this, but this is not reality. Like, what we have is reality. So I think that's the most important point, Stephen.
Some great advice there. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, coming up, going green in Paris. we'll take a look at how a French city is cutting its carbon footprint. The French city cutting its carbon footprint as it prepares to host the Summer Olympics. That's coming up next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer celebrities.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. This morning, some auto dealerships are breathing a sigh of relief after a cyber attack. A retail technology provider saying it's now started to restore their systems. This announcement from the company CDK, which provides software to car dealerships, comes after they briefly shut down last week because of that cyber attack. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Now to what's making financial headlines, and the Justice Department considering bringing criminal charges against Boeing after an investigation. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Stephen, good morning to you. That's right. U.S. prosecutors are reportedly recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing after finding the company violated a settlement related to the fatal crashes of two 737 MAX jets. Now, Reuters says the government must decide by July 7th whether to charge Boeing. Last month, officials determined the company breached an agreement from 2021 that shielded it from criminal prosecution in those crashes as long as it overhauled its compliance practices. Boeing has said it's honored the terms of the settlement. Meta Platforms has discussed combining its generative AI model with Apple's recently announced AI system for the iPhone, Apple Intelligence. The Wall Street Journal reports the potential deal comes as Apple plans to add technology from other AI companies to its devices, including long-term search partner Google and AI startup Anthropic. The talks have involved the AI companies selling premium subscriptions to their services through Apple. And an AI startup backed by NVIDIA wants to help you with your next big presentation. Synthesia showing off new tools today, including the ability to create avatars using just your phone or webcam and full body avatars with hands and arms. The company says the avatars can be used for a wide range of purposes, such as custom training videos for employees and generating promotional material. It says in the future it will be able to tailor AI avatars for different countries, Stephen.
Full body avatars.
Full body, arms and legs, the whole thing.
I'm going to pass for now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Silvana,
We'll see.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
All right, there is now just over 1 month to go until the opening ceremony kicks off this year's Olympic Games in Paris. And for many events, we'll watch the competition from venues which have been around for years or even over a century. It's a big part of how Paris was able to cut its carbon footprint compared to previous Olympics. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane joins me now with more on this and how Paris is sort of embracing the past to help the climate future. You were actually just there taking a look at it. What'd you learn?
Yeah, so when you look at the last couple of Summer Olympics in Tokyo and Rio, roughly half of their carbon emissions were from construction. So when Paris was trying to decide, hey, how are we going to cut our carbon footprint, they saw a real opportunity there, not just in limiting what they choose to build, but also the way that they build it.
Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower. And most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be use. Do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the Games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC. Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey. As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues.
And LA28 also just updated their plans for their venues, Stephen. A couple of interesting things. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is going to host track and field, which will make it the first and only venue to host Olympic track and field 3 times.
Wow.
Another interesting thing is the LA Rams Stadium in Inglewood. They're actually going to host swimming in there. So an NFL stadium hosting swimming, nearly 40,000 fans. It has that transparent roof with the sunlight coming in. Should be a pretty spectacular place to watch Olympic swimming.
Excellent, and everybody wins there.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much. All right, coming up, looking a bit rough. The world's ugliest dog joins us live on set, hot on the paws of his victory over the weekend. How Wild Thing hounded out the competition to win that coveted title. That's coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new era in Taylor Swift's love story with Travis Kelce. The singer brought her boyfriend on stage for the first time last night at her Eras Tour concert in London, and Swifties, they swooned as Travis Kelce performed with Swift and her dancers for the intro to her song, I Can Do It With a Broken Heart. Videos posted on social media show Kelce carrying Swift to a couch, brushing her face with makeup, and showing off some dance moves even. All with a big smile on his face, of course. Last night's performance capped off a whirlwind weekend across the pond for the couple. Earlier this weekend, Swift posted a selfie with Kelce alongside some royal VIPs. Prince William, Prince George, and Princess Charlotte attended that Friday night show. Congratulations to them. Pretty cool. Well, there is officially a new title holder for the world's ugliest dog. The much-anticipated competition was held in California over the weekend, and this year, Wild Thing finally got his moment to shine. He was crowned the winning dog after entering the contest 5 times. His hair has never been brushed. Wow. And his tongue perpetually flops out there. So adorable. But this furry face is sure to make you swoon. We'll get to meet Wild Thing in just a moment. Very excited about that one. Also excited to talk to NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz. You were one of the judges over the weekend. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, world's ugliest correspondent gets to judge the world's ugliest dog competition. Yeah, this competition is all about giving ugly dogs their moment to shine. And we got to be a judge again this year. And as we searched for the canine with the roughest mug in the country, there was one above all the rest.
When your furry friend is up for the title of the world's ugliest dog, there can be some mixed emotions. From excitement.
We think our dogs are the best in the world.
To acceptance.
What made you want to enter this year?
It's the public suggestion.
And maybe even a little denial.
I thought that she would be the most beautiful ugly dog.
But at this annual competition in Petaluma, California, the only offensive thing you can call these canines is cute. The scene may be unsightly to some, but for those here,
I don't think they're ugly. They're adorable.
it's the dog's inner beauty that shines through.
Ugly has 4 letters, but so does cute.
Still, in a contest where looks are everything, Twiggy, you are the belle of the ball. Some pups came dressed to impress, while others relied on their natural novelty.
This hair is to die for.
Thank you. It's natural.
But the talk of the town was a returning vet.
And I recognize this face. Where is that face? Right there.
This loose-tongued hairball is Wild Thing, an 8-year-old Pekingese who hoped after 5 tries he'd finally be named the ugliest.
He's always the bridesmaid.
But don't let the furry faces fool you. These contestants weren't shy about sniffing out the competition. Others just wanted to keep their eye on it, like Rome, who seemed to travel with an empire of fans.
And he loves all the attention.
It all came down to one final chance to put their most repugnant paw forward.
Look at that Beyonce hair. I mean, goodness.
Before my fellow judges and I tally the tail wags and we're ready to crown a winner.
The world's ugliest dog is Wild Thing!
Finally, giving this ugly dog his day.
All right, Stephen, without further ado.
I'm so excited.
Wild Thing! You make our hearts sing. This is the world's ugliest dog, and this is Wild Thing's human. This is Anne with us today, Anne Lewis.
Hello.
And, I mean,
yeah, wow,
what do you
Wild
think?
Thing. The tongue alone, it looks almost like a wig that Wild Thing is wearing. And congratulations on the big win, first of all. What made you enter Wild Thing back 5 years ago when you first started this? And what does it feel like to now finally win?
Yeah, actually, we did it on a dare. Somebody said, that's the ugliest dog I've ever seen. You've got to enter him in the ugly dog contest. And I thought, what the heck?
Yeah.
And that was 5 years ago. First year, he did nothing, but we had so much fun at the show.
Well, last year, second place.
Yes.
The year before that, second place. The year before that, second place.
Wow, runner up.
So he was always a bridesmaid.
Now he's a top dog. Look at this guy. Can we walk him?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I gotta see this.
Come here, Wild Thing. Come here, Wild Thing. Look at this walk. It's kind of like a little Roomba. Come here, Wild Thing. Wild Thing, come on. Come on. Come on over here.
This feels a little surreal.
Look at this. Okay, watch it.
He's hiding.
And he is such a hot little dog. He is the hottest dog.
Oh, yeah.
He actually has
wearing
ice,
fur
right?
coat.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. He sits on ice. Look at this. There he goes. Hi, guy. Hi.
Yeah, guys, you said he looked like moves like a Roomba. I totally see that.
Like an Ewok Roomba.
An Ewok, that's exactly what I see here.
So tell us, what was happening at the airport when people would see him on
He got bombarded. He was in the crate most of the time, but as soon as we took him out of the crate, people were coming up to us. They've seen him on TV, and they had to have their pictures taken with them. And it's like I said, it's all about the cause. So
all about the cause. That's right. And he's actually helped save some dogs in Ukraine, right?
Yes. On his internet site or her Netflix Instagram site. We had a Save the Ukrainian Pekingese, and there was a Pekingese, some Pekingese in the war zone, and we were actually able to get 9 out of the Ukraine through Poland, through Turkey, 2 into Canada, and 7 into the United States in different homes.
Such a good cause.
So it really worked out, and he's also an advocate for vaccines.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why he looks the way he looks is because we had a rescue dog, and it contracted distemper, and when it did, unfortunately, he caught it. And thousands of dollars later, the other dog sadly didn't make it. But because he had his first set of vaccines, he survived.
Wow.
Incredible.
He's also an avid supporter of please get your dogs vaccinated.
A great cause. Wild Thing doing a whole lot of good.
Yes.
Yeah, we love to hear that.
He's such a little pillow. I'm going to come sit down over
Yeah,
there.
please. What breed is?
He's a Pekingese.
He's a Pekingese. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, and that tongue. The hair. Have you ever given him a short haircut, or have you kept it?
He's never had a haircut.
Wow.
Never had a haircut.
That's
No.
incredible.
It's,
I wonder how
keeping it
small
long.
he'd be under there. All right.
He's about 8 pounds.
8 pounds.
And like 5 of it is like fur.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just quickly here, what are you going to do to celebrate this big win?
I think I'm going to give him a big apple. And we're also going to celebrate with some root beer.
He likes
Some
apples
mug
and root beer.
Well, actually, Mug Root Beer sponsored the event, and they are even going to have a special commemorative can with his picture on it called Mug, ugly mug.
A collector's item,
they
for
can
sure.
actually go on Mug Root Beer's Instagram site to enter a contest to win these special commemorative
Very
root beers.
cool. We'll definitely take a look at that. Ann Lewis, Wild Thing, Gotti Schwartz, thank you all for being here. Made my morning. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now.
Thank you.
What a joy to be with you this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn is on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Monday, June 24th. Dangerous waters. Multiple Americans have died after being attacked by sharks or getting caught in rip current. So we're going to talk about how to stay safe and when taking a dip in the ocean this summer. Plus, speaking out, singer Justin Timberlake returning to the stage with fresh comments about that run-in with police in the Hamptons. What he shared with fans in Chicago amidst the ongoing fallout. Plus, sunsick. Tens of millions of Americans under heat alerts today. This is sweltering weather shows no signs of letting up anytime soon. We're going to take a look at the heat-related illnesses that you need to know about and how you can treat them. High-tech vacation. A record number of Americans expected to travel this summer. Some companies are now looking to use artificial intelligence to help you plan your next trip. The tools that you could see popping up online. Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you so much for joining us this Monday. We start right now with the danger at the beach, with emergency officials responding to several deadly incidents at our nation's beaches just over the past few days. In fact, if you look at Hawaii, a professional lifeguard was killed Sunday afternoon after he was attacked by a shark while surfing. And rough waters and rip currents across the East Coast, they're putting beachgoers on pretty high alert. Meanwhile, in New York, officials say 2 teenage boys were swept away by a huge wave in Queens Friday and never again resurfaced. That's just days after 5 people died in riptides in 2 separate incidents in Florida. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Walkaway Park here in New York. Stephanie, look, the U.S. Coast Guard called off its rescue operations specifically for those 2 teams in Queens. Does that mean this now shifts from a rescue to a recovery mission today?
Yeah, it does. And I got to tell you, the people out here on this beach who come here regularly are incredibly sad today. I mean, it's an unbelievable tragedy. These 2 teenage boys out here surfing just after the lifeguards had gone home, went into the water. There was some danger of rip currents. According to firsthand accounts, there was a wave that crashed on them that dragged them out. They believe rip currents are to blame. Now, this beach is open right now, but it is still a risk, and there is a heightened sense of alert for people who are out here swimming today, Morgan.
Stephanie, I mean, when you speak about that heightened alert, what should people do if they're caught in a rip current?
Well, one of the most important things to know, Morgan, is that you can't outswim it. Not even the strongest swimmers can outswim a rip current. It's incredibly hard and exhausting. And if you are caught out in one, and we mention this to people every year, what you're supposed to do is, first of all, don't panic. If you feel like you're being pulled out to sea, then don't panic, and then try to swim parallel to the shore when you're no longer actually being pulled out, and then come in to the shore. And that is the best way to get out of a rip current.
Parallel to the shore, that's the thing that I always sort of keep front of mind whenever I'm in the water. Great advice. I know that you're here in New York, but can we talk just briefly about Hawaii? What are we learning about that deadly shark attack?
Yeah, Tamayo Perry, a 49-year-old accomplished surfer and lifeguard, well-known lifeguard in Oahu and Honolulu, and he was attacked by a shark, and officials say killed by a shark. He is beloved. There were effusive praise for him as a person, as a surfer. Here's what one of the officials had to say about him as a person.
Tamayo's personality was infectious, and as much as people loved him, he loved everyone else more.
It's just a tragic loss, and as Kirk just said, Tamayo is a legendary waterman and highly respected, grew up right over here, and just a great member of our ocean safety team.
Incredible tragedy. It's an incredible tragedy, someone who knew the water so well and just got incredibly unlucky. Morgan.
All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk for us there in New York. Stephanie, thanks. Meanwhile, tens of millions of people are under heat alerts today across the plains and the Mississippi River Valley. But after a sweltering weekend, it looks like the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast may be seeing just a little bit of relief. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, tell us about this relief. Are we finally seeing a break?
Some people are. It's just amazing how, still 80 degrees and kind of humid feels so much better than like 90 to 100 and like really humid. So all of the heat advisories and warnings that were with us this weekend in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, we get at least a little bit of a break. But the middle of the country is now filled with them. And we even now have excessive heat warnings for Little Rock. Omaha's under excessive heat warning. Salt Lake City. And then now on the Gulf Coast, it's still very humid and still very warm under heat advisories. We do see a chance for a few records. We're not going to shatter. We're not going to have dozens of records, but we will have some isolated records. Like Wichita has a chance of getting close to their 103 record high. Omaha should be near 100 today, a couple shy. Scotts Bluff has a chance. And even Atlanta, only a couple degrees shy of your record high today. Tomorrow, more of the same near record highs in many locations, including Memphis, Jacksonville, Florida, heading into Stillwater and also Salt Lake City. And then by the time we get to the end of this week, we notice definitely a cooling trend through the northern half, the Great Lakes, northern New England, significantly cooler, Mid-Atlantic, kind of middle, kind of what you'd expect, but still very hot for this time of year. Atlanta, Dallas, it looks like you're into your summer swelter. 100 degrees Wednesday, Thursday, right into Friday. And as far as severe weather goes, over the weekend, we saw some of the all-time record high river crests in areas of Iowa, especially. Right now, we only have one batch of thunderstorms in northern Minnesota, but once we get towards the peak heating of the afternoon, these thunderstorms will explode again. About 21 million people under a slight risk of severe weather. We have a chance of an isolated tornado or two, especially Minnesota and central Wisconsin. And as we watch Iowa, Morgan, we've seen the pictures of all the flooding there. They do have a chance for, unfortunately, more rain this afternoon.
All right, Bill, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Let's turn now to a shooting in Arkansas. The suspected gunman in Friday's mass shooting at a grocery store is set to appear in court tomorrow. The motive is still unclear and appears to be a completely random, senseless act, according to police. Investigators say the suspect was armed with a 12-gauge shotgun, a pistol, and was wearing a bandolier with dozens of extra shotgun shells. There was a candlelight vigil just yesterday evening for the 4 victims who were killed in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now live. Priya, look, this is essentially a really small town, one of those towns where everyone sort of knows each other. How has this impacted them, and what do we know in terms of details now coming out about the suspect?
Absolutely, Morgan. As you mentioned, this is a very small town, only 4,000 people. I was there over the weekend, and everyone I spoke to either told me that they frequented that grocery store or they knew someone who was inside of that grocery store when the mass shooting happened. And many of them told me that they even knew the suspect, who has now been identified as 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey. He's from about 15 minutes away from Fordyce, and right now he's facing 4 charges of capital murder. As you mentioned, we don't have any idea what his motive actually was. Law enforcement officers who were briefed on the shooting say there's no indication that there was any sort of ties to extremism or a hate crime, but a lot of people in that town are looking for answers, and we're not sure exactly when they're going to be able to get any. Morgan.
One of the shooting victims is being hailed a hero. Why?
That's right. So this is 23-year-old Callie Weems, and she actually works as a nurse. She followed in her mother's footsteps, who was also a nurse, and I got an opportunity to speak with her over the weekend. Her name is Helen Browning, and Arkansas State Police say that Callie was actually in the parking lot when the shooting began, and she used her training as a nurse to try to render aid to some of the other people who were shot by the suspect. Let's take a listen to what her mother had to say about her.
To know her was to love her. Big-hearted. She took that off. She took that from my mom.
I always worried about other people.
You could stab her in the back 17 times. And she'd still help you.
And tragically, Morgan, Callie leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter named Ivy.
That is just heartbreaking. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar there in Atlanta for us. Thanks so much, Priya. Justin Timberlake is back on tour following his DWI arrest on Long Island last week. During his concert in Chicago, the Crimea River singer told fans it's been a tough week. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Loss has more on Timberlake's comments and the fallout from his run-in with police.
We've been together through ups and downs and lefts and rights.
In his first concert since he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated, Justin Timberlake breaking his silence on stage in front of a crowd in Chicago.
It's been a tough week, but you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
During a roughly 2-minute talk in the middle of his set, the pop superstar speaking candidly.
I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect him to say anything more than that.
Longtime fan Zach Moss was at the concert.
He literally was wiping away tears while he was saying it. So I think he just kind of caught himself off guard and said what he needed to say when he said it.
The 43-year-old multi-Grammy winner was arrested last week in Sag Harbor, New York. According to court documents, police pulled Timberlake over after he failed to stop at a stop sign and swerved in 2 different places. In surveillance video seen here, a vehicle appearing to match the description of the one Timberlake was driving that night was also captured in the same area. Sag Harbor PD have not responded to NBC News' request to confirm the vehicle in the video is Timberlake's. According to the complaint, Officer Michael Arkinson determined Timberlake was intoxicated on the scene. Timberlake told the police that he had 1 martini and followed his friends home. Arkinson, a 23-year-old on the force, now at the center of this high-profile arrest, was only just a year old at the time of NSYNC's iconic single, Bye Bye Bye. Now with Timberlake's world tour still in full force, the singer now facing the music ahead of his next court hearing. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. prosecutors are recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing. All of this according to an exclusive report by Reuters. Prosecutors are accusing the company of violating a settlement related to 2 fatal crashes involving its 737 MAX jet. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins me now. Deirdre, great to see you this Monday. What do we know about this investigation? And has Boeing or even the Justice Department responded?
Hey, Morgan. So Reuters says the government must decide by July 7th whether or not to charge Boeing. Last month, officials determined the company breached a 2021 agreement, shielding it from criminal prosecution in those crashes as long as it overhauled its compliance practices. Boeing declined to comment, but has previously said it honored the terms of that settlement. The Justice Department also declined to comment. Meanwhile, fast fashion retailer Shein confidentially filed for a London IPO. That's according to sources who told CNBC. Shein filed for a U.S. IPO last year, but faced backlash from allegations of forced labor in its supply chain. Experts say listing in London could sidestep some of the hurdles it faces. And if you are looking to travel to Paris for the Summer Olympic Games, now just 1 month away, it's not too late to find a deal. Digital booking site Hopper shows flights to Paris during the opening ceremony weekend are averaging about $877 per ticket. That's 27% lower compared to last year. But Hopper says it won't last. The closer the games get, fares will likely surge. Only a month away. That's not a bad deal, Morgan.
Not a bad deal at all. Sign me up, Coach. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks. Appreciate it. Well, coming up, a new TikTok trend is now targeting male beauty standards. Why teen boys are looking to get the perfect jawline by chewing extra tough gum. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so this is fascinating. There's a new TikTok beauty trend, and it's targeting teenage boys with chewing gum. Influencers, they're encouraging their followers to buy extra tough gum that claims to give users the perfect jawline. All of this is part of a growing online beauty trend called looks maxing. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian has the latest on the new craze.
You know how we do it. A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret. You can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care, but it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliners saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Well, later on this hour, it is Swiftie Mania in London. We're going to take a look at all the celebrities who decided to stop by and watch the pop star perform, and the special surprise guest who closed out her Eras tour stay at Wembley Stadium. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Can you believe we are just 32 days away from opening ceremonies of the Paris Olympics? Now, while the city has been preparing for the games and the expected 15 million visitors, it is doing so with an eye on the environment. NBC News climate reporter Chase Kane shows us how Paris is cutting its carbon footprint ahead of the big event.
Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost.
to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower. And most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be use. Do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the Games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC. Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey. As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues. In Paris for NBC News Daily, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Embracing what we already have, our thanks to Chase Kane. Meanwhile, car dealerships across the country, they're getting back up and running after being hit by cyber attacks last week. Criminals infiltrated a software provider for thousands of dealers, slowing down everything from buying to even just fixing the cars. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream, including all of those places right there on your screen. Stay right here.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Monday, where it is 12:30 in Scarsdale, New York, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news as we speak. Chicago's iconic sculpture, The Bean, has reopened to the public. The popular tourist attraction was closed for nearly a year for renovations as well as construction, blocking visitors from seeing it up close. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court is agreeing to hear a challenge to a Tennessee law restricting puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgery for minors. This case could impact gender-affirming care for transgender youth all across the country, with more than 20 states now restricting treatments. The case will be heard next term, which starts in October and ends next June. Nearly 24 people now dead after a massive fire broke out at a lithium battery plant in South Korea. The fire started after batteries inside the building started exploding, and then they continued to explode as firefighters fought the flames for 5 hours. The factory houses roughly 35,000 batteries, many which are used in electric cars as well as in laptops. Well, we are just days away from the first presidential debate. President Joe Biden's team is planning a big campaign push with a nationwide event and advertising blitz. And Biden is spending the week at Camp David, surrounded by some of his key confidants and advisors while he prepares. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is holding informal policy sessions as his campaign touts his, quote, elite stamina during his rallies and interviews. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Washington. Ali, how is the president's campaign sort of gearing up for the big debate Thursday? Who are they trying to reach?
Yeah, Morgan, as you mentioned, while President Biden continues preparing for this debate at Camp David, his campaign is really trying to seize on this moment, this major primetime moment on Thursday night. And campaign officials say that they see this as an opportunity to really engage those voters who may, up until this point, have not been paying attention to this election cycle so far. And they're planning on doing that in a couple ways. They released this memo over the weekend where they lay out this strategy. They are planning more than 1,000 events in battleground states across the country. They're planning debate night watch parties, planning to release new TV and digital ads. They're also planning this robust rapid response operation to be able to follow along with the debate in real time on Thursday night. And they'll also be sending some surrogates to the ground in Atlanta where this debate is going to happen to really drive the president's messaging even further in that critical battleground state. The Biden team really hoping that this moment gives them an ability to move the needle even just a little bit as polls continue to show this is a very tight race, Morgan.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch them try to address those critical places, but also those critical people, those sort of deciders, especially that 18 to 25 age range where they're really focused on the issues, but perhaps haven't voted before. Looking across the aisle at former President Trump, though, he says that he's made up his mind on his VP pick. We've seen so many people vie just outside the courthouse here in Manhattan trying to show support for the former president on X, formerly known as Twitter. There's been a lot of rallying to be chosen by him. What has he said?
Yeah, and we expect him to formally issue that nomination at the Republican National Convention now just 3 weeks away. And we're getting a better sense over the weekend of who he could potentially pick after NBC has previously reported that his possible top contenders have come down to North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, as well as Florida Senator Marco Rubio. And the former president was in the battleground state of Pennsylvania over the weekend. He stopped at a restaurant in Philadelphia over the weekend, and he said that he has decided who his VP pick is going to be, but he said no one else knows that. But he did say that whoever that person is, that they will be in Atlanta on Thursday night for the debate, Morgan.
Well, it sounds like the secret will be out soon enough. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa for us there. Ali, thank you so much. And be sure to tune in this Thursday to watch the debate hosted by CNN. You can join NBC News for special coverage and analysis beginning Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC or NBC News Now at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC. Another American is back home from Turks and Caicos after facing more than a decade in prison for mistakenly bringing bullets in his luggage to those islands. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin brings us the emotional reunion between Ryan Watson and his children in Oklahoma.
This was the moment. 70 days of anxiety quickly melted away. Ryan Watson reunited with his family in Oklahoma, captured by NBC affiliate KFOR.
I snuck a family photo in the lining of a Bible when I was in jail, and I prayed about this, and to see that this has been answered, I'm so grateful.
Watson was released from Turks and Caicos after being held on charges of bringing ammunition to the popular beach destination, punishable by up to 12 years in prison. Hours earlier, Watson learned his fate at this Turks and Caicos courthouse.
So happy that the judge took a holistic approach.
But before boarding the plane back home, he wanted to dress the part.
So much better.
Recently, a total of 5 Americans have been arrested after small amounts of ammo were found in their bags. Watson is now the 4th back in the U.S., receiving a $2,000 fine, $500 for each hunting round he says he accidentally brought to the island back in April. Sharita Greer is the last American still on the island. She hugged Watson goodbye after a months-long bond over their vacation misfortune.
We still got to get Sharita home. She's my adopted sister now. I won't be able to rest completely until she's home.
Turks and Caicos, which depends on tourism for 95% of its economy, just amended a law requiring a mandatory 12-year minimum sentence for firearm offenses after a U.S. congressional delegation last month visited island officials calling for leniency.
It was a huge weight that was lifted.
This latest release giving new hope to the last American stuck in paradise limbo. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Well, the summer season is officially here, and more travel companies are helping people plan their vacations using AI. The technology is now on platforms like Expedia, Booking.com, even Google. Travelers can find everything from hotels to restaurants, even curated tours. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston has more on the travel agent of the future.
I'm here on vacation in Hawaii, and I used AI to help plan my trip. AI is playing the role of travel agent with a range of new tools using the cutting-edge technology to offer customized recommendations. Before I left, I logged into MindTrip AI, which uses AI to suggest itineraries and activities based on your profile and preferences, aggregating ratings and reviews from Google, along with TripAdvisor and Priceline, which users can book through. You can ask for recommendations, add plans to your trip, read reviews, and share your bookings with friends and family. And when I was there, it was helpful to pull up addresses and find restaurants nearby.
If you use ChatGPT today, you still probably have to go and Google everything. You still have to go and you'll look at all the different places that it recommends and actually do all the work you had to do before. What we're trying to do is make that so that that all happens like a travel agent would have done 20 years ago. Do all that work for you and use the AI to actually take all the effort out of that.
It's not just startups. We're seeing the travel giants invest in generative AI tools as well. The 2 biggest booking platforms both introduced AI-powered chatbot assistants. Expedia's is called Rami, and Priceline's is named Penny. Airbnb bought an AI startup back in November called Game Planner. CEO Brian Chesky says generative AI will radically change the platform and that he wants to use it as a travel concierge that learns about users over time and enhances their experiences. Google is also moving into this space.
The end result is a personalized vacation plan presented in Gemini's new dynamic UI.
Recently announcing that its Gemini chatbot can research flight times and offer hotel booking options to create a custom multi-day vacation itinerary in a matter of seconds. We haven't yet seen these new digital tools impact travel agent jobs. As recently as December, a record 47% of travelers surveyed say they still use travel agents.
I don't know, Julie. I don't know if I'm ready to kind of be on the front wave of AI planning my vacations. I mean, how trustworthy and even accurate is AI in these circumstances?
Well, I think the idea here is that these travel-specific tools have been trained on data about travel. I mean, even if you look at mindtrip.ai, which is the tool that I focused on using to plan my trip, it was trained on 6 million different points of interest with 60 million reviews. So they're aggregating data from other travel sites. So anytime you go on any website, whether it's a Yelp or TripAdvisor, you're sort of relying on these other people who have had their reviews and had their experiences. So this is really just aggregating that and synthesizing it into a conversational interface.
Sort of like an ad. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julie Borston, thanks for making us a little bit smarter. We appreciate that. Well, it turns out Karma is the guy on the Chiefs coming straight on stage. That was a little offbeat, but you see what I did there. Pop superstar Taylor Swift closing the first leg of her Eras tour in London with a surprise appearance from Super Bowl champion and boyfriend Travis Kelce. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiella has more on the sold-out weekend at Wembley Stadium, packed with fans as well as celebrities.
Well, we know Taylor Swift likes to surprise her fans with a different song every concert, but here in London, Taylor Swift brought a different and very famous backup dancer on stage. Overnight, Taylor Swift closing out the first London leg of her Eras tour with a big surprise. Travis Kelce on stage, in costume with her dancers, carrying his superstar girlfriend, powdering her face, before she blows him a kiss in front of a sold-out iconic Wembley Stadium packed with fans.
To be here, actually, is just so unreal.
And famous faces, Swifties for the night. Tom Cruise seen as sharing friendship bracelets. Ashton Kutcher dancing to Blank Space with his son. Even Beatles icon Paul McCartney spotted in the crowd. And Hugh Grant, who took to social media calling the concert an incredible show, writing, "Thanks so much," from one aging London boy. And of course, the Kelce brothers, dancing and singing together. Love was in the air for Taylor and Travis, caught on camera by fans. Special tribute to the football star. Taylor drawing back an imaginary bow and arrow during So High School. Travis smiling, firing right back. A nod to his signature celebration on the field. Even the royal family showing their love for the singer, along with some royal dance moves. Prince William reminding us of his youngest son, Prince Louis, shaking it off. Later, Taylor posted this royal selfie, writing, "Happy birthday, mate." Prince William celebrated his 42nd birthday Friday, Kate posting this picture. The heir to the throne paired up with Taylor back in 2013, joining John Bon Jovi to share the stage and the mic. Taylor serenading London with yet another surprise, sharing the spotlight with Gracie Abrams, the Friends debuting their new duet, Us. Swift is back in London for 5 shows in August, but first it's Dublin, Ireland this coming week and stops in several other European countries. And fans are hoping for more surprises as well, like announcements of Taylor's version, album releases, and after last night, there's a lot of talk about whether Travis Kelce will pop up on stage again.
All right, our thanks to NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiella. And coming up next, staying out in the heat can cause more problems than just sunburn. We're going to explain the heat-related illnesses that you really got to look out for, and also how to protect those who are most at risk. Stay right here. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds, 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours until the Iowa caucuses.
By the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
All right, so get this. Last year was the Earth's hottest summer since official recording began more than 140 years ago, and all of that is according to NASA. Forecasters say we could see another record-shattering scorcher this summer as well. So with sweltering heat, of course, comes an increased risk of potentially fatal heat-related illnesses like heat stroke. Last summer, the U.S. had a record number of heat-related deaths and emergency room visits. According to the CDC, they say heat-related illnesses will continue to be a significant public health concern as climate change results in more intense summers in the future. So joining me now for more on this, Dr. Rahul Sharma. He's the emergency physician-in-chief at New York Presbyterian and Weill Cornell Medical Center. Dr. Sharma, first off, thank you for joining us. Explain to us, those of us who aren't as familiar, like how does heat actually make us physically ill?
So what heat does is it compromises the body to self-regulate. So if you have conditions, heart conditions, diabetes, pulmonary disease, your body is basically not able to adapt to these changes. Now, heat illness in general is a spectrum. So you could have minor things, which is heat cramps, and then the most severe form, which is heat stroke. So heat cramps, usually you could have actual cramps and spasms of your arms, your legs, and these are
mostly
usually
your extremities.
Your extremities,
Okay.
yeah. And these are usually minor. And the treatment is get out of the heat, stay hydrated, stretching, some massage. Then you get into heat exhaustion, which then becomes a little more serious. This is when you start having heavy sweating. You could start feeling dizzy, nausea. Some people might actually even pass out. Now, the treatment for that is get out of the heat, stay in a cool area, drink plenty of fluids. Now, if you do have some medical conditions, this is when you should seek medical attention, especially if you're passing out.
In that sort of second range of heat exhaustion. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then the most severe is heat stroke. Now, this is a medical emergency. This, you need to call 911. These patients actually, they're not sweating a lot. They're actually hot. Their temperatures could be greater than 104 degrees. And the key is they actually could have changes in mental status. They could have loss of consciousness. They could have altered...
Like cognitive impairment.
Exactly.
Wow.
And many of them, in severe cases, could also have seizures. But this is your most severe form. So you want to get them out of the heat, keep them in a cool area, call 911, get them to the hospital because that is a medical emergency.
It's interesting, though, you mentioned sort of a moment ago, sort of people who have pulmonary issues, some of the people who might be most at risk. But, I mean, should we all sort of be taking these measures?
Yes. I mean, when you have high heat and high humidity, that is going to result in difficulty breathing. Your body's response to dehydration is going to result in feeling dizzy, feeling nauseous, and really sometimes even passing out.
I feel like the key word I've heard you say is hydration, hydration, hydration. Is there anything besides just drinking more water that we can do to prevent this from happening to us?
Well, drinking water is the best thing, but you also might want to drink sports drinks as well.
Okay.
Electrolyte replenished drinks. And in general, you should really be drinking, and now this is in general, 8 glasses of water every 20 minutes or so, especially during really peak heat times.
I feel like heat is the type of thing that sneaks up on you. I don't feel like this is the thing that people go out in the summer with top of mind. I mean, I would include myself in that category. Right. What do you think is most surprising that people who aren't experts in this would be surprised to learn about this type of illness?
Well, the most important thing is you have to stay informed. Watch the heat advisories, watch the heat index. Actually, if you look at the CDC, their website has a heat risk map, which you could actually go and put your zip code in, and then it'll tell you exactly what your risk to develop heat-related illnesses, from no risk to extreme risk. But prevention is really key. I mean, ideally, you want to stay indoors, but if you do need to venture to the outdoors, drink a lot of fluids, dress appropriately, make sure you're wearing light, loose-fitting clothing that's breathable, sunglasses, hats, sunscreen. But the most important thing is really monitor yourself. Listen to your body.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. Your body will tell you when you start feeling some of these symptoms.
Know the signs. Emergency medicine physician, Dr. Rahul Sharma. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you
very much.
Stay
with us. You're watching NBC News Digital.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
A well-known hat maker in Harlem, New York is getting noticed by one of the biggest events for specially hats, the Royal Ascot. She's making history as the first Black American to join the party and is also the only American representative this year. Reporter John Chandler from NBC New York has the story of Yvette Petty.
For 35 years now, traffic stops at this Harlem storefront. People see Yvette Petty's hats, and then they see themselves in these hats.
For church, for Easter, for luncheons, for weddings, for funerals.
Her customers are hat lovers, till the end.
They're going out in grand style with a fabulous hat.
Fabulous hats are Yvette's specialty. Her work is almost everywhere that's fashionable.
I dress people for the Kentucky Derby every year. I've even had hats on exhibit as art, wearable art at the Met.
Recently came a message that made this milliner hold on to her hat.
Hello, Yvette, writing on behalf of Royal Ascot.
Royal Ascot, England's famous horse race with the royal family.
We think your hats are showstoppers.
Was inviting Yvette to join its famed millinery collective.
Attached is a letter for your consideration, which took me 2 seconds to consider.
Yes, was her obvious answer. It's exclusive company. But just how exclusive? That floored her.
To be the first African American invited, it's very important to me that I'm representing not only all of America, but I'm representing the Harlem community because we have a special relationship with hats.
And that special will be showcased by the hats she takes to England.
When I walk in, I want the hat to talk. You know? The hat has arrived.
With days to go before her big arrival.
For me, I'm just creating wearable art.
Yvette brings her royal hats to life.
I'll make a hat out of anything.
What's the most surprising material you've turned into a hat?
I made a hat out of the copper coil that belongs on the back of a refrigerator.
Wow.
It is now being installed in a museum in China.
How did you possibly look at that and say, that's a hat?
But everything is a hat to me.
Since childhood, Yvette has had this fashion fascination.
Wherever I go in the world, I go to the marketplace and I am digging for beads and lace.
Inspired by her travels around the globe, or
a lot of my friends
around the block.
They said, yeah, we know. You get some of your hat supplies from Home Depot.
Her hats are one of a kind.
So, you know, Home Depot.
And right now, her famed Harlem's Heaven shop could use this royal exposure.
Since COVID, a lot of my customers who were very social, they're really not going to events and they don't really need as many new hats. So, you know, this will be an awesome boost.
Life-changing, she says.
It is the joy of my life to dress people for special occasions in their life.
It's quite the cap to Yvette's career.
So everything has its own little personality.
Oh, that was John Chandler from NBC New York reporting. Beautiful story. All right, well, here's what's trending right now. R&B singers Brandy and Monica are reuniting on Ariana Grande's in their new The Boy Is Mine remix. The artists each posted to Instagram over the weekend announcing the song's release and giving a sneak peek into the making of the music video. Brandy and Monica, if you remember, they originally came out with their hit The Boy Is Mine back in 1998. Yes. This remix is the first time that they've reunited musically since 2020, when they admitted they hadn't spoken to each other in about 8 years. Well, it was another record-setting weekend for Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated film brought in $100 million domestically, giving it a bigger second weekend than even Barbie. The new fan favorite tells the story of the emotions inside of a 13-year-old girl as she navigates the next phase of life. It is now among an elite group of films that have earned $90 million or more in its second weekend, which puts it in the company of movies like Avengers, Star Wars, and the Jurassic World series. A group of protesters stormed the 18th green at the Travelers Championship and disrupted the final round. All of this happening just yesterday as a final group of golfers, including Scotty Scheffler, arrived on the green. 5 people were seen dropping orange powder on the grass, wearing shirts with an environmental message on them. They were handcuffed and they were led away by police. Despite that disturbance, Scheffler took home yet another victory, finishing at 22 under. He is now the first player since 1962 to grab 6 wins in a single season before July. The last person who did it, Arnold Palmer. I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What a pleasure to be with you this Monday. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Monday, June 24th. Sweating it out. A relentless heat wave smashing records here in the Northeast. 45 million people now on alert for even more extreme heat on the way. We'll tell you when those temperatures could finally start ticking down. Deadly shooting. A 23-year-old nurse and a mother to a 10-month-old girl among the 4 people killed at an Arkansas grocery store. What we're learning about the officials' search for a motive. In the pipeline, drug companies racing to develop weight loss medications after the widespread success of Ozempic and Wegovy, the next wave of drugs that's currently being developed. Plus, toxic trends. TikTok is influencing teen boys to buy a special gum that promises to sharpen their jawline. We'll take a deep dive into the latest beauty standards that could be doing more harm than good. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with that unrelenting heat that's still gripping a pretty large chunk of the country. Look at this. Tens of millions of people under heat alerts today across the plains and the Mississippi River Valley. In fact, here in the Northeast, though, and the Mid-Atlantic region, things do seem to be cooling down just a bit after a sweltering weekend, but it is still very hot for this time of the year. Health experts say the heat and the humidity is creating a serious health risk. Meantime, the Midwest is seeing severe flooding, the rising water forcing thousands to evacuate evacuate, where at least one person died in flooding in South Dakota. And Iowa officials have declared a state of disaster in 21 counties. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has been tracking what's coming next. But first, we begin with NBC News correspondent George Solis. He's in Philadelphia with the latest. George, on Sunday, Philadelphia, I mean, you guys broke a 136-year record with the city's high temperature hitting 98 degrees. Are families sort of getting any relief where you are today?
Yeah, we certainly broke that record, and we felt like it. Today, much cooler. I don't know if you can tell, but there is a slight breeze that's coming through the region right now. Even surface temperatures, as we've been measuring them, nowhere near the triple digits that we saw over the weekend. So, yes, some much-needed relief. But make no mistake, it is still warm, and we are expecting a little bit more of a warm-up later on in the week. I'll let Bill get to that. But let me tell you, while we were sweltering, that danger was imminent. So the cooling centers here in the city and across the tri-state were open. Those pools were open. Those treats were flying off the shelf, the sweet treats. Yeah, really something that officials were concerned about with the heat health emergency that the city had declared. Today, you can see behind me the children here and the families in Dilworth Park enjoying the splash pad, cooling off. Dare I say, in the shade, you might actually catch a little bit of a chill. That's saying something. Again, triple digits when we were talking about here over the weekend. So will it last? Residents here certainly hope so, but it does feel considerably better than those triple digits over the weekend, Morgan.
Yeah, George, though, what's the latest on that severe flooding we mentioned out in the Midwest? I know you're not there, but I know you've also been tracking it.
Yes, over the weekend, I spoke with the mayor of Rock Valley, Iowa, who really talked about just how devastating the flooding is there. Levee broke, causing much of that town to flood. You actually had people that were rescued off their rooftops. Today, a lot of the focus is in Spencer, Iowa. I actually spoke with a gentleman there who is traveling on his boat as we speak, trying to help out his neighbors. He tells me that right now they really are just in dire need from the community. They're looking for necessities like food, hygiene products, because thousands are without a home. As you mentioned, the governor extending that state of emergency for 21 counties impacted by this flooding. They are just beginning the assessment of the damage there, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis for us there. George, thanks. Meanwhile, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, you have been following this since the beginning. I mean, George just talked about what it felt like there in Philly. Should we be prepared for yet another week of this heat?
Morgan, it's one of those summers where it's going to be somewhere. I don't think we're going to get many breaks where the whole country doesn't have like excessive heat somewhere. Today, the break is in the east, the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, a few spots here in even Tennessee. Look at Nashville, it's only 89. I mean, that's fantastic. But the rest of the map is like as bright as it gets. It already at this hour feels like 107 in the shade in Little Rock. New Orleans feels like 107. Corpus Christi is there. We're now feeling like over 100 in Kansas City. And all through the southeast coastal areas, it's very humid. And with the heat, it feels like 104 in Wilmington. So you get the idea. Few breaks for some people, but not everyone. And that's why our excessive heat warnings are in effect for Little Rock. Omaha's under excessive heat warning. Even Salt Lake City is under one, too. Salt Lake City could be near record highs over the next 2 days, right around 100 degrees. And as far as records go today, we're not shattering them. Last week, we had a lot more than we're going to this week. But this week's more about the humidity added to the temperatures and kind of feeling even more uncomfortable. Tomorrow, possible records like Memphis, St. Louis. We'll be near it. We'll be close, but likely fall just shy. And then towards the end of the week, the northern half of the country, Chicago, 78 on Thursday. Not bad. Lexington's going to be in the 80s on Thursday, but no relief at all in the southern half of the country. Dallas, you're starting your stretch of 100-degree temperatures, and it'll probably stick with us for a while. As far as the flooding goes and additional rain, so Iowa right now, clear as could be. That's good. But we are going to see some thunderstorms developing over the region. They actually could be strong to severe in many areas from Minneapolis through Wisconsin, especially tonight. We even have a chance of 1 or 2 strong, what we call supercell thunderstorms that could produce a tornado. So we have to watch this area very closely towards Madison and La Crosse. It should weaken as it heads towards Milwaukee and Chicago late tonight. At least that's our hope, Morgan. But for the areas where the rivers are at their highest right now, we do not expect a lot of additional rain.
You mentioned that humidity. It's always the humidity that I feel like gets us. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, as always, thanks so much. Well, Justin Timberlake is back on tour following his arrest in New York just last week. The pop star stopped his show in Chicago on Friday night and had a heart-to-heart with his fans. Take a look.
It's been a tough week, but you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
Timberlake's comments came just days after he allegedly ran a stop sign and then veered out of his lane before police pulled him over. He pleaded not guilty to charges of driving while intoxicated. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now. Chloe, I know that you spoke with one of the fans who was actually in the audience of that Chicago concert. What did they tell you?
I mean, this was the concert that everybody was waiting for after Justin Timberlake's arrest, and we didn't know whether or not he was going to address it. And he did in a roundabout way, obviously saying it's been a tough week. He actually wiped his eyes at one point looking like he was wiping away tears. Obviously, he's gotten a lot of negative publicity for getting that DWI, for driving while intoxicated after leaving the American Hotel in Sag Harbor. But yes, I think it was a shock for fans to hear him get emotional. Take a listen.
Through ups and downs and lefts and rights. I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so he doesn't exactly address being arrested. He hasn't apologized for driving under the influence and explained much of what happened that night. I do think at some point we will hear more from him on what really went down.
Because he claimed he only had one drink, right? Is that?
Yeah, but he also didn't do a breathalyzer on site. And then the officer who arrested him said that he didn't pass any of the field sobriety tests. So again, we really don't know all of the details.
I mean, is there a legal case here? Sort of what happens next?
I mean, he does have a hearing later in July, but his next order of business is he's coming to New York City. He's going to be performing tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. He has 2 shows this week, and you could imagine that maybe he might address it a little bit more, given that he will be in the state in which he was arrested in New York City. Madison Square Garden is iconic, but perhaps he feels like, you know what, I've addressed it once, I'm going to move on, and then obviously he has that court hearing later in July.
I know fans will be waiting to find out. Chloe Melas for us, as always. Thanks so much, Chloe. We appreciate it. Well, today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, sitting off a wave of abortion bans. The Biden campaign spending the anniversary on the attack against former President Donald Trump with dozens of rallies across the nation. In fact, just moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris appeared on stage with Kate Cox in Maryland. Cox is the Texas woman who made national headlines when the state refused to let her have an abortion, even though her fetus had a rare disorder and would likely suffer a painful death after birth.
In the case of the stealing of reproductive freedom from the women of America, Donald Trump is guilty.
NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has been on the case for us. Yamiche, I know that Vice President Harris is heading to the battleground state of Arizona. What is different there? What does she have planned in this sort of final stretch, especially just days before the debate?
Well, the vice president, as well as the Biden-Harris campaign, are really trying to use this anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, to really barnstorm the country. They're doing dozens of events today, and they did over the weekend, focused on abortion, making the case that abortion is on the ballot and that voters who want to see reproductive freedom, that they should be backing President Biden and Vice President Harris. They also are rolling out a new ad focused on the personal stories of women who feel like they really had health crises tied to this change in abortion laws. Take a listen to this ad featuring Caitlin Joshua. She's a woman in Louisiana who faced pregnancy complications and ultimately a miscarriage. Take a listen.
When I had a miscarriage, the pain that I was feeling was excruciating. I was turned away from 2 emergency rooms. That was a direct result of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade. He's now a convicted felon. Trump thinks he should not be held accountable for his own criminal actions, but he will let women and doctors be punished.
Now, as part of their efforts, the Biden-Harris campaign is actually holding storytelling training. So they're actually hoping that other women, other families will learn how to tell their stories, and that will add to sort of the effort overall to get the president reelected. Morgan.
Yeah, that storytelling training, that's pretty interesting. I mean, a lot has sort of happened in the last 2 years, of which many stories could be told, right? What can you tell us, though, about the state of abortion rights right now as we speak across the country? What is sort of the state of play? What's on the line?
Well, of course, after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we saw a number of states, dozens of states, ban abortion, near total bans. But there's a lot of shifts happening across our country. You look at the Supreme Court, we're still waiting for a big decision there on whether or not emergency medical care, a federal ban, a federal law called EMTALA, whether that sort of conflicts with an Idaho law that's a near total abortion ban. You also have a number of abortion initiatives. Something like 7 states have already voted on whether or not they want to enshrine abortion rights into their state constitution. And every time that they did that, the supporters of abortion rights won there. So you have a number of other ballot initiatives coming this November. But really, things are still changing and a lot of still discussions being had, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, thank you. Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration announcing new steps to increase access to affordable housing. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen unveiling new financial initiatives today, including a $100 million fund to support new housing development. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us with more. Dom, we've been talking about home prices, which, they continue to hit these record highs. They've jumped nearly 6% from last year. So what are we going to see in these new initiatives? Will it sort of offset and provide some of that relief to home buyers?
Right. So, Morgan, in addition to that $100 million fund that you just referenced, which is going to be distributed over the next 3 years to finance affordable housing projects, the plan is also going to call on federal agencies that help to finance housing to increase their support for new development as well. So a multifaceted approach there. Meanwhile, European regulators are accusing Apple of violating the bloc's new tech rules. They allege the iPhone maker breached the Digital Markets Act because it doesn't allow customers to be steered from the App Store to other cheaper options. Today's action follows a probe regulators opened earlier this year. Apple says it has made a number of changes and believes its plan complies with that new Digital Markets Act in the EU. And Target just announced it's partnering with Shopify to add new and trendier brands to its website. Starting today, smaller up-and-coming companies that work with Shopify can apply to join Target Plus. That's its third-party marketplace. Neither company disclosed the financial terms or length of the deal. What's interesting here, Morgan, Target is one of the only third-party marketplaces that does an invitation-only thing. Amazon, Walmart, eBay, and others do not. So Target Plus is trying to play catch-up with some of those bigger marketplaces.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly it takes them to catch up. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, as always, thanks, man. Well, coming up, new weight loss drugs are coming on the scene amid surging demand that just continues. How they're different from the medications we already know about that are on the market, and when this new wave of medication could become available. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw,
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, amid the unprecedented demand for weight loss and diabetes drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy, drug manufacturers are racing to develop dozens of new medications, except this time they're aiming to target more than just weight loss. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins me now with the details. Berkeley, how many of these new weight loss drugs are we actually talking about? And frankly, how are they different from the weight loss drugs we're already familiar with, like Ozempic or Wegovy?
Right. So we already know about the GLP-1 drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy, which work in part by making people feel full longer. But now drug makers are essentially racing to make the next wave of obesity drugs. So at the American Diabetes Association conference this weekend, there were 27 drugs, GLP drugs that were presented. And so many of these drugs contain the GLP-1 hormone, but also they're adding additional hormones to provide additional benefits. And so a lot of the drug makers are touting benefits such as benefits to the heart, benefits to the liver. They're also trying to reduce common side effects associated with the older GLP-1 drugs, such as muscle loss and reducing nausea as well. Morgan.
You know, you talk about 27 new drugs. I mean, how soon can we expect to see any of them actually hit the shelves?
Yeah, so a large portion of the data was still very preclinical, early stage clinical trials, but there were a few that were in the later stages of the development. So one company I spoke to, Altimmune, is currently working to start a phase 3 clinical trial, and so they hope that their drug will be on the market in 2028. Eli Lilly, which makes Zepbound, is also making a second GLP-1 drug called retatrutide, which has been shown to provide greater weight loss than any other drug on the market, and that could be here much sooner within the next few years.
What would more competition sort of mean for the cost of these types of drugs? Because they're kind of cost prohibitive for a lot of Americans, right?
Yeah. So I think more options will simply allow the consumers to have more choice, and so with that, drug makers will have to compete for that. And so Wegovy, for example, costs around $1,300 a month, and so it's very expensive for people, but it's also one of the very few effective options that people have. So if there is more competition on the market, they will have to likely lower that price over time. And then from a health standpoint, medications don't work the same for everybody. So if one medication doesn't work for someone, they may have another option that could, later work for them as well.
Yeah, all right. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Thanks so much, Berkeley. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, in California, a missing hiker has been rescued after spending 9 days lost in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Officials say 34-year-old Lucas McClish was found after witnesses heard calls for help coming from a wooded area. Rescue crews found McClish shirtless with only a flashlight and a single pair of scissors. He says he slept on a bed of wet leaves. He drank creek water just to survive and was even followed by a mountain lion while looking for help. He told our NBC affiliate KSBW he would yell out, "Is anybody out there? I want a burrito and a taco bowl." McClish suffered no major injuries and has been reunited with his family. Later on this hour, dangerous riptides and sharks, they're now being blamed for multiple deaths. We're going to discuss how to swim safely during these very hot summer months. You're watching NBC News Daily.
good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Can you believe we are just 32 days away from opening ceremonies of the Paris Olympics? Now, while the city has been preparing for the games and the expected 15 million visitors, it is doing so with an eye on the environment. NBC News climate reporter Chase Kane shows us how Paris is cutting its carbon footprint ahead of the big event.
Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower. And most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be use. Do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC. Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey. As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues. In Paris for NBC News Daily, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Embracing what we already have, our thanks to Chase Kane. Meanwhile, car dealerships across the country, they're getting back up and running after being hit by cyber attacks last week. Criminals infiltrated a software provider for thousands of dealers, slowing down everything from buying to even just fixing the cars. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more.
If you're trying to buy or service a car, you might have to pump the brakes because of cyber attacks potentially slowing down business at thousands of car dealers.
Address, vehicle price, customer name, that kind of stuff, like titling information. Obviously, you got to make sure your date of birth, full name are correct.
At Zott Toyota in Waterford, Michigan, Eric Schlensky says normally software from CDK Global helps with that information.
It is what we run all the car deals out of, all the repair orders for service, all the parts orders.
In Austintown, Ohio, Justin Bradley says his team at Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been using a typewriter.
We are hand-doing contracts and hand-doing paperwork.
That means it's been taking longer for customers to buy a car. The challenge is arising after software provider CDK Global said it experienced 2 cyber incidents this week and proactively shut down most of our systems. The company adding, "We have begun the restoration process. We anticipate that the process will take several days to complete." CDK says it works with more than 15,000 retail locations in North America. It's not clear how many dealerships are impacted, but cybersecurity expert Katie Brooks says these challenges reach beyond the auto industry.
This incident is part of a growing trend of cyber attacks towards small and medium-sized businesses across the country. It is very much a crime of opportunity and a crime of financial gain. And so if there is money involved, there is the chance that this could happen.
Brooks says it's too soon to know the impact on things like personal data as the auto industry navigates a bumpy road. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream, including all of those places right there on your screen. Stay right there.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Monday. It is 12:30 in North Platte, Nebraska, and 1:30 in Clarksburg, West Virginia. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news. WNBA player Angel Reese came face-to-face with Caitlin Clark over the weekend, leading the Chicago Sky to an 88-87 win over the Indiana Fever. During that close game, Reese became the first rookie since Aja Wilson to score 25 points and grab 16 rebounds. Meanwhile, Clark set the Fever's record for assists in a single game with 13. As people displaced by the New Mexico wildfires return to their homes today, the FBI is offering a $10,000 reward for any information on the people responsible for starting those fires. Officials are also asking for help identifying the cause of the fires that killed 2 people and damaged more than 1,400 structures. Federal prosecutors are reportedly asking the Justice Department to criminally charge Boeing for allegedly violating a settlement related to 2 deadly crashes. Reuters is reporting that officials say the company breached an agreement to overhaul its compliance practices and to pay $2.5 billion. Boeing declined to comment on these allegations, and the Justice Department has until July 7th to decide whether to prosecute. Let's turn now to a shooting in Arkansas. The suspected gunman in Friday's mass shooting at a grocery store is set to appear in court tomorrow. The motive is still unclear and appears to be a completely random, senseless act, according to police. Investigators say the suspect was armed with a 12-gauge shotgun, a pistol, and was wearing a bandolier with dozens of extra shotgun shells. There was a candlelight vigil just yesterday evening for the 4 victims who were killed in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar joins us now live. Priya, look, This is essentially a really small town, one of those towns where everyone sort of knows each other. How has this impacted them, and what do we know in terms of details now coming out about the suspect?
Absolutely, Morgan. As you mentioned, this is a very small town, only 4,000 people. I was there over the weekend, and everyone I spoke to either told me that they frequented that grocery store or they knew someone who was inside of that grocery store when the mass shooting happened. And many of them told me that they even knew the suspect, who has now been identified as 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey. He's from about 15 minutes away from Fordyce, and right now he's facing 4 charges of capital murder. As you mentioned, we don't have any idea what his motive actually was. Law enforcement officers who were briefed on the shooting say there's no indication that there was any sort of ties to extremism or a hate crime, but a lot of people in that town are looking for answers, and we're not sure exactly when they're going to be able to get any. Morgan.
You know, one of the shooting victims is being hailed a hero. Why?
That's right. So this is 23-year-old Callie Weems, and she actually works as a nurse. She followed in her mother's footsteps, who was also a nurse, and I got an opportunity to speak with her over the weekend. Her name is Helen Browning, and Arkansas State Police say that Callie was actually in the parking lot when the shooting began, and she used her training as a nurse to try to render aid to some of the other people who were shot by the suspect. Let's take a listen to what her mother had to say about her.
To know her was to love her. Big-hearted. She took that off. She took that from my mom.
I always worried about other people.
You could stab her in the back 17 times. And she'd still help you.
And tragically, Morgan, Callie leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter named Ivy.
That is just heartbreaking. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar there in Atlanta for us. Thanks so much, Priya. Turning now to a string of deadly incidents at our nation's beaches. In Hawaii, a professional lifeguard was killed Sunday afternoon after he was attacked by a shark while surfing. Rough waters and rip currents across the East Coast, meanwhile, are putting beachgoers on pretty high alert. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Shock and sadness in Hawaii over the death of a well-known pro surfer and longtime lifeguard, 49-year-old Tamayo Perry, who officials say was killed Sunday in a shark attack. It happened while he was surfing off the north shore of Oahu.
It was one of our own city and county Honolulu lifeguards. Tamayo Perry was a lifeguard loved by all.
Perry was a champion surfer who also dabbled as a professional actor.
Get to work.
Appearing as an extra on the show Hawaii Five-0 and the film Pirates of the Caribbean. The shark attack comes just days after 2 teens vanished while swimming at this busy New York beach.
The wave was extremely high, and it went on top of them and sucked them over.
Officials say it happened just minutes after lifeguards went off duty.
We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still under investigation.
One of the missing teens, now identified by his family as 16-year-old Elijah Chandler. His mother stayed at the beach Saturday before authorities called off the search.
I wish he could just come out the water. They could just come out the water.
It comes amid 2 similar incidents in Florida. In popular Panama City Beach, officials say 3 friends from Alabama drowned Friday after getting caught in a rip current. Deja Merchant says she watched her boyfriend Jamonde Ray and his 2 friends get swept away.
He's just a loving and kind person. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I can't call him.
Just a day earlier in Stewart Beach, another deadly rip current took the lives of Brian Warder and his girlfriend Erica Wishard. Rip currents are narrow strips of water moving away from shore that can form when wind blows towards the beach. Moving at speeds of more than 5 miles an hour, they can become impossible to outswim. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, both candidates are gearing up for the first presidential debate on Thursday. President Joe Biden is spending the week at Camp David with some of his key confidants and his personal attorney, all while his campaign begins a huge advertising blitz. Then former President Donald Trump is holding informal policy sessions as he prepares to announce his running mate. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now from D.C. Monica, first just talk to us about this advertising blitz by the Biden campaign. I mean, why is the campaign placing so much weight on it this week? What are they hoping to say, and who are they hoping to convince?
Well, Morgan, they're really looking at this as a week-long event, and they are really trying to drive some of that attention and those eyeballs leading up to Thursday night's primetime debate, because they say this is a moment in the campaign where maybe people who had been a little bit tuned out, had maybe only seen a headline or two here and there, may start to really pay attention. So they want to make sure that with all these different events, with trying to have these new ads, with trying to reach voters that maybe they hadn't had direct outreach with, that they can definitely say, we need you to tune in on Thursday, and we want you to see President Biden and see what he comes and says in Atlanta on Thursday evening. This is really about this larger push to try to get people engaged at a time when a general election debate is happening so much earlier than any time in past cycles. So they know that there's a bit of a challenge with that, and sometimes there can be a bit of a summer slump, and the Biden campaign is trying to say, we're setting that aside and getting people to really pay attention starting now. Morgan.
Speaking of which, President Trump says that he's made up his mind about his VP pick. There was lots of jockeying for this position. What do we know thus far?
And he told my colleagues over the weekend when they asked him about it that he knows in his mind who he intends to pick. But when they followed up and asked him whether that person knows, former President Trump said, no, nobody knows. So essentially, this is something that he says he has made up his mind about. But he did imply and hint that that person would be attending the debate in some capacity on Thursday in Atlanta. So we know that at least it seems like there are 3 candidates who NBC News has narrowed down that short list to. So 2 senators, and then, of course, Doug Burgum, who's been out on the trail really talking about former President Trump and his record recently. So it could be either him or it could be Senator Vance or Senator Rubio, it seems like, but it will really be up to Donald Trump to announce that when he decides to do so. Morgan.
We will have our eyes peeled for the podium, but also in the audience there. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba for us there in D.C. Monica, thanks. Be sure to tune in this Thursday for the debate hosted by CNN. You can also watch it at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC, and join us for special coverage and analysis beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. An impressive list of athletes from Team USA is heading to Paris after a weekend of Olympic track and field trials. You're going to see some familiar faces and some first-timers who all want to make history. Top story anchor Tom Yamas has more on their road to the Olympics.
Sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson now officially becoming the fastest woman on Team USA and heading to Paris, ready to show the world what she couldn't in Tokyo. Sha'Carri qualified but wasn't allowed to compete after testing positive for THC.
What is your message to all your fans, all the little girls out there?
Oh my gosh, my message to them would be continue to be you. Enjoy, always have fun.
And in the men's 100-meter finals, sprinter Noah Lyles, who won bronze in the 200 in Tokyo, winning it all.
There's still a lot more speed to be given for the rest of the year, but this is a great place to start it off.
In shot put, the crowd erupting for 2-time gold medalist Ryan Krauser, heading to Paris and maybe Olympic history if he wins one more gold. His biggest rival, fellow teammate and silver medalist Joe Kovacs. And for him, shot put is a family affair.
First off, congratulations. What does it feel like?
I'm super excited, especially because my wife's the Olympic team coach this year, so she had her ticket for Paris booked for a long time. Now we're excited to say we're both going together.
And in swimming, 10-time Olympic medal holder Katie Ledecky is heading to her 4th Olympics, qualifying in 4 events. And in men's, Caleb Dressel heading to Paris after winning the 100-meter butterfly in 50.19 seconds, his fastest since 2022.
Our thanks to top story anchor Tom Yamas for that report. Coming up next, toxic beauty trends targeting young men. They're taking over TikTok. We are going to show you this special gum that some young boys are buying in hopes that it's going to help them transform their jawline. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay right here. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me 40 bucks.
That's a good idea.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now to the chewing gum that's getting lots of attention. Teenage boys are buying this special gum to define their jawlines. All of it is part of an online beauty trend known as looks maxing, which encourages young men to change their physical appearance to fit certain beauty standards. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian has the latest on the trend that's leaving parents as well as psychologists pretty concerned about the impact on kids' mental health.
You know how we do it.
A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret, you can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care, but it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliner saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
For more on these trends, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, this is interesting because Jawliner, the company that's actually selling this gum, promises a dramatic difference in your jawline. But, I mean, just going to the obvious, can chewing gum actually change your face shape?
Morgan, no, it can't. And there's really no science to substantiate it.
all it can do, just think about what it takes to chew anything, including gum. It just takes the same kind of muscles. It's all muscles. And what happens when you overuse a muscle? It can hypertrophy, or in other words, get big. That doesn't change your jawline. That just actually can exacerbate headaches, temporomandibular joint pain, or like TMJ joint pain. And it can actually cause, in some ways, to kind of distort the way your mouth might look while causing all sorts of other problems, but not giving you that sleek jawline. The way it's done in social media or on these ads, as you saw, is so deceitful, because it's really your skeleton that defines your jawline. And chewing any amount of gum doesn't change that.
You know, it's interesting because you mentioned these physical risks, TMJ, joint pain, things like that. But, you know, what about the mental risk? Because I feel like we often hear, you know, more of a focus on young women's mental health. But what do we know about the impacts concerning beauty trends like this one, specifically when it comes to young male health?
Yeah, it's so true. And it's so kind of underappreciated, but it's such an impact to boys, girls, young men, young women. And we don't even know the extent of it, right? Because we do often talk about girls and women, but we should be talking about boys and men. I've got a 9-year-old who looks and thinks about like athletes. We're talking about the Olympics, Morgan. There are a lot of like body image issues that young boys, young men are seeing, and they pick up on this. So who wouldn't want to have a sleeker jawline or this? Because that's what the image that gets put out as successful, as having all of these kind of attributes. And that's what kind of comes through, not just social media, but it comes through a lot of imagery that we have, and we underappreciate the impact. Boys, even as young, Morgan, as 3, 4, 5, they grow up with these images and they see that.
And with just a few seconds left, Dr. Patel, I mean, what is the best way for parents of teens to talk to them about this?
Yeah, don't try to shut it down. Listen and educate and model. Listen, educate, and model. Listen to what they're saying. Don't try to say that's wrong and shut it down. Listen and hear them out. Educate on what a healthy body image looks like and model it yourself.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel. As always, Dr. Patel, we thank you and happy Monday. Stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
A well-known hat maker in Harlem, New York is getting noticed by one of the biggest events for specially hats, the Royal Ascot. She's making history as the first Black American to join the party and is also the only American representative this year. Reporter John Chandler from NBC New York has the story of Yvette Petty.
For 35 years now, traffic stops at this Harlem storefront. People see Yvette Petty's hats, and then they see themselves in these hats.
For church, for Easter, for luncheons, for weddings, for funerals.
Her customers are hat lovers. Till the end.
They're going out in grand style with a fabulous hat.
Fabulous hats are Yvette's specialty. Her work is almost everywhere that's fashionable.
I dress people for the Kentucky Derby every year. I've even had hats on exhibit as art, wearable art at the Met.
Recently came a message that made this milliner hold on to her hat.
Hello, Yvette, writing on behalf of Royal Ascot.
Royal Ascot, England's famous horse race with the royal family.
We think your hats are showstoppers.
Was inviting Yvette to join its famed millinery collective.
Attached is a letter for your consideration, which took me 2 seconds to consider.
Yes, was her obvious answer. It's exclusive company. But just how exclusive? That floored her.
To be the first African American invited, it's very important to me that I'm representing not only all of America, but I'm representing the Harlem community because we have a special relationship with hats.
And that special will be showcased by the hats she takes to England.
When I walk in, I want the hat to talk. You know? The hat has arrived.
With days to go before her big arrival.
For me, I'm just creating wearable art.
Yvette brings her royal hats to life.
I'll make a hat out of anything.
What's the most surprising material you've turned into a hat?
I made a hat out of the copper coil that belongs on the back of a refrigerator.
Wow.
It is now being installed in a museum in China.
How did you possibly look at that and say, that's a hat?
But everything is a hat to me.
Since childhood, Yvette has had this fashion fascination.
Wherever I go in the world, I go to the marketplace and I am digging for beads and lace.
Inspired by her travels around the globe, or
a lot of my friends
around the block.
They said, yeah, we know. You get some of your hat supplies from Home Depot.
Her hats are one of a kind.
So, you know, Home Depot.
And right now, her famed Harlem's Heaven shop could use this royal exposure.
Since COVID, a lot of my customers who were very social, they're really not going to events and they don't really need as many new hats. So, you know, this will be an awesome boost.
Life-changing, she says.
It is the joy of my life to dress people for special occasions in their life.
It's quite the cap to Yvette's career.
So everything has its own little personality.
Oh, that was John Chandler from NBC New York reporting. Beautiful story. All right, well, here's what's trending right now. R&B singers Brandy and Monica are reuniting on Ariana Grande's in their new The Boy Is Mine remix. The artists each posted to Instagram over the weekend announcing the song's release and giving a sneak peek into the making of the music video. Brandy and Monica, if you remember, they originally came out with their hit The Boy Is Mine back in 1998. Yes, this remix is the first time that they've reunited musically since 2020, when they admitted they hadn't spoken to each other in about 8 years. Well, it was another record-setting weekend for Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated film brought in $100 million domestically, giving it a bigger second weekend than even Barbie. The new fan favorite tells the story of the emotions inside of a 13-year-old girl as she navigates the next phase of life. It is now among an elite group of films that have earned $90 million or more in its second weekend, which puts it in the company of movies like Avengers, Star Wars, and the Jurassic World series. A group of protesters stormed the 18th green at the Travelers Championship and disrupted the final round. All of this happening just yesterday as a final group of golfers, including Scotty Scheffler, arrived on the green. 5 people were seen dropping orange powder on the grass, wearing shirts with an environmental message on them. They were handcuffed and they were led away by police. Despite that disturbance, Scheffler took home yet another victory, finishing at 22 under. He is now the first player since 1962 to grab 6 wins in a single season before July. The last person who did it, Arnold Palmer. I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa. Kate Snow is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, June 24th, 2024, high-stakes hearings. Former President Donald Trump's legal issues taking center stage in Florida. Trump's lawyers trying to disqualify the special counsel as the special counsel requests a gag order on the former president. We'll explain the legal showdown from outside the courthouse. Grocery store tragedy. A fourth person has now died from that shooting at an Arkansas grocery store. The latest on the investigation as police hunt for a motive. Staying cool as the heat wave finally breaks. The CDC releases data showing a dramatic spike in heat-related illnesses from the Rockies to the Mid-Atlantic last week. A doctor joins us with the crucial signs of heat illness you need to look out for. Plus, a diamond in the rough. Meet the pup who took home the crown for world's ugliest dog. You heard that right. How Wild Thing sniffed out the competition to get the crown. Well, it is so good to be back with you. I hope you had a great week, and we're going to start this one with high-stakes arguments surrounding former President Donald Trump. Today, there are back-to-back hearings in this classified documents case. Right now, there are two issues at play. First, the claim from Trump's lawyers that funding for special counsel Jack Smith is unconstitutional. Those arguments wrapped up a short time ago. Second, the special counsel's request for a gag order on the former president. That's set to begin next hour. This is the second of 3 days of hearings, all overseen by Judge Aileen Cannon. She has not set a trial date for this case. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is outside the federal courthouse in Florida, and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us here in studio. So, Ken, let's start with you and take a step back here. This case is clearly crawling along. So what exactly is going on with Judge Cannon and all of these hearings?
Well, Zinkley, Judge Cannon's defenders would say she's just being extra scrupulous and careful in this extremely high-profile case. But a number of legal experts are questioning why she wants to have a hearing on seemingly every issue in dispute, whether it's been litigated before or not, whether it has a chance or not. And these questions about the constitutionality of the special counsel have really crystallized that view, because these are issues that have been litigated in the past, have been ruled against by other judges, and yet she's burned a day and a half of court time on hearings on this question of the appropriations clause and the appointments clause. And so many legal experts are wondering why she's doing that. Some say she's acting more like an appellate judge than a trial judge trying to move things along. And the upshot is that she's played right into Donald Trump's strategy of trying to delay this case until after the election. It's extremely unlikely at this point that this case could go to trial by November, Sinclair.
So, Danny, let's bring you in on that. As Ken touched on, some legal experts are critiquing Judge Cannon's approach, even saying that Jack Smith should ask a circuit court to have Judge Cannon removed entirely. I wonder, what do you make of that, and how easy or difficult would that be to practically facilitate?
There are many things that you can criticize about how Judge Cannon has handled this case. But and again, I may be in the minority here, but once you cross into the area of asking her to recuse herself, I don't know how that's too much different than when Donald Trump goes before a judge in Atlanta or in D.C., and he inevitably will start complaining that the system and the judge is rigged against him. It's really kind of the same thing. Now, almost everyone will disagree with me on this point. I think you can criticize Judge Cannon's approach. She's taking way too long to decide issues. She's asking for way too much evidence. I agree. But the part where some legal experts, and I don't know who they are, and I'm sure they're smarter than me, but the ones who are saying she ought to recuse herself, I think that gets into a different category. Number one, a judge will almost never recuse themselves. And number two, I would ask, what is the evidence? Is the evidence that she's made bad calls? Bad calls is not a reason to recuse. A good reason to recuse would be if she showed up at a MAGA rally with a red MAGA hat. Then I'd say you're on to something. But as far as making bad calls and bad decisions and maybe managing her docket not well, then welcome to the world of litigation where everybody has a complaint about every judge. And federal judges serve for life.
Right.
That's the way it is.
There's certainly no exception. Ken, let's end with you and look ahead to the hearing about the gag order. What are the arguments we should expect to hear about an hour from now?
Sinclair, I just want to say that I think most legal experts actually agree with the point that Danny just made, that she hasn't gotten to that point of recusal. On the gag order, Special Counsel Jack Smith has asked the judge to order Donald Trump to stop mischaracterizing a routine form that reminded the FBI what their use of force rules were during the raid at Mar-a-Lago. What Donald Trump has said is that President Biden authorized the FBI to use deadly force against him. That's just false. It's not true. And Jack Smith has said that that has put the lives of FBI agents in danger. And so we're going to see right now to what extent Judge Cannon gives credence to that argument. She may or may not rule today, but we may get some insight in the comments that she makes from the bench. Guys.
We know you'll stay on it. Ken Delaney and Danny Savalas, thank you both. New details this hour on the deadly mass shooting at a grocery store in Arkansas. Over the weekend, authorities announced the death toll rose to 4 people. 11 others were hurt in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is following the investigation.
We're learning new information today about the 4 victims who died in the tragic mass shooting in Fordyce, Arkansas on Friday. Fordyce is a very small town of 4,000 people, 70 miles south of Little Rock, where everyone knows each other. I was there over the weekend, and many people I spoke to say that they frequented the grocery store where that mass shooting took place, and they either knew someone who was in that grocery store or they knew someone who was shot. Many of them even knew the suspect. Of the 14 people who were shot, 2 of them were law enforcement officers who were treated for non-life-threatening injuries and then released from the Dallas County Medical Center. One of the people who was shot was the suspect when gunfire was exchanged between law enforcement and the shooter. Of the 11 civilians who were shot, 4 of them tragically passed away. Today, we're learning new information about them, including 23-year-old Callie Weems, who now Arkansas State Police are describing as a hero. They say that she used her training as a nurse to try to render aid to some of the other people who had been shot by the gunman. She leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter. Shirley Taylor was 62 years old, and she's described as a loving mother and grandmother. Roy Sturgis was 50 years old and is being remembered as a devoted father to his daughter, Hannah Sturgis. And Ellen Shroom was 81 years old. She tragically passed away on Saturday at the Dallas County Medical Center after fighting for her life. I got a chance to speak with some of the victims' family members. Let's take a listen to what they had to say about their loved ones.
She was the most hardworking woman I've ever known in my life. She always put her family first.
To know her was to love her. Big-hearted. She took that from my mom.
I always worried about other people.
You could stab her in the back 17 times. And she'd still help you.
And authorities have identified 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey as the suspect. He now faces 4 charges of capital murder. Law enforcement officials who were briefed about the mass shooting say that there's no indication that there were any ties to hate crime or extremism. It appears as though this was a completely random, senseless act, as they describe it. But Arkansas State Police is still investigating the motive. Back to you.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much. Well, the diplomatic divide between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Biden administration is widening. Netanyahu is standing firm in his claim that the U.S. is withholding weapons from Israel, which the White House firmly rejects. The latest disagreement comes as Netanyahu says the war in Gaza could begin to slow. Here's NBC News International correspondent Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv.
Well, remarkably, we've seen this dust-up between Washington and Jerusalem now spilling over into a second week. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, told Israeli television last night in a rare interview with domestic TV that there were still lags in weapons deliveries from the U.S. to Israel. And this was the cause of all of this friction last week when Benjamin Netanyahu released an English-language video scolding the Biden administration for lagging on their delivery of weapons. And he said that it was several different weapons, at least he did last night. Now, the White House has consistently denied that that was the case. And in fact, we heard from a White House spokeswoman last week saying that she had no idea what Netanyahu was talking about. Now, this was the most public and the most glaring example of the falling out between the Biden administration and Netanyahu, but it comes just as Netanyahu, as he's continuing to assail the Biden administration, he signaled that the fight in the Gaza Strip is entering a new phase, one in which it sounds as though, from his words, combatants and hostilities are going to be decreasing, particularly in the southern city of Rafah, which just abuts the Egyptian border right on the southern edge of the Gaza Strip. And he said that that will allow for the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, to free up some of their capabilities, some of their soldiers and equipment, to move north, where there is a new fight that is brewing. It has long been one of the major fronts in this war between Israel and Hezbollah, but just over the past week or two, it has really heated up. We went up there just yesterday and spoke with some family members and people who had been living there. They had been evacuated. Like most of this city, it's called Kiryat Shimona, right on the border. And they said that they were very frustrated with the government, that they haven't been allowed to return to their homes for the past 8 months, and that the Israeli government hadn't been taking the threat of Hezbollah seriously and push them back from the border. Now, all of this is happening, all of this friction, as Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister here in Israel, is visiting Washington, D.C. He's going to be going about the business, presumably, of clearing up some of the disputes between Washington and Jerusalem, but also addressing 3 major topics. One, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the hostages who still remain in the Gaza Strip, and there are dozens of them. And so far, a negotiated deal to have them freed has eluded negotiators from different countries. And also the fighting in the Gaza Strip and the threats to civilians there. He's going to be reassuring American diplomats and leaders that Israel is doing all it can. Now, this visit couldn't come at a more crucial time, as I mentioned, with this massive falling out, public falling out between Washington and Jerusalem.
Matt Bradley, thanks so much. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Prosecutors recommend airplane manufacturer Boeing face criminal charges, and Target is striking a deal to boost online shopping. Seema Modi joins us now. Hey, Seema.
Hi, Zinkley. Let's start with Boeing. Prosecutors are reportedly recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing after finding the company violated a settlement related to the fatal crashes of 2 737 MAX jets. Now, Reuters says the government must decide by July 7th whether to charge Boeing. Boeing has previously said it's honored the terms of that settlement. CDK Global is working to restore retail technology systems used by over 15,000 car dealerships. The company shut down all systems last Wednesday following a cyber attack. The software provider says it expects the process to take several days. Bloomberg has previously reported a group of hackers that claim responsibility has demanded tens of millions of dollars in ransom. And Target has struck a deal with Shopify to add sellers to its third-party marketplace. A Target executive told CNBC that Shopify will help the retailer add new and trendy items to its website. The discounter said companies working with Shopify can apply to join Target Plus starting today. Zinkley.
We love another excuse to shop at Target any day.
Exactly.
Seema, thank you. Well, coming up, a 4-year-old boy rescued after spending nearly 24 hours alone in the woods. We'll tell you what it took to save him. Plus, an important warning before you take your next dip into the water, where dangerous rip currents are pulling swimmers out to sea. That's coming up on NBC News Daily.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Beachgoers in Hawaii are on high alert after a professional surfer was killed in a shark attack on Sunday. It comes as officials on the East Coast are urging people to stay on alert for dangerous rip currents. Multiple people have drowned in recent days. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk reports.
Shock and sadness in Hawaii over the death of a well-known pro surfer and longtime lifeguard, 49-year-old Tamayo Perry, who officials say was killed Sunday in a shark attack. It happened while he was surfing off the north shore of Oahu.
It was one of our own city and county Honolulu lifeguards. Tamayo Perry was a lifeguard loved by all.
Perry was a champion surfer who also dabbled as a professional actor.
Get to work.
Appearing as an extra on the show Hawaii Five-0 and the film Pirates of the Caribbean. The shark attack comes just days after two teens vanished while swimming at this busy New York beach.
The wave was extremely high, and it went on top of them and sucked them over.
Officials say it happened just minutes after lifeguards went off duty.
We think that it might be a riptide, but that's still in the investigation.
One of the missing teens, now identified by his family as 16-year-old Elijah Chandler. His mother stayed at the beach Saturday before authorities called off the search.
I wish he could just come out the water. They could just come out the water.
It comes amid two similar incidents in Florida. In popular Panama City Beach, officials say 3 friends from Alabama drowned Friday after getting caught in a rip current. Deja Merchant says she watched her boyfriend Jamonde Ray and his 2 friends get swept away.
He's just a loving and kind person. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that I can't call him.
Just a day earlier in Stewart Beach, another deadly rip current took the lives of Brian Warder and his girlfriend Erica Wishard. Rip currents are narrow strips of water moving away from shore that can form when wind blows towards the beach. Moving at speeds of more than 5 miles an hour, they can become impossible to outswim. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
At least one person is dead and thousands of homes are damaged after severe flooding swept through parts of the Midwest, and the threat is not yet over. Some of the hardest hit areas are in South Dakota and Iowa. Some neighborhoods are submerged in water, entire communities are without power, and some are left with no drinkable water at all. And all of this was the result of near record-breaking rainfall and overflowing rivers. Now more rain could be on the way as that historic heat wave we've been talking about pushes south. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of it and joins us now. So, Bill, first off, what threats are you watching?
Excessive heat and then, of course, severe storms later on site if we get any of that rain in that flood zone. So let's talk about the heat because we got some impressive numbers. It is just skyrocketing. Little Rock, you're under an excessive heat warning. 111 it feels like right now in the shade. This is the heat index. Almost everyone throughout the South, besides Atlanta, is over 100 degrees right now. Very warm day. Also, Omaha, you're under an excessive heat warning. Right now, it feels already like 104 for you. Not much better for our friends in North Florida. So we do have the excessive heat warnings. That's the Little Rock area to Fort Smith, Omaha. Also, Salt Lake City is under an excessive heat warning. It could be near 100 the next 2 days. And then, of course, the deserts outside there, right around Palm Springs. Now, as far as severe weather goes, nothing on the maps right now. But as we go throughout the night tonight, we could see a strong line of storms developing that has a potential for extended wind damage, starting somewhere around Minneapolis and then tracking down over La Crosse into areas of Madison. And it should begin to weaken as it heads to Lake Michigan, somewhere around Chicago or Milwaukee. And that's going to be at like 4 or 5 in the morning. And as far as the rivers go, still a few are in major flood stage here in western portions of Iowa. St. Clair, I saw one river. It broke its record crest by 7 feet. That's almost unheard of.
I mean, and Bill, to the point of breaking records, briefly, we've been seeing these highs and it's only June. I'm not sure how far your crystal ball goes, but what does this mean for the rest of the summer?
I'll give you the first half of the summer. How about that? We'll compromise. All right, so for the next 6 to 10 days, this is the outlook, especially warm as we head towards July in areas of the Deep South. And then as we go towards the rest of July, the whole map looks warm.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much. And coming up, we'll talk Justin Timberlake taking the stage for the first time since his arrest.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Supreme Court is taking up a major case on transgender rights for minors. Today, the justices agreed to decide whether a Tennessee law that bans certain gender-affirming treatments for people under 18 is constitutional. It's the first time the High Court will weigh in on these types of state restrictions. The justices are expected to hear arguments and make their ruling in their upcoming term, which starts in October. Now to a new TikTok beauty trend circulating on the For You pages of teenage boys. It's encouraging them to get the, quote, perfect jawline by chewing a special kind of gum. NBC News correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains.
You know how we do it. A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret, you can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care. But it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliner saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Fascinating, Yasmin. Thank you. Well, Olympic sprinter Noah Lyles just punched his ticket to Paris, and his mom was right there to cheer him on. Today, Chanel Jones sat down with her to talk about her son's solid goal dreams. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Panda, party of 4, your table is ready. Yeah, check out this birthday celebration at a zoo in China. All of those pandas turned 5 years old over the weekend. We love a milestone birthday. So naturally, they had to have a panda party. Yeah, you see it there? They enjoyed a birthday cake made of bamboo and fruits. Pretty healthy. And get this, the 2 pairs of giant pandas are actually twins. Dare I say, it's a family affair. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. 6 climate protesters disrupted the 72nd hole of the PGA's Travelers Championship yesterday. Police quickly removed them after they ran out with smoking canisters, later revealed to be colorful powder. Leader Scotty Scheffler then missed a putt, which would have clinched the tournament, saying afterwards that he was a bit rattled. Another player in the final group said that he was afraid for his life. The protesters were charged with criminal mischief, trespassing, and breach of peace before being released on bond. In the state of California, a 4-year-old boy who wandered away from a campground in the Sierra National Forest was found safely. The child, named Christian Ramirez, was rescued after spending 22 hours alone in the wilderness. Ramirez was found Friday morning in good health, about a quarter-mile from where he was last seen. His parents expressed their gratitude toward the search and rescue team and shared that, quote, Christian is happy, hungry, and in great spirits. A metal monolith that was found near Las Vegas has been taken down by authorities. It's a large vertical piece of metal and just the latest discovery in a series of columns that have popped up around the country since 2020. Las Vegas police say it's still unknown how the 6'4" tall monolith got to the location or who might be responsible. It was removed over the weekend because of public safety and environmental concerns and is being stored in an undisclosed location. This year, more than 1,300 people died during the Hajj, making it one of the most deadly pilgrimages on record. Hajj is the annual Islamic pilgrimage to holy sites in and around the city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia. It's one of the 5 tenets for the world's nearly 2 billion Muslims and happens during the last month of the Islamic calendar, with millions of Muslims making the journey each year. Extremely hot weather during summer in the Middle East is nothing new, but climate change could make Hajj even riskier in the years to come. NBC News climate reporter Chase Kane is following this story and joins me now. So, Chase, this number is pretty staggering, and the Saudi government has actually commented, saying 83% of those who died during Hajj didn't actually go on formal pilgrimages. Can you just walk us through what happened here and the distinctions?
Yeah, in the simplest form, if you don't have a permit to do a formal pilgrimage, then that means you probably don't have a hotel. You might not have a place to stay. And so many of these people are walking on foot through the desert, through the heat, no shade. They get there for this pilgrimage, and temperatures were hovering between 117, 120 degrees. Wow. And then imagine not having a place to go and cool off. So that was driving a lot of what happened there. I mean, another 3,000 people were treated for different heat-related illnesses. So the Saudi government is actually considering prosecuting some of the travel agencies that help facilitate these pilgrims to go without actually having a place to stay, without actually having, a way to get food and water, right?
Going through the official
safe
processes.
Exactly. And there was also, interestingly, a report from MIT a couple years ago that was looking at how climate change is going to impact this in the future. And that report from MIT says in the next 20, 25 years, it may be just impossible to hold this pilgrimage during the summer because it does rotate on the calendar. And so when it falls in the summer in the next 20, 25 years, it may simply be just too hot to even do it.
And that's a difficult reckoning, given the religious significance. I'm mindful, though, beyond Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East as a whole, the World Health Organization has flagged concerns around Palestinians in Gaza, specifically with all of this heat. What are they saying? What should people know?
I mean, this is no surprise, right? We've reported on the issues with access to food, with access to clean drinking water, with access to health care, with the war that is going on there. And now you add to that we're getting into summertime. Temperatures are already hovering around 90 degrees in Gaza. So imagine as we get into the height of the summer, what happens when these people don't have a lot of food, a lot of water, they don't have health care, and now it gets hot. This is something that's happening around the world, but I think Gaza is a place we're really, unfortunately, going to see the consequences amplified.
And briefly, I wanted to ask you about this new report from the organization Climate Central. They're reporting that there were an extra 26 days of extreme heat between May 2023 last year and May 2024, just a month ago. They attribute that to climate change. What does that mean, though, for people who already live in hot places or are in densely populated places?
I mean, we know about the urban heat island effect, right? If you live in a city, it can be 5 5, 7, 10 degrees hotter than it is in the suburbs or outside of the city. And so no matter where you live, even if you live in the country, it can still be really hot. So if we added 26 days of extreme heat last year because of climate change, we basically made summers getting longer. Spring and fall are getting shorter. It's getting hotter all around the planet.
Wow. Chase Kane, really helpful context for us. Thank you so much. Well, Russia is vowing retaliation and blaming the U.S. over a deadly attack in Crimea. Moscow says Ukraine was behind the attack that killed 4 people and hurt more than 150 others using Washington-supplied missiles. NBC News could not independently confirm the type of weapons used in that attack. Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine 10 years ago, long before the current war. NBC News correspondent Daniel Hamamdjian joins me now. So, Danielle, what more are we learning about this attack? And has the U.S. responded to this accusation from Russia?
No official reaction yet, and what we know so far has only been provided by the Kremlin. Russia claiming that these were ATACMS missiles launched by the Ukrainian forces, missiles that are loaded with cluster warheads, and they say that they were supplied by the U.S., that they are programmed by the U.S., and they are guided by American satellites. Moscow claims to have intercepted 5 of the missiles launched by Ukrainian forces, and the debris fell on a nearby beach. You might be thinking, what's going on? There's a war, but life does go on, and people do go to the beaches. It is summer after all, and 4 dead, according to Russian authorities, including 2 children, 150 dead. According to the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, from Russia today, saying that there is no way these missiles can be used without direct participation of the United States.
And Danielle, the first of 3 days of mourning began today in a southern region of Russia after a massive attack at several houses of worship across 2 cities on Sunday. Walk us through what exactly happened, and do we have a sense of who may be behind that attack?
These have been described as complex and coordinated attacks that lasted hours. Yesterday, in the North Caucasus, a predominantly Muslim region, known in the past for Islamist attacks, certainly very volatile. It happened in the cities of Makashkala and Derbent. In Derbent, gunmen with automatic weapons burst in, setting fire to one of the Orthodox churches, killing a 66-year-old priest who'd been serving the church for more than 40 years. In heavy automatic gunfire can be heard well into the night, people running for cover as you see there, plumes of smoke rising above the city. 5 of the attackers are dead. No group has yet to claim responsibility. Some lawmakers are now saying that these are Islamic sleeper cells who have been directed from abroad. International terrorism is what they're saying, and they're saying that this is, quote, designed by the enemies from abroad.
Important reporting, Danielle Hamamdjian. Thank you so much. Here in the U.S., pop superstar Justin Timberlake returned to the stage over the weekend following his arrest last week for driving while intoxicated. Timberlake spoke candidly at times, getting emotional about what he says has been a tough week. Joining me now, NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. So, Chloe, first off, what exactly did we hear from Timberlake over the weekend?
I mean, this was the concert that everybody had their eyes on because it was the first concert where Justin Timberlake was taking the stage after his arrest. And so he gets up there and he visibly gets emotional, at one point wiping away tears. Take a listen.
It's been a tough week. But you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now. I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back.
So this is his tour. He actually is going to hit the stage we were just talking about at Madison Square Garden tomorrow night. But some people feel like he didn't address it as well as he should have.
And I mean, to that end, Chloe, he said in his remarks, I'm hard to love, or I can be sometimes. It's not lost on me that he's had a difficult few years in the press, in the public, in the sphere of public opinion.
I mean, some fans are saying, what does that even mean, that you're hard to love? You know, if you go on TikTok and you look at social media, it has been scathing. Obviously, there are those that support Justin Timberlake, but at the end of the day, he was driving while intoxicated. You know, according to reports, he had 1 martini, but again, according to the arresting officer, he failed the field sobriety tests. And most people on social media are saying, why didn't you take an Uber? Why, as somebody who's spoken out against drunk driving in the past, did you not have a car and driver? Why would you endanger yourself and that potentially of others? Also, a lot of people have a problem with his accountability issues. Some people feel as though he hasn't done a very good job of that. After Britney Spears' memoir came out, and also after the documentary Framing Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, he actually took to social media and he fumbled this apology to Britney Spears and Janet Jackson. Remember Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl halftime show? Many people felt as though Janet Jackson was at the brunt of all of that, negative publicity at the time when she was coming under fire for that. And then obviously Britney Spears at a time when she and Justin, they broke up, and he wrote that song Cry Me a River about her, and she came, under immense scrutiny after their breakup. Even Diane Sawyer asking her, what did you do to break Justin Timberlake's heart? Obviously the narrative has shifted, but many people feel as though Justin Timberlake has to do a better job of tackling these issues head on. We could see him address it even further at Madison Square Garden tomorrow night. But if you look at his past history, that's doubtful. Maybe he'll do a sit-down someday and explain what really happened.
And we hope he does it with us and with you, Chloe Molas.
You and I together. Let's grill him.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, now to a competition you have to see to believe, the world's ugliest dog contest. It took place in California this weekend, and there's a brand new winner. To be clear, the contest is all about redefining that four-letter word, ugly, and giving the most monstrously adorable pooches their moment to shine. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz went there.
When your furry friend is up for the title of the world's ugliest dog, there can be some mixed emotions. From excitement.
We think our dogs are the best in the world.
To acceptance.
What made you want to enter this year? It's the public suggestion.
And maybe even a little denial.
I thought that she would be the most beautiful ugly dog.
But at this annual competition in Petaluma, California, the only offensive thing you could call these canines is cute. The scene may be unsightly to some, but for those here,
I don't think they're ugly. They're adorable.
it's the dog's inner beauty that shines through.
Ugly has 4 letters, but so does cute.
Still, in a contest where looks are everything, Twiggy, you are the belle of the ball. Some pups came dressed to impress, while others relied on their natural novelty.
This hair is to die for.
Thank you. It's natural.
But the talk of the town was a returning vet.
And I recognize this face. Where is that face? Right there.
This loose-tongued hairball is Wild Thing, an 8-year-old Pekingese who hoped after 5 tries he'd finally be named the ugliest.
He's always the bridesmaid.
But don't let the furry faces fool you. These contestants weren't shy about sniffing out the competition. Others just wanted to keep their eye on it, like Rome, who seemed to travel with an empire of fans.
And he loves all the attention.
It all came down to one final chance to put their most repugnant paw forward.
Look at that Beyonce hair. I mean, goodness.
Before my fellow judges and I tally the tail wags and we're ready to crown a winner.
The world's ugliest dog is Wild Thing!
Finally, giving this ugly dog his day.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
And our congratulations to Wild Thing and Gotti. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, we're all complaining about the heat right now, but how do you know it's really a threat to your health? We'll tell you the signs next on NBC News Daily.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in. Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles.
The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, more than 44 million people across the United States are dealing with sweltering heat today, and it's raising concerns about the dangers of heat-related illnesses. During last week's heat wave, heat-related illnesses spiked across the country. In the Mid-Atlantic, emergency room visits rose sharply from nearly 300 on Monday to more than 1,000 by Saturday. That's according to data from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. Here with me now is Dr. Rahul Sharma. He's an emergency physician-in-chief at New York Presbyterian Well Cornell Medical Center. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So heat illness typically happens gradually over the course of hours. People may not even realize it's happening to them. What should they look out for?
Well, heat in general compromises the body's ability to self-regulate, which could affect various organs and different functions. So typically heat illness is in a spectrum. So the most minor are heat cramps. Patients could start having cramps in their arms, their legs, and usually it's self-resolved. Take yourself out of the environment, stretching, massage, drink fluids, and then heat exhaustion. Heat exhaustion is actually more serious. This is when patients are sweating very heavily. They could have nausea, vomiting, dizziness. Some actually might pass out. And usually for that, you want to give them hydration. You also want to put them in cool areas, and sometimes they might need medical attention. The most severe form is heat stroke. Now, this is a medical emergency, which you need to call 911 for. These patients usually have not a lot of sweating, but they're actually dry because their ability to sweat has been impaired, and their temperatures could be greater than 104 degrees. Now, these patients could have loss of consciousness, they could pass out, and sometimes even have seizures.
Wow.
That's a medical emergency. We need to get them to the hospital.
So these are serious symptoms you're talking about and to look out for. How can we practically stay cool? What do you recommend?
Well, number one, stay informed. Look at the heat advisories, look at the weather forecast. Now, the CDC actually has a heat risk map, which you could actually go on their website and put in your zip code. And based on your location, you'll know what your risk is to develop heat-related illness, from either no risk to extreme risk. But prevention is really key. Try to avoid outdoors, so stay in cool, air-conditioned areas. But if you need to venture in the outdoors, do it during the non-peak heat times from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Drink plenty of fluids, and not just when you're thirsty, but throughout the day. Also, alcohol, try to avoid alcohol, but if you do choose to drink, make sure you stay hydrated. Dress accordingly, loose-fitting clothing, sunscreen, hats, all these important
things. A fan, perhaps.
A fan,
I like
all these things. but the most important thing is really monitor yourself. Listen to your body. If your body is telling you that you're feeling nauseous, you're feeling dizzy, that means it's time to stop, drink something, and potentially seek medical care.
I feel like a thread I'm hearing from you is take the heat seriously. I wonder, are there groups that are more at risk? Specifically, the CDC found that men and people between the ages of 18 and 64 had higher rates of ER visits. Where you work, what's the reason for that disparity?
Yeah, well, some people believe that, a lot of these patients have outdoor activities. They're frontline providers, they're construction workers, tend to be men, but also elderly and young children are also at higher risk to have heat-related illnesses. So you have to also watch out for those populations as well.
And briefly, we've also heard about cases of sun poisoning. Can you break down what that is and what should people do to prevent it?
Well, sun poisoning could be multiple things. You could actually have rashes, which is a heat rash. Sometimes you could also end up having symptoms of feeling dizzy, nauseous, all these other symptoms that come with heat exposure.
Well, as it gets hot and remains hot, we hope people take your tips to heart. Thank you so much, Dr. Rahul Sharma, for your time. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and of course, thank you for being with us. We got a lot more news ahead, so stay cool. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In a few weeks, we will see some of the world's best athletes compete at the Paris Olympics. One of those athletes is Noah Lyles, who has sprinted his way to the top and qualified for the games in the 100 meters. But there's another superstar in his family, the woman who raised him. Today's show co-anchor Chanel Jones sat down with Lyles' mom to talk about what it takes to raise a world champion on and off the track.
Noah is a 6-time world champion.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That is insane.
Noah Lyles, U.S. champion, world champion.
They said I wasn't the one.
Olympian Noah Lyles has been on top of the world, but growing up in Alexandria, Virginia, he was just a typical kid bouncing off the walls.
Tell me what it was like in those early days. He was the kind of kid who you would say, go upstairs and clean your room. So you tell all 3 of your kids that. Noah, just even Abby, go clean your room. Noah would run upstairs, get to the top of the stairs, do a couple of backflips, go into his room, run back downstairs and say, what am I supposed to be doing?
Oh, my goodness.
So
that's relatable to a lot of folks, though. Before he was running laps, Noah dealt with many sleepless nights, struggling to breathe.
One time we were in the hospital in the ER, and he said, Mom, can you please ask the doctor to help me stop coughing? So the doctor walks in and he's like, oh, he has asthma.
But that didn't stop him from sprinting in his parents' footsteps. Keisha Kane was a 10-time NCAA All-American, while their dad medaled in the 95 World Championships. And competing on the world stage was always Noah and his brother Josephus's dream.
To them, making the Olympics was like getting a driver's license because they have been raised around so many track and field Olympians. So they didn't comprehend what a huge goal this was. I said, if you will commit to doing everything you need to do to make this team in 4 years, I will move hell and high water to make sure that it can happen for you. And that's what we did.
Flash forward to the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Noah took home the bronze in the 200.
First, I was proud he made the team, I was proud he made the finals, and I was proud he medaled. And he was so heartbroken.
I know, why? Just
because he went in as the favorite, and you work so hard for this, and you get one shot.
You know, I know he's stronger than ever now. How do you do that? How does he get there?
He reaches out to his resources, and he's got a really great team. And I think that's what people don't see, is the team. All they see is the 19 seconds you're running.
How important is it that you think he's been so vulnerable and open about the work it takes and mental health and all of it?
I think one of the reasons we've been put in this position is because we are willing to be transparent about how hard it is. And we want people to know it is hard, but you can do it. We can do hard things. We have BBA, bounce back ability.
So in 2020, Noah and his family started the Lyles Brothers Sports Foundation, empowering youth through mental and physical health.
We were like, when we get older and we get to a certain point, we're going to give back. And so we've always known people have given to us because we didn't get here by ourselves. It took a whole community.
A community that's quick to fill the stands.
What is it like sitting here and your heart is there?
It is so difficult because since I ran, I know what he's going through, but there is nothing I can do about it. So as soon as I see him come up on the track, I just stretch my hands towards him and I pray that God will give him feet with angels' wings, that no one in the race gets hurt. With track and field, we're such a small community, you know everybody.
Tell me what your hope is for Noah at the next Olympics.
So my hope for Noah at the next Olympics is that he will see the fruit of all of his labor come to fruition because he has worked so hard. But my hope for the world is that they will look at his story and say, I can do that too.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
Chanel Jones, thank you. One of my favorite things about the Olympics, we don't just get to see the athletics, we get to see the families behind them. So thank you for that. Well, I am Zinklea Sawa, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Thank you so much for being with us. Of course, you can stick with us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Sawa. My co-anchor Kate Snow is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, June 24th, 2024, high-stakes back-to-back hearings are happening today in former President Donald Trump's classified documents case. The two major issues at play and why the judge overseeing it all is facing scrutiny. Horror in Arkansas. A suspected gunman opens fire, killing 4 people in a small-town grocery store. What we're learning about the victims from their families. Travel guide. Do you have a summer vacation you still need to plan? Well, artificial intelligence may be able to help. We'll show you how. And he's positively fetching. We'll introduce you to the winner of this year's World's Ugliest Dog competition. Let's just say you're going to want to stick around for that one, folks. Well, it's good to be back with you. We are going to start this hour with an important hearing in the federal classified documents case against former President Donald Trump. Prosecutors are asking for a gag order against the former president. It is the second hearing today, and this morning, Trump's lawyers argued to dismiss the indictment, claiming that funding for special counsel Jack Smith is unconstitutional. Judge Aileen Cannon is overseeing both of the hearings. She has not set a new trial date in that case. Joining me now, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney outside the courthouse in Florida. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So, Ken, let's start with you and that gag order hearing. What exactly are prosecutors asking for here?
Zinklea, the special counsel is asking Judge Cannon to modify the conditions of Donald Trump's release. Remember, he's out on bond in this case, to order him to stop mischaracterizing a document that reminded the FBI of their use of force policy that was included in the paperwork that accompanied the Mar-a-Lago raid. Donald Trump has essentially lied about that document. His lawyers have as well, and supporters of his have said that that was an authorization by President Biden directing the FBI or authorizing the FBI to use deadly force against Donald Trump during that search. That is false. What it was a policy statement reminding the FBI that they have a right to use deadly force if they have a reasonable fear that their lives are in danger in any operation. And by the way, that's the right of any citizen. And so Donald Trump in social media and elsewhere has essentially characterized this as an FBI assassination plot against him. His supporters have picked up on that. And what Jack Smith's office says is that that's putting the lives of FBI agents in danger. And they talk specifically in their court filings about things that have happened, particularly, for example, after the Mar-a-Lago search, where a man armed with an AR-15 and a nail gun attacked an FBI office in Cincinnati. This was a Trump supporter, a Truth Social member. And just last week, another Trump supporter called the cell phone and threatened an FBI agent in the Hunter Biden case. So there are real-world consequences to this rhetoric, and they want the judge to order him to stop doing it.
And Ken, let's pause and back up for a moment. Look at the big picture, because this is the second of 3 days of hearings. This trial was scheduled to start last month. So what exactly is going on with the delays here?
Right. So unlike the hearing on the gag order, which is a reasonable reason to have a hearing, many of the hearings in this case are on esoteric, highly technical legal issues that are really matters of law, not matters of fact, that are going to end up being decided by the appeals court in any case. But yet Judge Cannon has had day-long hearings on these issues. The question of whether the special counsel appointment was unconstitutional. Today, whether the appropriation, the funding is constitutional. These are questions that are really, you know, they hinge on legal theories that are going to ultimately possibly be decided by the Supreme Court, and many judges would not have had a hearing on these kinds of issues. And the result of her having all these hearings is that this case is getting delayed and delayed, and it's unlikely to go to trial before November.
So, Danny, let's bring you in here. Given all of the delays, given the back-to-back, just legal back and forth, we've heard from legal experts who believe that Jack Smith should ask a circuit court to have Judge Aileen Cannon removed. How likely would that be? Is that even possible?
It's theoretically possible. I think it's unlikely, and the evidence for that is that Jack Smith hasn't asked for that yet, and surely if he thought he could do it, he would. And I think what Jack Smith realizes is what everyone else realizes, is that it's okay to criticize judges. Judges can get it wrong. They get it wrong all the time. But getting it wrong, in your opinion, is not the same thing as grounds for a recusal. If she's doing something that shows an overt bias in favor of one party, like the defendant, like Mr. Trump, then maybe you've got a shot. But if you just don't like the rulings, it's going to be a long shot.
Yeah, that's an important distinction. Danny Savalos and Ken Delaney, and appreciate you both. Thank you. And we have new details this hour on the deadly mass shooting at a grocery store in Arkansas. Over the weekend, authorities announced the death toll rose to 4 people. 11 others were hurt in the shooting. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is following the investigation.
We're learning new information today about the 4 victims who died in the tragic mass shooting in Fordyce, Arkansas on Friday. Fordyce is a very small town of 4,000 people, 70 miles south of Little Rock, where everyone knows each other. I was there over the weekend, and many people I spoke to say that they frequented the grocery store where that mass shooting took place, and they either knew someone who was in that grocery store or they knew someone who was shot. Many of them even knew the suspect. Of the 14 people who were shot, 2 of them were law enforcement officers who were treated for non-life-threatening injuries and then released from the Dallas County Medical Center. One of the people who was shot was the suspect when gunfire was exchanged between law enforcement and the shooter. Of the 11 civilians who were shot, 4 of them tragically passed away. Today, we're learning new information about them, including 23-year-old Callie Weems, who now Arkansas State Police are describing as a hero. They say that she used her training as a nurse to try to render aid to some of the other people who had been shot by the gunman. She leaves behind a 10-month-old baby daughter. Shirley Taylor was 62 years old, and she's described as a loving mother and grandmother. Roy Sturgis was 50 years old and is being remembered as a devoted father to his daughter, Hannah Sturgis. And Ellen Shroom was 81 years old. She tragically passed away on Saturday at the Dallas County Medical Center after fighting for her life. I got a chance to speak with some of the victims' family members. Let's take a listen to what they had to say about their loved ones.
She was the most hardworking woman I've ever known in my life. She always put her family first.
To know her was to love her. Big-hearted. She took that off. She took that from my mom.
I always worried about other people.
You could stab her in the back 17 times. And she'd still help you.
And authorities have identified 44-year-old Travis Eugene Posey as the suspect. He now faces 4 charges of capital murder. Law enforcement officials who were briefed about the mass shooting say that there's no indication that there were any ties to hate crime or extremism. It appears as though this was a completely random, senseless act, as they describe it. But Arkansas State Police is still investigating the motive. Back to you.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much. Well, Russia is vowing retaliation and blaming the United States for a deadly attack in Crimea. Moscow says Ukraine was behind the attack, which killed 4 people and hurt more than 150 others using Washington-supplied missiles. NBC News could not independently confirm the type of weapons used in this attack. Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine 10 years ago, long before this current war. NBC News correspondent Danielle Hamamdjian joins me now. So, Danielle, what more are we learning about this attack, and has the United States responded to this accusation from Russia?
No official response from Washington yet, and what we do know, for what it's worth, comes directly from the Kremlin, only from the Kremlin. Russia says that Ukraine launched ATACMS missiles. These are supplied, they say, by the United States, programmed by the United States, and guided by American satellites. They claim to have intercepted 5 missiles over Crimea, loaded with cluster warheads, again, launched by Ukrainian forces, and the deaths and injuries were caused by the debris falling on a beach. It is the summertime. Life does go on despite a war. According to Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, he said, and he claimed today, that there is no way these missiles could have been used by the Ukrainians without direct participation by the U.S.
To ask you about the first of 3 days of mourning. It began today in a southern region of Russia after a massive attack at several houses of worship across 2 cities just on Sunday. What exactly happened, and do we have a sense of who may be behind that attack?
No one has claimed responsibility yet, according to Russian lawmakers. Some of them are saying, or putting the blame on Islamic sleeper cells that have been directed from abroad. One quoted as saying that they're not able to defeat Russia from the outside. The enemy is looking for any ways to blow up our society from the inside. This happened in the Dagestan region of the North Caucasus, predominantly Muslim, the site of numerous Islamic attacks in the past. 20 killed, 46 people injured in the cities of Derbent and Makashkala, among them a 66-year-old priest who'd been serving the church for more than 40 years.
Important reporting, Danielle Hamamdjian. Thank you so much. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Apple is facing charges in the European Union, and Inside Out 2 is taking over the box office. Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Zinkla. Yeah, European regulators are accusing Apple of violating the bloc's new tech rules. It alleges that the company breached the Digital Markets Act because it doesn't allow customers to be steered from that app store to cheaper options. Today's action follows a probe regulators opened earlier this year. Apple says it's made a number of changes and believes its plan complies with the new law. This morning, Secretary Yellen announced the Biden administration's efforts to boost and support the housing supply amid high prices. Since the pandemic, high prices for groceries and other necessities have left consumers in a crunch. Well, now the creation of a new $100 million fund aims to increase affordable housing financing over the next 3 years. And the Disney Pixar movie Inside Out 2 collected another $100 million at the box office, according to ComScore. That is a new record for an animated movie in its follow-up weekend. The previous best was $92 million for the Super Mario Brothers movie last year. Inside Out 2 is now the highest-grossing movie of the year with $724 million worldwide. Zinkley.
Have you seen it yet?
Not yet.
Me too, but it's on my list. We
Maybe
had
this
Louis
weekend.
Black on, the voice of anger, and we got to go see it. We got to go see it. Contessa Brewer, thank you so much. Well, still ahead, Paris organizers are looking to make next month's Olympic Games the greenest ever. One way they're doing that, making what's old new again. Yep, we'll show you how. Plus, fights erupt outside a Jewish synagogue in Los Angeles, how police were finally able to break it up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Now to a chaotic scene in West Los Angeles over the weekend. Violence broke out between a group of pro-Palestinian protesters and supporters of Israel outside a synagogue. Video from the scene Sunday appears to show people yelling at each other, and there are reports of people throwing punches and using protest signs as weapons. Police in riot gear were called in to break up the tense situation. NBC News correspondent David Noriega has been following this story for us from Los Angeles. So, David, we've seen a lot of protests over the last few months, but how serious did this end up being? And have any arrests been made?
Yeah, Zinkley, I mean, this was serious, if only because of the amount of attention that it's getting, including from elected officials at local, state, and national levels. Even the president posted a tweet about it, mostly because this protest and the altercations happened outside of a synagogue in a very heavily Jewish part of West LA. Now, the reason that there was a protest at that synagogue in the first place is because there was an event being held in the synagogue promoting real estate in Israel, including with participation from a company that has in the past promoted property listings in Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That is why protesters targeted this particular event. Now, it did devolve into violence. The LAPD says that there were several physical altercations between protesters and counter-protesters, and there was one arrest of a person at the protest who was carrying what the police described as a spiked pole, presumably some kind of sign or flagpole. The LAPD also says that it's investigating 2 official reports of battery. Now, in terms of violence, this is certainly less than what we saw during the encampment on the UCLA campus here in LA a couple of months ago. But again, in terms of the amount of attention that it's getting, and any kind of violence around this particular issue is going to be significant and something that's going to get a lot of attention. Sinclair?
Always important reporting. David Noriega, thank you so much. Let's switch gears now. With summer in full swing, you might be thinking about your next vacation, and for many people, planning it can be pretty daunting. But with so much to see, do, and book, some people are turning to a handy new travel assistant known as artificial intelligence. CNBC senior media and technology correspondent Julia Borston is here to show us how. So, Julia, I just came off a vacation. It was very much planned by a human being. I hear that you used an artificial intelligence tool to assist you on a recent trip to Hawaii. How did that go?
It went well. It was very exciting to see what these technologies are capable of. And I used some new AI tools to figure out what activities my family and I should do on our trip, our family vacation to Hawaii. Check it out. I'm here on vacation in Hawaii, and I used AI to help plan my trip. AI is playing the role of travel agent with a range of new tools using the cutting-edge technology to offer customized recommendations. Before I left, I logged into MindTrip AI, which uses AI to suggest itineraries and activities based on your profile and preferences, aggregating ratings and reviews from Google, along with TripAdvisor and Priceline, which users can book through. You can ask for recommendations, add plans to your trip, read reviews, and share your bookings with friends and family. And when I was there, it was helpful to pull up addresses and find restaurants nearby.
If you use ChatGPT today, you still probably have to go and Google everything. You still have to go and you'll look at all the different places that it recommends and actually do all the work you had to do before. What we're trying to do is make that so that that all happens like a travel agent would have done 20 years ago. Do all that work for you and use the AI to actually take all the effort out of that. It's not just startups. We're seeing the travel giants invest in generative AI tools as well. The two biggest booking platforms both introduced AI-powered chatbot assistants. Expedia's is called Rami, and Priceline's is named Penny. Airbnb bought an AI startup back in November called Game Planner. CEO Brian Chesky says generative AI will radically change the platform and that he wants to use it as a travel concierge that learns about users over time and enhances their experiences. Google is also moving into this space.
The end result is a personalized vacation plan presented in Gemini's new dynamic UI.
Recently announcing that its Gemini chatbot can research flight times and offer hotel booking options to create a custom multi-day vacation itinerary in a matter of seconds. We haven't yet seen these new digital tools impact travel agent jobs. As recently as December, a record 47% of travelers surveyed say they still use travel agents.
So cool. So, Julia, talk a bit more about what makes these AI tools different from, say, Google or maybe even a practical travel agent, a person.
Well, look, unlike an actual person who's a travel agent, these tools are for now pretty much all free. So they might add a subscription version in the future, but for now, the majority of these tools are free to use, and then they make a little bit of money if you book a flight or a hotel through their platform. So that's how they're different from travel agents. Their technology, right? So what's different from Google or ChatGPT is that they are trained specifically on data that's just about travel. And they're designed to really be conversational and help you figure out what you might want to do based on the information you give them. So a little bit more customized.
Super cool. CNBC's Julia Borston, thank you so much. And up ahead, Justin Timberlake speaking out for the first time since his DWI arrest.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The Supreme Court is taking up a major case on transgender rights for minors. Today, the justices agreed to decide whether a Tennessee law that bans certain gender-affirming treatments for people under 18 is constitutional. It's the first time the High Court will weigh in on these types of state restrictions. The justices are expected to hear arguments and make their ruling in their upcoming term, which starts in October. Now to a new TikTok beauty trend circulating on the For You pages of teenage boys. It's encouraging them to get the, quote, perfect jawline by chewing a special kind of gum. NBC News correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains.
You know how we do it. A new beauty trend taken off on TikTok, targeting boys who want their jawlines to appear more masculine.
Male model secret, you can actually grow your jaw. Here's how. Chewing super duper tough gum.
Paid ads for this harder to chew gum, part of a so-called looks maxing trend, encouraging young men to change their physical appearance to fit a certain beauty standard, promising to, quote, elevate your overall attractiveness or train at least 50 face and neck muscles to, quote, change your look in no time. It's concerning for parents.
He said, Mom, if I chew this gum, I'm going to get a really strong jawline. And I was like, okay, first of all, who's checking out your jawline? You're 12 years old.
And also for mental health experts.
We always focus on girls because we notice their mental health and the impact of all of these beauty trends on girls more easily, but it's not new for boys.
Let's check out this anti-aging kit.
The male beauty industry has taken off in recent years, valued at $55 billion in 2021 and projected to double that by 2030. And on TikTok, men's beauty content gets millions of views, with the hashtag men's grooming reaching nearly 50 million views. Experts say this could signal a shift in gender norms around self-care. But it's a slippery slope.
I think for some boys, there is this opportunity for it to build confidence because they start to step into who they might want to be and what that looks like. But it's when it breaks down the confidence and where the obsession takes over that we then have more problems.
Brands like Jawliner and Rockjaw that make this product say it's 2 to 15 times stronger than regular gum, suggesting that's what transforms the jawline. Experts question that.
That doesn't necessarily lead to a better, well-defined jaw, and it doesn't change the shape of the jaw.
And say they can even cause damage.
Typically, teeth that have large fillings in them will break. It's also hard on the joint, and when that is damaged and you're chewing a lot of gum, you're just going to make it worse.
This gum also more expensive than regular gum, about 60 cents more a piece. Rockjaw's founder telling NBC News he believes it's time for critics to accept this industry is here to stay. And, quote, on the fundamentals of equality, there are two options: either eradicate all unnatural procedures or to be inclusive of holistic practices. And that their customer base is mostly, in his words, corporate professionals, athletes, and CEOs of companies, not teenage boys. Jawliners saying their gum is not meant for everyday use and don't recommend it for people who have jaw issues.
I think our young men wants to have a sexy, nice jawline and wants to have I think a more masculine look in general.
And they also don't recommend it for another group.
I would not recommend to do this for people which are younger than 18 years, yes.
But concerns over how this impacts young men's idea of masculinity and their mental health are not going away for parents.
If I have a 12-year-old who feels like his jawline has to look a certain way, what is that ingraining in his psyche of what he should or shouldn't look like a couple of years from now?
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Fascinating, Yasmin. Thank you. Well, Olympic sprinter Noah Lyles just punched his ticket to Paris, and his mom was right there to cheer him on. Today, Chanel Jones sat down with her to talk about her son's solid gold dreams. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Panda, party of four, your table is ready. Yeah, check out this birthday celebration at a zoo in China. All of those pandas turned 5 years old over the weekend. We love a milestone birthday. So naturally, they had to have a panda party. Yeah, you see it there? They enjoyed a birthday cake made of bamboo and fruits. Pretty healthy. And get this, the two pairs of giant pandas are actually twins. Dare I say it's a family affair. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. More than 1,300 people died during the Hajj in Saudi Arabia. It's an annual Islamic pilgrimage to holy sites in and around the sacred city of Mecca. Those making the journey face temperatures over 120 degrees Fahrenheit. The Saudi health minister says most of those who died were unauthorized pilgrims who walked long distances to perform Hajj rituals. In the state of California, a 4-year-old boy who wandered away from a campground in the Sierra National Forest was found safe. The child, named Christian Ramirez, was rescued after spending 22 hours alone in the wilderness. Ramirez was found Friday morning in good health, about a quarter of a mile from where he was last seen. His parents expressed their gratitude toward the search and rescue team and shared that, quote, Christian is happy, hungry, and in great spirits. A metal monolith that was found near Las Vegas has been taken down by authorities. It's a large vertical piece of metal and just the latest discovery in a series of columns that have popped up around the country since 2020. Las Vegas police say it's still unknown how the 6'4" tall monolith got to the location or who might be responsible. It was removed over the weekend because of public safety and environmental concerns and is being stored in an undisclosed location. Now to the race for the White House. We are just 3 days away from the first presidential debate. It's been more than 1,300 days since either President Biden or former President Donald Trump have been on a debate stage. This will be the earliest general election debate in decades. Thursday's event will be a chance to shake up what is a very tight race. A real clear politics average of national polls has Trump leading by just 0.9%. To dig into this, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard. So, Monica, let's start with you. President Biden spent the weekend at Camp David. What do we know about how he is preparing for Thursday's debate?
Well, we know, Clay, that he has been in these intensive sessions for a couple of days now, and that's the plan until Thursday when he will head to Atlanta from Camp David. And he's surrounded by a roster of close aides and advisors, people who have really known him for decades, who've really helped to prepare him for past debates, and those who are really responsible for being the policy experts to help shape some of the topics and answers that they expect will come up in this debate. But they're also discussing these larger questions of which Donald Trump is going to show up to this debate, which is something the former president even raised over the weekend, saying, should I be the Trump you see at rallies, or should I be more calm and let Biden speak and answer his full intention when he is asked certain things? So that is what they're trying to prepare for, and we'll see what version we get on Thursday. Clay.
Okay, so intense prep at Camp David. Von, let's bring you in. You, of course, cover the former president. He's been on the campaign trail. What does his debate prep look like, if anything? I know we've been hearing sort of something different from Team Trump. Walk us through that.
Right. We're told that it's pretty much exactly different than President Biden's. And the Trump campaign is touting this difference. You know, he is on the way from New Jersey, from his Bedminster Club, to a New Orleans fundraiser today. He had a campaign rally in Philadelphia. He also stopped at a Philadelphia restaurant here. For him, this is a different approach. There is no mock debate like he did 4 years ago, we are told, when at the time ally Chris Christie was standing in as Joe Biden ahead of that debate. But instead, they say that he is practicing for the debate every day by talking to outlets. We should note that most of those are right-wing outlets, but also being on the campaign trail and talking to people and talking to allies about policy. So we'll see how all that plays out on Thursday, but it's a little different approach between these two men.
The tale of two candidates, as they say. Von Hilliard and Monica Alba, thank you both. And stay with NBC News for complete coverage and analysis of the first presidential debate hosted by CNN. It all begins Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now and 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific on your local NBC station. With the Summer Olympics a little more than a month away, Team USA is inching closer to competition, especially the track and field team. It will include a high-profile runner who was banned from competing in Tokyo. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has more from Eugene, Oregon.
Sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson now officially becoming the fastest woman on Team USA and heading to Paris, ready to show the world what she couldn't in Tokyo. Sha'Carri qualified but wasn't allowed to compete after testing positive for THC.
What is your message to all your fans, all the little girls out there?
Oh my gosh, my message to them would be continue to be you. Enjoy, always have fun.
And in the men's 100-meter finals, sprinter Noah Lyles, who won bronze in the 200 in Tokyo, winning it all.
There's still a lot more speed to be given for the rest of the year, but this is a great place to start it off.
In shot put, the crowd erupting for two-time gold medalist Ryan Krauser, heading to Paris and maybe Olympic history if he wins one more gold. His biggest rival, fellow teammate and silver medalist Joe Kovacs. And for him, shot put is a family affair.
First off, congratulations. What does it feel like?
I'm super excited, especially because my wife's the Olympic team coach this year, so she had her ticket for Paris booked for a long time. Now we're excited to say we're both going together.
And in swimming, 10-time Olympic medal holder Katie Ledecky is heading to her 4th Olympics, qualifying in 4 events. And in men's, Caleb Dressel heading to Paris after winning the 100-meter butterfly in 50.19 seconds, his fastest since 2022.
Reporting from Eugene, Oregon, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
Tom, thank you. Well, we are counting down to the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics next month. And for many events, we'll watch the competition from venues which have been around for years or in some cases even a century. It's a big part of how Paris was able to cut its carbon footprint compared to previous Olympics. But those green goals were not always easy. NBC News climate reporter Chase Kane recently traveled to Paris for a first-hand look. Chase, what'd you see?
Well, you know, when you look back at the last 2 Summer Olympics, Tokyo and Rio, their carbon footprint, roughly half of that was because of what they built. So when Paris was trying to say, hey, how are we going to reduce our carbon footprint? Of course, construction was the top target. They didn't just think about what they wanted to build, they also wanted to think about how they built it.
Building any new stadium or arena comes at a cost to our planet.
So understanding like the long list of things, like the bill of materials of the games was key for us to, first of all, understand it and then challenge it.
The head of Paris 2024's sustainability explained how they combed through every detail, from the number of chairs needed to renting temporary bleachers for iconic locations like the Eiffel Tower, and most importantly, what they chose not to build.
Having a conception of which venue you will be used, do you really need to build a new venue, or can you reuse another one?
Welcome inside one of only 2 new venues built for the Olympics. One of the things I noticed is that it's a minimal arena. There's not a lot of extra stuff in here. And one of the things fans will notice first are that these seats are made entirely of recycled plastic. The company who made the seats worked with 50 recyclers to gather 100 tons of plastic, which would have otherwise been incinerated, creating air pollution. Instead, all that plastic trash became 11,000 seats. The only other new construction was the Olympic Village, which becomes permanent housing for thousands after the games. It was built with less concrete, more wood, and rooftop solar to limit its carbon footprint. But it faced pushback from athletes for its exclusion of traditional air conditioning in favor of carbon-free geothermal cooling.
We have accepted to take the risk of innovating, of trying new things, showing that we made the math and this should work.
Another wave of backlash followed construction of an observation tower on top of a reef in Tahiti for Olympic surfing. But Paris officials say even that was strategic, hoping fans choose not to fly there, instead watching surfing on NBC. Out of all the existing venues, this one has the most history. Yves du Manoir Stadium was here a century ago for the 1924 Summer Olympics. It hosted the opening ceremonies, but this summer, it's going to host field hockey. As cities across France hope to show that what's best for our planet is what you already have. And that's part of the reason LA28 decided to embrace what they already have, building no new venues.
So interesting, Chase. And we hear that Team USA is also planning to bring their own ACs. Can you make that make sense?
Yeah, so we mentioned this in the story. Basically, the Olympic Village is going to be plugged into geothermal cooling. So it's not quite like traditional air conditioning. It's only going to keep temperatures inside about 10 degrees or so cooler than outside. So you can imagine that if it's hot outside, 78, 80 degrees, inside isn't exactly ideal. You heard Paris 2024 there say, listen, we are willing to take the risk, and this is an investment in our planet. This is a climate solution to not have traditional air conditioning, but Team USA has said, no, we want our athletes to be completely cool and comfortable, so Team USA is actually going to have to pick up the bill to put in air conditioning in the Olympic Village.
And of course, they want to perform their best. Okay, so Olympics 2024, Paris 2028, Los Angeles, and I hear you got some news about the venues?
Yeah, I mentioned right there at the end that Los Angeles is going to build no new venues, which is, of course, a big climate solution that's really going to limit their carbon footprint, but 2 of the events, softball and canoeing, will be held in Oklahoma City. That's how far they had to go to find venues that were right for the Olympics, that they didn't have to build new venues. But on the flip side, one interesting thing is that the LA Memorial Coliseum is going to get to host Olympic track and field for the 3rd time. Only place in the world that that's ever happened.
So cool. Chase Kane, thank you so much.
Of course.
Now, from carbon footprints to a dog print. Paw prints? Okay, it's a competition you have to see to believe, the world's ugliest dog contest. It took place in California this weekend, and there's a new winner. To be clear, the contest is all about redefining that 4-letter word, ugly, and giving the most monstrously adorable pooches their moment to shine. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz helped with the judging.
When your furry friend is up for the title of the world's ugliest dog, there can be some mixed emotions. From excitement.
We think our dogs are the best in the world.
To acceptance.
What made you want to enter this year? It's the public suggestion.
And maybe even a little denial.
I thought that she would be the most beautiful ugly dog.
But at this annual competition in Petaluma, California, the only offensive thing you could call these canines is cute. The scene may be unsightly to some, but for those here,
I don't think they're ugly. They're adorable.
it's the dog's inner beauty that shines through.
Ugly has 4 letters, but so does cute.
Still, in a contest where looks are everything, Twiggy, you are the belle of the ball. Some pups came dressed to impress, while others relied on their natural novelty.
This hair is to die
Thank you. It's natural.
But the talk of the town was a returning vet.
And I recognize this face. Where is that face? Right there.
This loose-tongued hairball is Wild Thing, an 8-year-old Pekingese who hoped after 5 tries he'd finally be named the ugliest.
He's always the bridesmaid.
But don't let the furry faces fool you. These contestants weren't shy about sniffing out the competition. Others just wanted to keep their eye on it, like Rome, who seemed to travel with an empire of fans.
And he loves all the attention.
It all came down to one final chance to put their most repugnant paw forward.
Look at that Beyonce hair. I mean, goodness.
Before my fellow judges and I tallied the tail wags and were ready to crown a winner.
The world's ugliest dog is Wild Thing!
Finally, giving this ugly dog his day.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Our congratulations to Wild Thing. Gotti, thank you. Well, coming up, Swifties are having a hard time shaking this surprise off. We'll tell you who took center stage at Taylor's concert. Something tells me you're gonna guess it. Yeah, you're watching NBC News Daily.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Pop superstar Justin Timberlake returned to the stage over the weekend following his arrest last week for driving while intoxicated. Timberlake spoke candidly, at times getting emotional about what he says has been a tough week. Here's NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
We've been together through ups and downs and lefts and rights.
In his first concert since he was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated, Justin Timberlake breaking his silence on stage in front of a crowd in Chicago.
It's been a tough week. And you're here, and I'm here, and nothing can change this moment right now.
During a roughly 2-minute talk in the middle of his set, the pop superstar speaking candidly.
I know sometimes I'm hard to love, but you keep on loving me, and I love you right back. Thank you so much.
I didn't expect him to say anything more than that.
Longtime fan Zach Moss was at the concert.
He literally was wiping away tears while he was saying it. So I think he just kind of caught himself off guard and said what he needed to say when he said it.
The 43-year-old multi-Grammy winner was arrested last week in Sag Harbor, New York. According to court documents, police pulled Timberlake over after he failed to stop at a stop sign and swerved in 2 different places. In surveillance video seen here, a vehicle appearing to match the description of the one Timberlake was driving that night was also captured in the same area. Sag Harbor PD have not responded to NBC News' request to confirm the vehicle in the video is Timberlake's. According to the complaint, Officer Michael Arkinson determined Timberlake was intoxicated on the scene. Timberlake told the police that he had 1 martini and followed his friends home. Arkinson, a 23-year-old on the force, now at the center of this high-profile arrest, was only just a year old at the time of NSYNC's iconic single, Bye Bye Bye. Now with Timberlake's world tour still in full force, the singer now facing the music ahead of his next court hearing. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Now to a special surprise for Taylor Swift fans in London. On Sunday, Swift had another memorable moment with her boyfriend, football star Travis Kelce, bringing him on stage for the first time ever. As NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiea reports, Travis wasn't the only celebrity to make a special appearance during the sold-out show.
Overnight, Taylor Swift closing out the first London leg of her Eras tour with a big surprise. Travis Kelce on stage, in costume with her dancers, carrying his superstar girlfriend, powdering her face before she blows him a kiss in front of a sold-out iconic Wembley Stadium packed with fans.
To be here, actually, is just so unreal.
And famous faces, Swifties for the night. Tom Cruise seen as sharing friendship bracelets. Ashton Kutcher dancing to Blank Space with his son. Even Beatles icon Paul McCartney spotted in the crowd. And Hugh Grant, who took to social media calling the concert an incredible show, writing, "Thanks so much from one aging London boy." And of course, the Kelce brothers, dancing and singing together. Love was in the air for Taylor and Travis, caught on camera by fans. Special tribute to the football star. Taylor drawing back an imaginary bow and arrow during So High School. Travis smiling, firing right back. A nod to his signature celebration on the field. Even the royal family showing their love for the singer, along with some royal dance moves. Prince William reminding us of his youngest son, Prince Louis, shaking it off. Later, Taylor posted this royal selfie, writing, "Happy birthday, mate." Prince William celebrated his 42nd birthday Friday. Kate posting this picture. The heir to the throne paired up with Taylor back in 2013, joining John Bon Jovi to share the stage and the mic. Taylor serenading London with yet another surprise, sharing the spotlight with Gracie Abrams, the Friends debuting their new duet, Us. Swift is back in London for 5 shows in August, but first it's Dublin, Ireland this coming week and stops in several other European countries. And fans are hoping for more surprises as well, like announcements of Taylor's version album releases. And after last night, there's a lot of talk about whether Travis Kelce will pop up on stage again.
I have a feeling he just might. Kelly, thank you, and thanks for being with us. We got a lot more ahead on Daily.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In a few weeks, we will see some of the world's best athletes compete at the Paris Olympics. One of those athletes is Noah Lyles, who has sprinted his way to the top and qualified for the games in the 100 meters. But there's another superstar in his family, the woman who raised him. Today's show co-anchor Chanel Jones sat down with Lyles' mom to talk about what it takes to raise a world champion on and off the track.
Noah is a 6-time world champion.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That is insane.
Noah Lyles, U.S. champion, world champion.
They said I wasn't the one.
Olympian Noah Lyles has been on top of the world, but growing up in Alexandria, Virginia, he was just a typical kid bouncing off the walls.
Tell me what it was like in those early days. He was the kind of kid who you would say, go upstairs and clean your room. So you tell all 3 of your kids that. Noah just even Abby, go clean your room. Noah would run upstairs, get to the top of the stairs, do a couple of backflips, go into his room, run back downstairs and say, what am I supposed to be doing?
Oh, my goodness.
So
that's relatable to a lot of folks, though. Before he was running laps, Noah dealt with many sleepless nights, struggling to breathe.
One time we were in the hospital in the ER, and he said, Mom, can you please ask the doctor to help me stop coughing? So the doctor walks in, and he's like, oh, he has asthma.
But that didn't stop him from sprinting in his parents' footsteps. Keisha Kane was a 10-time NCAA All-American, while their dad medaled in the 95 World Championships. And competing on the world stage was always Noah and his brother Josephus' dream.
To them, making the Olympics was like getting a driver's license because they have been raised around so many track and field Olympians. So they didn't comprehend what a huge goal this was. I said, if you will commit to doing everything you need to do to make this team in 4 years, I will move hell and high water to make sure that it can happen for you. And that's what we did.
Flash forward to the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Noah took home the bronze in the 200.
First, I was proud he made the team, I was proud he made the finals, and I was proud he medaled. And he was so heartbroken.
I know. Why?
Because he went in as the favorite, and you work so hard for this, and you get one shot.
You know, I know he's stronger than ever now. How do you do that? How does he get there?
He reaches out to his resources, and he's got a really great team. And I think that's what people don't see, is the team. All they see is the 19 seconds you're running.
How important is it that you think he's been so vulnerable and open about the work it takes and mental health and all of it?
I think one of the reasons we've been put in this position is because we are willing to be transparent about how hard it is. And we want people to know it is hard, but you can do it. We can do hard things. We have BBA, bounce back ability.
So in 2020, Noah and his family started the Lyles Brothers Sports Foundation, empowering youth through mental and physical health.
We were like, when we get older and we get to a certain point, we're going to give back. And so we've always known people have given to us because we didn't get here by ourselves. It took a whole community.
A community that's quick to fill the stands.
What is it like sitting here and your heart is there? It is so difficult because since I ran, I know what he's going through, but there is nothing I can do about it. So as soon as I see him come up on the track, I just stretch my hands towards him and I pray that God will give him feet with angels' wings, that no one in the race gets hurt. With track and field, we're such a small community, you know everybody.
Tell me what your hope is for Noah at the next Olympics.
So my hope for Noah at the next Olympics is that he will see the fruit of all of his labor come to fruition because he has worked so hard. But my hope for the world is that they will look at his story and say, I can do that too.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
Chanel Jones, thank you. One of my favorite things about the Olympics, we don't just get to see the athletics, we get to see the families behind them. So thank you for that. Well, I am Zinklea Sawa, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Thank you so much for being with us. Of course, you can stick with us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, it's a pivotal week in U.S. politics as President Biden and former President Trump face off in their first debate, with the Supreme Court poised to rule on a number of blockbuster cases, including whether or not former President Trump is immune from criminal prosecution. Plus, Democrats mark the second anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade by slamming former President Trump, with Vice President Harris saying he is to blame for a, quote, health care crisis in America. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the offensive against Hamas in Gaza could be winding down, but that Israel's clash with Iran-blocked militants in the north could soon be ramping up. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamiche Alcindor in Washington at the start of what could be the most significant week yet in the 2024 presidential campaign. In 3 days, President Biden and former President Donald Trump will square off in their first debate as the Supreme Court weighs whether or not Trump will be immune from criminal prosecution for his actions surrounding the January 6th insurrection. Right now, President Biden is at Camp David as he prepares for Thursday night's showdown, which will be the earliest general election debate in presidential history. On Meet the Press yesterday, Biden campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu conceded that the early matchup could be a risky maneuver as the president tries to regain momentum and attack his opponent.
Well, listen, everything that we do is high risk. I mean, every campaign that you have is going to be close. So everything that you do has to work. It has to be thoughtful. So I expect President Biden to do an excellent job, just like he did in the last 2 debates. It really doesn't matter how Donald Trump shows up. If he comes in unhinged like he is most of the time, or he sits there and is quiet, people are going to know that he's a twice impeached, convicted felon who's been found to have defamed somebody, sexually abused somebody, and gone bankrupt 6 times.
Meanwhile, today, Donald Trump is holding a fundraiser after telling reporters over the weekend that his debate prep included rallies like the one he held Saturday in Philadelphia. At that rally, Trump signaled he may have set the bar too low for his opponent, repeating his claim without evidence that President Biden would be taking some sort of performance-enhancing drugs for the debate.
As you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong, so a little before debate time, he gets a shot in the ass, and that's... They want to strengthen him up. So he comes out. He'll come out. I say he'll come out all jacked up, right?
All of this comes on a week in which Donald Trump's various legal issues remain in the spotlight. Today, the judge presiding over his classified documents case held a series of hearings amid efforts by Trump's defense team to essentially run out the clock on any trial. And the Supreme Court could decide this week whether the former president has immunity in his election interference trial, which is currently on hold pending the High Court's decision. Today, the High Court also announced it would issue rulings on Thursday and Friday in addition to Wednesday, but there may still be even more decisions announced next week. Joining me now are NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is covering the Trump campaign for us. So, Monica, what is the Biden campaign's biggest concern ahead of the debate?
Well, they want to make sure, Yamiche, that there are a couple of things that they're able to tackle throughout this 90-minute debate, which they believe will go by very quickly. And they want to make sure that President Biden has an opportunity to lay out what they view as a positive vision for a potential second term, while at the same time having those moments where he can clearly counter and contrast his own vision and policies with Donald Trump. And they're kind of looking at this through the lens of which Donald Trump is going to show up on that stage on Thursday, and they're going to be prepared for sort of every version or combination of the more bombastic one that you see at rallies, or a potentially more disciplined one who doesn't resemble that version, or a combination of the two. But either way, they're saying that basically President Biden is ready to have some more aggressive lines of attack that will clearly call out the GOP nominee, and that will be clear in terms of things like talking about January 6th, for instance, and the election that Donald Trump lost in 2020, because he knows that those kinds of things may elicit a response from Donald Trump that show, quote, the true Trump, or that may really put the more rally Trump on full display. But there's also here a real discussion between the president and his close aides at Camp David about trying to get in those key policy differences. And they want to make sure that there is enough of that substance in this debate and not just the focus on the style, even though they know that that's likely what a lot of people will be talking about the next day. Yamiche.
And Monica, you're saying that the Biden campaign, the Biden team wants to focus on policy, but I wonder if the Supreme Court has a big decision, especially, of course, on the Trump immunity case, how much of a wrinkle could that be in Thursday night's debate?
And likely they will, reference anything that happens in terms of news of day, and they'll be ready for that. They're preparing for a little bit of the unknown as well, which is difficult to do, but they are leaving open that possibility that there could be some really key developments. And we know that, for instance, they're discussing this in the context of things that Donald Trump has said very recently. So they are sort of up to the minute on all of the developments here, and they want to make sure that President Biden is speaking to voters and speaking to Americans about the things that Donald Trump has said controversially just a couple of days ago, or that he's talking about constantly on the trail. They want to make sure that that real contrast is very evident when it comes to things specifically like reproductive rights, like democracy, and like things like the battle over Social Security and Medicare. So they want the president to have some really key lines also on some of those issues that they know people are going to be paying a lot of attention to.
Yeah, and people are going to be paying a lot of attention, Vaughn, to this debate being the first one so early in the race and in the campaign. Was former President Trump's message in Philadelphia on Saturday a preview of what we might expect on Thursday?
I think so. Look, I mean, a rally stage, I think, is a pretty good indicator of what is on Donald Trump's mind. He is freewheeling, and he goes off on tangents of what comes to mind, you know, when he's not looking at a teleprompter. And in the case of the debate, they're not allowed to bring notes. They're able to have a pad of paper and a pen, so he'd be able to take notes up on stage to go off of. But largely, this is going to be a Donald Trump responding to questions, but also of what's top of mind. And, you know, at one point in his Philadelphia rally, he made the comment that Joe Biden was going to shoot something into his butt, suggesting that he was going to drug himself up so that he was going to be ready for the debate on Thursday night. And the reason I bring that up is, number one, he has been saying that repeatedly wherever he can. He just put out a social media post in the last half hour suggesting the exact same thing, but he's done this repeatedly over the years. And Yamiche, he did the exact same thing, literally almost verbatim, said the exact same thing about Joe Biden shooting something on in his butt after the first debate back in 2020 presidential election, because of course he raised the stakes that, you know, at that time that Joe Biden was sleepy and that he was in his basement. And of course, in that first debate, memorably, Joe Biden came out and was not any of those things, but came with quite a bit of energy and really pushed back on the expectation setting, the low expectation setting that Donald Trump had done for him 4 years ago. And Donald Trump is looking to avoid to do that now.
And it's interesting. I mean, you have, of course, former President Trump going after what he thinks is the biggest liability to President Biden. What, though, does the Trump team think is the biggest liability of Donald Trump? What are they most concerned about coming in to Thursday night?
Of course, these polling numbers over the last month that have indicated a shift not only nationally, but particularly among independents away from Donald Trump back to Joe Biden after his guilty conviction in the New York hush money scheme case is, of course, a paramount concern for the campaign, because it's those independent voters or reticent conservatives that are going to be key in some of these counties, like, you know, in the areas around Fulton County and Maricopa County, that are going to be crucial for the Trump campaign to hold on to in order to win this November election. And so when you see here in the debate, I think it's a question for Donald Trump is how much do you avoid conversation about the trial and the litigating of it, or do you push back against the premise? And I think that is a campaign conversation that is underway about to what extent does Donald Trump take on the findings of those 12 jurors, or does he try to move past whatever reference that Joe Biden makes to them?
Yeah. Of course, the other big question is who Donald Trump is going to pick to be his VP. He says he's made his pick. Is there any update there? When do we think we'll actually find out the name?
Well, the convention starts just 21 days from now, so he's got 3 weeks. He had said that he was going to be making it close to the convention. He may even make it in Milwaukee. At the same time, that list has seemingly narrowed. It's not out of the spectrum that Donald Trump would choose somebody outside of the individuals that campaign advisors and other sources have indicated are the front runners. Of course, you're looking at J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, some of those individuals, but, you know, Ben Carson is still in the running as well. And Donald Trump says that he has told nobody who he has made up his mind on. But you're looking at particularly J.D. Vance and Doug Burgum have been doing a great number of interviews on behalf of Donald Trump. And I think it's quite clear that they are seeking out the running mate role there after Donald Trump chose to move on from Mike Pence, notably after they left the White House in 2021, Yamiche.
Yeah, well, the suspense continues. Thank you so much, Monica and Vaughn. And NBC News will also have special coverage and live analysis of the first presidential debate hosted by CNN, streaming right here on NBC News Now. It all gets started at 7 p.m. Eastern, so don't miss it this Thursday. Now, turning now to former President Donald Trump's legal issues. As we mentioned at the top of the show today, the judge presiding over his classified documents case is holding 2 more hearings. And right now, she's hearing arguments in special counsel Jack Smith's request to bar Trump from making comments that pose a threat to law enforcement officials involved in the case. This morning's hearing focused on a motion brought by the defense seeking to dismiss the charges based on how the special counsel's office is being funded. Judge Eileen Cannon, of course, a Trump appointee, has faced mounting scrutiny for her handling of the case. Keep in mind, we still don't have a trial date yet. With me now is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian in Fort Pierce, Florida. Also with me is former U.S. Attorney and former senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. He's now an NBC News legal analyst. So, Ken, I want to start with you. What was the focus of today's hearings?
Well, Yamiche, we just got finished hearing the prosecution present its case for why they believe Judge Cannon should modify the conditions of Donald Trump's release. Remember, he's a criminal defendant out on bail, to order him to stop mischaracterizing a document that accompanied the Mar-a-Lago search that restated the FBI's use of force policy and pointed out that FBI agents are authorized to use deadly force when they feel their lives are in danger. Donald Trump and his supporters took that and called it an authorization by President Biden for the FBI to use force against Mr. Trump during the Mar-a-Lago search, which was absolutely false. In fact, the FBI conducted the search on a day they believed that Mr. Trump wouldn't be at the premises, and there was nothing particular or unique about that document. And what Jack Smith's office says is that is putting FBI agents' lives in danger. And in fact, they say that Mr. Trump's rhetoric in the past has prompted attacks. For example, in one case, a physical attack on an FBI office in Cincinnati. And it got a little heated. David Harbach, a veteran prosecutor working for the special counsel, appeared to grow exasperated at Judge Cannon at one point, and she threw back at him, "Mr. Harbach, I don't appreciate your tone," and he later apologized. It's another indication of the growing frustration in the special counsel's office with Judge Cannon. They see this as a no-brainer, and other judges, particularly Judge Chutkan in D.C., have imposed gag orders on Mr. Trump and have recognized that Mr. Trump's language potentially can lead to violence. But Judge Cannon was really making the prosecution jump through hoops, and David Harbach got quite frustrated, Yamiche.
Well, is there any word on when the judge will rule on any of these measures?
She tends not to rule from the bench. She takes her time with these rulings, and so no, it could take a while. So in the other hearings were about whether the special counsel's office is unconstitutional under the appropriations and appointments clauses of the Constitution. Those are legal issues which ultimately will be decided by appeals court. But nonetheless, Judge Cannon has chosen to have hearings on them and take the court's time. And this relentless parade of hearings is one reason that this case is taking so long to get to trial, and no trial date has been set, and none really is in sight, Yamiche.
And Ken, you just said it, the parade of hearings has been ongoing. Can we expect Judge Cannon to schedule any additional hearings before the trial?
Oh, absolutely. There are many more issues in dispute about which she has not ruled, and she hasn't even gotten to the most complex part of this case, which is the procedures around how they will handle certain classified documents and classified information. That's the really complex part of any case that involves state secrets, and as far as we can tell from the docket, they are not close to resolving those issues, so they have a lot more ground to cover, Yamiche.
Yeah. Well, a lot more ground to cover. Thank you so much, Ken, for covering it all for us. And Chuck, I want to go to you. How unusual is it for this many hearings to happen before a trial date is even set?
Well, in this case, Yamiche, there are an unusual number of pretrial hearings. Look, pretrial hearings happen. Where I practiced in the Eastern District of Virginia, they were infrequent. And if a judge could decide the issues based on papers submitted by both sides, legal issues that didn't require fact witnesses at a hearing, she would do that. And that's sensible to me. Other issues, Yamiche, can be reserved for trial, and the judge can decide them while the trial is ongoing. So there's nothing wrong with pretrial hearings, and sometimes you need them. But to Ken's earlier point, there seems to be a relentless parade of pretrial hearings here. And I think the real issue is that Judge Cannon seems very much sort of uneasy about managing a big, complicated case. She doesn't seem particularly good at moving her docket, and that's a problem.
Well, as you're talking about moving the docket, can the special counsel in this case do anything to expedite this case?
No. The special counsel is stuck with the judge that they got. I mean, they can beg her to move the case faster, but once a judge is assigned, once a case is assigned to a particular judge, it is up to that judge to move the case. So, practically speaking, Yamiche, the prosecutors are stuck with Judge Cannon, period, the end.
Period, the end. I also want to ask you, is there any scenario then in which Judge Cannon dismisses the indictment or deems Jack Smith's appointment unconstitutional?
Well, if she does, I imagine that the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals that sits above her would rather quickly reverse her decision. This is an issue, the constitutionality of special counsel. that has been raised and argued and litigated many times, and it has uniformly been found to be constitutional in many different places and by many different appellate courts. So could she dismiss it on that basis? I guess so. Would that decision survive? I doubt it, but it would further delay any trial date, Yamiche.
Definitely interesting to hear about that. I want to turn to some of Donald Trump's other legal issues here. Of course, there's the Manhattan DA case. Alvin Bragg, in particular, is asking the judge in his hush money trial to extend a gag order, citing threats to officials connected to the case. Would a gag order, though, you think, really make a difference in this case?
Do you mean in the Florida case?
In the DA's case.
Oh, in the DA's case. Well, a gag order could make a difference if you have a judge willing to enforce it. And as we saw with Judge Merchan, who presided over the DA's case in Manhattan, he did find Mr. Trump to be in violation of a gag order. And though he was not able to fine him very much, indeed imposed, I think, about $10,000 in fines. So, could it make a difference? Sure. But that's only true if the judge who issues the gag order is willing to enforce it.
There's also, of course, the other issue that we're waiting on, which is this Trump immunity claim that the Supreme Court is supposed to be deciding on in the hopefully next week or so. Do we expect the court to wait until maybe next week or at least Friday to issue a ruling in that case, given the fact that there is Thursday night's debate? Or does it not really matter?
Yeah, I've heard commentators say that the court wouldn't issue an opinion on the day that the debate is taking place. I don't know that that's true. That seems sort of that seems somewhat contrived to me. In any event, we know it's coming soon, Yamiche. The court typically issues all of its opinions by the end of June. On a couple of occasions, I think in 2020 and 2021, that extended into the first week in July. But one way or another, this decision is coming shortly, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much for all of your analysis.
My pleasure.
And coming up, the White House and the Biden campaign's full court press on abortion rights. As Vice President Harris pointedly attacks former President Trump, the second anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Plus, the most expensive congressional primary ever seen on the airwaves. We've got new interviews with both incumbent New York Democrat Jamal Bowman and his challenger, George Latimer. You're watching Meet the Press now.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, leading, of course, to a massive shift in the landscape of reproductive rights across America. 14 states now have near total bans on abortion, and several others have been put in place and have put severe restrictions in place. The Supreme Court's decision has also reinvigorated Democrats across the country, with abortion and reproductive rights a central part of the party's messaging. Democrats at the state and national level are holding events highlighting the anniversary, including Vice President Harris. She is now en route to Arizona after holding a campaign event in Maryland this morning, where she attacked Donald Trump for his role in the Dobbs decision.
He, quote, proudly takes credit for overturning Roe. My fellow Americans, in a court of law, that would be called an admission. And some would say a confession, all pointing to the ultimate issue. In the case of the stealing of reproductive freedom from the women of America, Donald Trump is guilty.
And join me now from College Park, Maryland, is NBC News' Aaron Gilchrist. So, Aaron, how important does the campaign believe this issue of abortion and reproductive rights is going to be in November, especially in battleground states?
Well, I think President Biden has said and shown that this is an issue that is critically important to him. And so the campaign has really tried to elevate this in the conversations that it's been having on different issues around the country. And I think what we have seen today is, by way of Vice President Harris, we saw the First Lady out over the weekend talking about reproductive health, talking about reproductive freedom. And this is something that the campaign believes is a message that that will resonate with voters who support them, and potentially with voters who may be still on the fence. And so what we saw today with Vice President Harris is something that I think we're going to continue to see in the weeks and months to come, as she talks about, as she did today, prosecuting the case against former President Trump, laying in his lap the responsibility for the overturning of Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision 2 years ago, saying that he appointed the 3 justices who ultimately were responsible for overturning Roe v. Wade, saying that this was a premeditated action on his part, as she sort of presented a prosecutor's case here in Maryland today, also adding that states have been able to put in place their own abortion bans, and they were accomplices to the former president. And then you played some of the sound where she talked about him sort of confessing to all this and being guilty of stealing the reproductive freedom of women around the country. We talked to one woman, Kate Cox, who we've heard from before, talking about how she needed to get an abortion last year and went to the Texas Supreme Court to try to make that a possibility, and ultimately had to leave her state to do that. She says that she wants politicians now to listen to women who've been speaking up about their concerns and some of the issues that they've run into since these abortion bans have been popping up around the country. I want you to hear a little bit of what she told me earlier today.
Abortion is health care. It's heartbreaking. Sometimes wanted, prayed for pregnancies end in abortion. And my hope to the world is that everyone who wants to bring home a baby, everyone who dreams of expanding their family gets to do that. And abortion care, IVF, birth control are all part of that journey.
And what we heard from Kate Cox and from Vice President Harris is that this issue of reproductive freedom really is representative of all the other rights and freedoms that Americans experience that they believe would be threatened in a second Trump administration, Yamiche.
Well, Aaron, thank you so much for that reporting. And join me now for how the anti-abortion rights movement is marking the Dobbs anniversary is Carol Tobias. She's president of National Right to Life. So thank you so much for being here. It's, of course, been 2 years since the Dobbs decision overturned Roe v. Wade. What do you see as the role of groups like yours in the anti-abortion movement? And what's your biggest goal, really, in this moment?
Thank you, Yamiche. It's great to be on with you. I think what we have seen in the last 2 years is what anybody would have expected. Some of the states are protecting unborn children. Some of the states are protecting abortion. Now, we know that in some of those states, it's going to be very hard to change the laws, but we are focused on also changing the culture and changing hearts and minds. Just because abortion is legal doesn't mean a woman is going to want to do it. So we are focusing on reaching out to all women, just encouraging them to truly consider that they are carrying a special life, another life inside of them that deserves to live as well.
And as you said, there are some states that are taking this issue and protecting rights. There are also states that are taking this issue directly to voters themselves through ballot initiatives. How's your organization reacting to those proposals, including efforts to get counter proposals on the ballot?
Well, there are a lot of different plans and ideas on how we can impact these ballot measures. And certainly we want to encourage people to consider that in every abortion, there are two lives involved, the mother and the unborn child. We want them to take that into account. What I have been amazed over the last year or so, and I think the administration's statement today comes through very clearly with the same point. The abortion industry and its allies in the Democratic Party no longer talk about choice. They're not giving women options. They're trying to shut down the pregnancy resource centers. They're trying to shadow ban them so that they can't be found on search engines. They are trying to penalize doctors who would help a woman reverse the abortion pill process if she decides she wants to change her mind and try to save her baby. The abortion industry, and as I said, it's their allies in the Democratic Party, are not supportive of choices for women. Pro-choice is no longer an option. All they can talk about is how a woman can end the life of her unborn child. And I think that's very sad. I really regret that they are going so far that they won't even consider that a woman may want to have her baby and just needs a little help and support along the way, which is what she can get from pregnancy resource centers, the pro-life movement, and actually many states have stepped up with great programs to help a woman through a difficult time in her life so that she can go through with the pregnancy.
I want to ask you, though, if come November,
trying to stop all of that.
I want to ask you, though, if come November there are Americans who vote in favor of measures protecting or expanding abortion rights in this country, do you want to see that their vote, their choice be overturned? Would you lobby against states if in their ballot measures they vote to enshrine abortion rights into their state constitution?
Well, it's hard to change anything, especially Constitution, once it's been enacted. But certainly we would certainly try. We want people to realize that there are two lives involved here, and there can be many different options of helping women, changing the law and saying that abortion has to be legal for all 9 months of pregnancy for any reason, and eventually seeing your tax dollars pay for it is not where a majority of Americans are.
Even if the voters vote to do that.
Well, some of them are doing that without realizing that they would be legalizing abortion for all 9 months in their state. And as we have seen in some states, their tax dollars end up paying for it. And that's not where a majority of Americans are.
We've also seen some instances where organizers of these abortion rights ballot initiatives say they've been harassed and that some of their personal information has been released on the internet. What do you make of those tactics?
I think we've seen a lot of that coming around from every angle and on any issue. It's just, I don't know if I would say too easy, but we have people who really don't care about individual lives, and if they can hurt someone, somehow it just doesn't seem to make any difference to them. We've seen a devaluation of the respect that any and every human life should have, and that all feeds into it. But it comes from many different sources, many different angles, many different issues.
And you think it's wrong on all sides then?
Certainly, we don't want to go after and attack anybody personally or publicly. But I know there are efforts to try to encourage people not to talk to those who are collecting signatures. I don't see that as harassment. That's more educational than, I want you to make sure that you realize what they are asking you to do.
Yeah. I also want to ask you, beyond the ballot box, what do you see as the next stage in the abortion rights fight here? We're still waiting, of course, on that one Supreme Court case concerning abortion after the court unanimously rejected the challenge to mifepristone. Is there really going to be is that going to be the primary legal battle here, or do you see something else on the forefront? What else do you want to see?
Right now, I would think the EMTALA decision is the big one on a nationwide level. Donald Trump has said he does not support a national ban on abortion, that it should be up to the states. There are certainly many things that the federal government can do to keep tax dollars out of abortion, protecting conscience rights for doctors. There's a lot that can be done, and I don't know that I would say any of them are primary or important. For the Supreme Court, definitely the EMTALA case is a big one. We don't want to see hospital emergency rooms turned into abortion facilities.
Well, thank you so much for bringing your perspective to Meet the Press Now. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Yamiche.
And up next, new tensions between the U.S. and Israel and new concerns about an escalating conflict as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a new phase of the Israeli offensive is coming. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne. This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, that's genius. You just saved me $40.
Welcome back. The war of words between Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Biden administration shows no signs of easing. Over the weekend, Netanyahu doubled down on claims that the U.S. has slowed weapons deliveries to Israel, while the Biden administration once again rejected those accusations. White House official telling NBC News, quote, "We have made our position clear on this repeatedly, and we are not going to keep responding to the Prime Minister's political statements." It comes as the Prime Minister also signaled Israel may be entering a new phase in the war against Hamas, but could escalate tensions along Israel's northern border with Hezbollah. In a televised interview, Netanyahu said the intensive phase of Israel's offensive in Gaza is about to end, but that does not mean the war itself will end. Today, Israel's defense minister is here in Washington meeting with top administration officials as he looks to diffuse tensions, not only in the region, but also in Washington. Joining me now on set is NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. So, Andrea, thanks so much for being here. So, I wonder, how are you really interpreting these latest comments by Benjamin Netanyahu, and who do you think he's really talking to when he's making these statements?
He's talking to a domestic audience. He is trying to appease his right wing, which is the secret to him staying in power. And according to all of the observers who are critical of him, including here in the U.S., it's staying in power because if he is out of power, then he can be prosecuted. It's very analogous to the situation of possible immunity, as we know, is pending for President Trump. So that is basically his grip on power. He's a survivor. He has managed, over and over again to stay in power. The concerning thing to a lot of people, both in Israel and here, who are critical of the prime minister, is that he said this as his defense minister, Minister Gallant, I should say, was on his way to the United States to try to calm things down, and making the point before he left that the United States is Israel's most important ally and that the time is critical now to make sure that that relationship is solid. So the fact that Netanyahu would try to escalate this was very disappointing. I interviewed Michael Oren on our show, the former ambassador to the United States, who's very experienced, is very supportive of Netanyahu and of Israel's military objectives. And he said that he was sorry about this because it really is important to take the temperature down. Most importantly, because of what you referenced, the potential escalation in the north. Hezbollah has been, attacking Israel now for 8 months from the north. It's getting worse. And they also released a video showing strategic targets in Israel that they can reach. They have 150,000 to 170,000 plus missiles. They are a real army.
Yeah.
And so far, Secretary Blinken and all of the other State Department and White House officials have managed to calm things down, and they sent the carrier group and now another carrier group to the region to signal to Iran, don't dare think about escalating from the north. And frankly, Israel can't handle two wars at the same time.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you was, Benjamin Netanyahu saying he's going to now send Israeli troops to the north. How is another conflict going to be received in Israel when we have all these domestic politics playing out?
It actually will be received positively by 90,000 plus residents from the north who have been evacuated from their homes for 8 months now and are desperate to get back, especially before the beginning of the school season, and fear Hezbollah and want Israel to take them on. But other people in Israel, especially the protesters, the hostage families who are out in full force on Saturday night, want an end to these conflicts because they want to get the hostages out. And they are concerned about Netanyahu actually repeating that his goal is to eliminate Hamas before the priority of getting the hostages home. And the military, including Minister Gallant, do not believe that that's militarily achievable, eliminating Hamas.
Yeah. Well, Andrea, you break it down like no other, so thank you so much for being here on set.
My pleasure, anytime.
And after the break, bitter, divisive, and expensive. New reporting on the competitive and nasty fight in New York's 16th congressional district, where Democratic divisions over the war in Gaza are front and center. Voters are heading to the polls there tomorrow. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. Democratic divisions on key issues, including the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, on full display in the contentious primary battle in New York's 16th congressional district. It's a race that has become a larger proxy fight between progressives and more mainstream Democrats over the future of their party. NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale is in New York ahead of tomorrow's primary.
It's definitely very tense.
Extremely contentious.
Half an hour outside the city that never sleeps. A New York primary keeping Democrats up at night.
Yeah. He's nowhere to be found.
Go ahead.
Get out of here, man. You're nowhere to be found.
Congressman Jamal Bowman's battle for a third term is now the most expensive and arguably most intense of the cycle.
Do you see why he's an ineffective congressman? Why? He argues. My voice? No, because he the people argues. in here understand passion.
Bowman is one of Congress's most vocal critics of the Israeli government. Is that the central issue in this race as you see it, though?
It is, because he was recruited by AIPAC to run against me because I called for a permanent ceasefire very early on.
The issue of Palestine and Israel is on the ballot here.
Longtime Westchester County Executive George Latimer saw it as one of several reasons to mount a challenge.
The fire alarm incident was inexplicable.
Bowman pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor for pulling a fire alarm in Congress during a controversial vote last year.
His response to October 7th was yet the next, type of thing.
He is attacking me as if somehow my position is outside of the mainstream. It's his position with some of the squad members that's outside the mainstream.
Record-breaking sums spent here on ads. Pro-Israel groups backed by AIPAC make up more than $14 million of it.
Jamal Bowman has his own agenda, and he's hurting New York.
All in a diverse district with a significant Jewish population. Bowman's not the first progressive with pro-Palestinian views to face a primary.
It's not good enough to send bombs to Israel and send Band-Aids to Gaza.
Congresswoman Summer Lee won her Pennsylvania race earlier this year. This race highlighting and hardening Democratic divides. Locally with former Congressman Mondaire Jones.
George is the clear choice to represent New York's 16th congressional district.
Nationally, it's a 2016 redux. Hillary Clinton's endorsed Latimer. Bernie on the stump for Bowman.
I don't know how much of a heavy hitter Hillary Clinton is, with all due respect.
Bowman boasts the backing of his party's top congressional leaders and prominent progressives like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Still, it's wars abroad that could have the most impact here at home.
If you win. What? If you win, you say that. What does it say to the Democratic Party writ large?
I think it just means that the people can beat the money every time. The many can beat the money every time.
And Ali Vitale joins me now. Ali, that was a great package breaking down all the issues. So Latimer got his first endorsement from a sitting member of Congress today, just one day before the primary. Does that give him any more momentum going into Tuesday?
Well, look, it is a moment where we're watching one of Bowman's own colleagues now come out for the guy who is challenging him. And we've seen this week to week, Yamiche, as I've done these pieces about House primaries where incumbents are facing tough challengers. But in this one, there is so much vitriol and just so much bitterness. You hear it in the tone of the way that voters talk about this race. You hear it the way that other members of this community have talked about this race. It has really devolved into a race where Bowman's team is alleging racism from Latimer's team. Latimer's team is saying it's all foul play and unfair. It's really a moment where you see the breaking points and the schisms within the Democratic Party writ large. So sure, the fact that a colleague of Bowman's is now playing in this race is certainly one more thing to add to the pile. But I have to tell you, this is one of those stories, Yamiche, that especially once I got on the ground, it was like there wasn't enough time to add all of the different dynamics that are at play here in this race and in this battle that is, yes, about Bowman versus Latimer. It's through the lens of the Israel-Gaza conflict, but then it's also a larger story about the Democratic party and the schisms between progressives and more mainstream candidates that we've been seeing since 2016. The fact that Hillary and Bernie are both playing here is just emblematic of the divides that we're still watching play out now in the year 2024.
Yeah, well, you know, you talk about bitterness. There's also some bitterness on the GOP side. You were in Virginia covering the Bob Good primary. So what's the latest with that race?
This is a race that was going to be fascinating, and that's why we started spotlighting it. And now that we're seeing it's a difference of 372 votes days after, a week after this race, and it still has not been called, it is absolutely fascinating to watch the dynamics on the Republican side of this. But today we watched Congressman Bob Good make one of his first moves in a week. We knew that he was waiting to see how these results would play out. Now Good is saying on Steve Bannon's radio show that he is going to block certification of the results in this race. He says that there was foul play with ballot box in a specific area of the state around Lynchburg. We've reached out to those election officials and the Good campaign. We have not yet heard back. But look, this is what happens when you've got two election deniers going against each other. We've seen the way that they reacted to the 2020 election, where their favored candidate Donald Trump lost. In McGuire's case, he went to stop the steel rallies and was on Capitol Hill on January 6th. In Bob Good's case, he was in Congress and voting against certification of the election results. Now we're seeing what happens when one election denier loses and the other election denier wins. Turns out one of them is going to deny the results of the election and try to block certification, it turns out.
Yeah, well, Ellie, you are putting in the work. New York, Virginia, thank you so much for all of it.
Thanks.
And still to come, all eyes are on the candidates and the Supreme Court in what's set to be one of the most pivotal weeks in the presidential race yet. We'll dig into the politics of it all. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, it's a big week in politics with the first presidential debate on Thursday, and not one but 3 days of potentially major Supreme Court decisions on issues both candidates are eager to put front and center. And joining me now is the panel. Susan Page, of course, Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today. Megan Hayes, former special assistant to President Biden, and Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor to Tim Scott's presidential campaign. So thank you all for being here. Susan, I want to start with you. There's a lot we're looking for at the Supreme Court. If you're these candidates, are you hoping that there's a decision that comes out before the debate? How do you think that might impact their thinking here?
Well, maybe it depends on what the decision is. I mean,
the immunity decision in particular.
Yeah, the immunity decision is the big one that we're watching for. There's some other important ones, but that one overshadows everything else. So if they find that that Trump has immunity, I think that's a decision he would welcome to have to talk about during the debate. If If it goes the other way, I can see Biden thinking that's to his advantage.
There's also this idea that, of course, both of them are preparing in different ways. Trump is on the campaign trail, but from President Biden, he's at Camp David. He's preparing. That being said, he didn't come out today. It's, of course, the second anniversary of Dobbs. Do you think this is a missed opportunity, or is his focus basically where it should be in this moment, Megan?
I think his focus is where it should be. He'll have plenty of opportunities to highlight Dobbs, as just as he has, up to this point as well. I think that he needs to be focused on the policy here, and he needs to be focused on the debate, which that's the event that can move the needle here on this election. So I think that his focus is where it should be.
I also want to ask about sort of the Biden campaign's messaging on abortion in particular. I mean, there's so many events this weekend and going into today, dozens of rallies. Do you think that the focus there should be on abortion, given that we do see that being something that voters care about, but they also care about the economy as really usually the #1 issue in polls?
Yeah, I mean, the vice president's on the trail today talking about the Dobbs decision and abortion, but I do think this is a winning issue for Democrats. It's failed at the ballot every single time it's been brought in very red states. This is an issue that can bring voters out. It can turn out those Nikki Haley voters that that are going to be so crucial to win the election.
And Matt, I mean, abortion is something that Donald Trump has talked a bit about. He's sort of, in some ways, I think, and the Republicans are trying to figure out their messaging still. But he said he sort of wants Dobbs to be the end of this. But he also said that he was going to put a policy out on mifepristone, that abortion pill. We are still waiting for that. What do you make of sort of whether or not he's going to have to talk more about this on stage when he's asked specifically about abortion?
He certainly knows that the politics aren't with the party on this. He certainly, better than anybody, this is the guy who read polls off during his stump speech. He knows better where the polls are on this than anything. And I think one of the things that is a little different than 2022, and I'm interested to see where this happens, is you have, abortion as certainly a very potent single issue for a lot of folks. They'll crawl over broken glass in a lot of ways to vote. And in the same ways, you're starting to see immigration become an issue like that with a lot of salience. And for each of those issues, the Democrats, when it comes to immigration, Republicans to abortion, don't really want to talk about it, and the other side sees an opening. So I think during the debate and in the metaphor for this campaign, you're going to see both these issues kind of face off. Whichever one wins is going to tell us a lot.
Susan, there's also, now former President Trump is sort of trying to raise the bar, saying maybe I set the bar a little too low for Sleepy Joe. If he comes out and he just sort of speaks and isn't sort of all the things that Donald Trump has told the American people Joe Biden is, do you think what do you make of the way that Trump is handling this and trying to say, well, maybe we could raise them a little bit higher?
I think expectations matter. If people walk in, think of the State of the Union, where Republicans in general and Trump in particular had set very low expectations for whether Biden could put two sentences together. And he comes out and he looks invigorated, and he has a little byplay with the crowd. And so he exceeded the expectations, and that did him a lot of good. So it seems to me it's hard for Trump to successfully pivot 100% from Biden can't walk a straight line to Biden's a really formidable debate opponent.
And he's also trying to, Matt, in some ways, thread the needle here. He's both saying that this is Trump's words, that he's senile, that he's someone that's losing it, while also saying he's the head of the Biden crime family. Can you have it both ways here?
It's certainly tough, and it's also what you're seeing now with this kind of late push by some in the campaign to really go back against the moderators that they agreed to very, very quickly, right? On the network, they agreed to very, very quickly. And this is kind of the back and forth. When it comes to debates, especially in expectations, you need to be willing to sometimes take a hit in the short term for the long-term gain, and sometimes you can't always play what's right in front of you in the short term. This is an example of that.
Yeah, and I want to play some sound for you, Megan, because Matt was talking about immigration. Trump made some comments over the weekend about sort of a UFC-style league for migrants. Let's take a listen and let people listen to what he said.
And I said, Dana, I have an idea. Why don't you set up a migrant league of fighters and have your regular league of fighters? And then you have the champion of your league. These are the greatest fighters in the world. Fight the champion of the migrants. I think the migrant guy might win. That's how tough they are. He didn't like that idea too much, but actually it's not the worst idea I've ever had.
I mean, it's sort of stunning to hear him say that he's essentially talking about setting up a fight club for people who are trying to come to this country. And I wonder, though, do you think that he'll suffer any consequences? And if not, why do you think that is, that he can just sort of say things that might sink any other politician?
I think that people are expecting him to say this. I think that people don't know the basement for what he's going to go, and every time you think you're at the basement, he goes lower. I mean, this is like referring to people as animals, and they're going to fight like dogs. It just it's unimaginable to be able to do this, but I do think that people in this excites his base, and that he has found what moves his base. I just don't think it matters to the people, and I do think it matters, to the people who are undecided, and I don't think it plays well with them. And so I think that at some point he's going to have to pivot away from this divisive kind of gross language to get those people to vote for him.
Matt, you brought up immigration, so I'll ask you, what's your reaction to when you hear former President Trump say something like this?
I want to meet the person that after 12 years of being around President Trump finally says, oh, you know, now I'm not going to vote for him, right? Like, so much of this is priced in. Like, we know he's not the nicest guy. We know certainly your last question was right. Like, what will sink him? I've been asking that question for 10 years. I worked on Jeb Bush's campaign, worked on Tim Scott's campaign, and so I think the really what this is so much of this is priced in. And when he's leading among Latinos on immigration now by 4 points, according to what Axios reported, the dynamic has shifted in a lot of ways on this issue.
Yeah, it doesn't cost him with his base. That's set. Costs him with people who maybe think, I don't like either of these candidates. Look at Trump's demeanor. That really puts me off. Or maybe Trump will have very good disciplined demeanor, and they'll say, some of these things I've been hearing about him, maybe they're not so bad.
And then it's the point, do they stay home or do they vote for Biden? And I think that's where we don't know yet.
Well, or do they? I think for a lot of these folks, is it Trump or stay home too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the other thing. But like again, we seem to have one of these every other week, and it's okay. Now is this the one? Like, oh no, this is the one. It's the aggregate of these things.
Yeah. Well, I also want to pull out some recent polling. A majority favored a program to deport any undocumented migrants, but when asked if the government should use detention centers while trying to deport these migrants, a majority said no. So I wonder, when you think about sort of what they're saying there, do the American people sort of want a magic solution to immigration, but they don't really have it? What do you think of that, Matt?
Well, it's the same. In my mind, it's the same thing. It's like, I hate Congress, but my congressman is okay. It's that sort of thing, right? They have this mind, and they have still kind of the thought in their head from the issue with child separation and the Trump presidency. That's probably a lingering effect that makes that latter poll question the way it is. But I think the Overton window, like I said, has shifted in so many ways in immigration, where that, 10 years ago, I mean, think of how much they pilloried Mitt Romney on immigration. In 2016, immigration was a massive issue. Here, that is something that, again, is popular. Never would have thought that.
Yeah. Susan, there's also, Trump is now saying that he knows who his VP pick is. He's apparently told no one, but it's in his mind. What do you think, who do you think could maybe help him the most here? We've had some reporting that said Burgum, J.D. Vance, those are kind of at the top of the list.
Yeah, I've always thought Burgum was the most likely choice because he looks like a vice president, has got a ton of money, brings some donors with him, is obviously willing to be very loyal, has done pretty well handling some tough questioning on TV, and will not be so charismatic that he steals the spotlight from Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Susan and Matt, thank you so much for another vibrant conversation. And I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Yasmin Vasugan in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, flooding unlike anything we have seen in decades. States from South Dakota to Iowa reeling from more than a foot of rain over the weekend, causing damage, death. Our teams are all over it. Plus, the legal clapback to Louisiana's plan to put the 10 Commandments in every public classroom. We're breaking down the lawsuit trying to stop that. And just 3 days to go until the first debate between President Biden and former President Trump. They're very different debate strategies. In tonight's original, the woman suing her hometown for millions of dollars after being wrongfully accused of stealing AirPods. Why she's bringing the civil rights discrimination case. Later on, are we over-swiping? The big question, why millennials and Gen Z are swapping Bumble and Hinge for real-life meet-cutes. Hi, everybody. I'm Yasmin Vasugan in for Hallie tonight. We want to begin with historic flooding taking over the Midwest right now. Take a look at some of these images right now. Totally submerged underwater. They look more like boats trying to navigate through those roads, which look more like rivers, quite honestly. You see here a train bridge partially collapsed into the water, basically broken in half because of these storms and all of this flooding as well. It's coming after a foot of rain fell over the weekend, and now about 30 rivers flooding out across states like South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa as well. The governor of South Dakota confirming one person, in fact, has died so far. The water levels of some of the rivers peaking higher than that region has seen in over 3 decades. And there is no sign of this slowing down. What's more, that part of the country is also facing some severe heat. Want to get to our team, who's all over this for us. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is with us. We want to start, though, with Shaq Brewster, who is in Iowa on the ground for us. Shaq, start us off, if you will. What are you seeing there, and what might be coming next?
Well, there is a threat of more of this coming later this week, but I want you to focus almost on the here and now, because that's what folks here have been talking about, because what you see behind me is rain and devastation that happened on Thursday and Friday. The rain came Thursday and Friday, and then this is the result of it. Just look at the devastation that is caused. And for context, we're about a quarter of a mile away from the river. And so you can see this goes on for block after block. You see the car back there almost fully submerged. You keep going back, you see the mailbox fully submerged. I talked to a lady about across the street from where that far mailbox is, and she told me about how she got an alert about 4:30 in the morning, how she rushed and packed her medicine through the emergency items in the car and had to drive along the curb or on the grass here, drive through her neighbor's lawn to escape the floodwaters. Listen to a little bit of what she told me.
I've lived here for 20 years. I have had my basement flooded twice. Not like this, just with groundwater from the rain. This is the worst that I've ever seen it.
I mentioned this is still about a quarter mile, well over a quarter mile from where the actual river is. So just imagine the scale of the devastation. And we know that Big Sioux River, along the river, there was a gauge that showed the record crest, all-time record crest being broken, not in terms of inches, but being exceeded by 7 feet. It just gives you a sense of the devastation that came and how unprecedented this all is.
It's even more startling sometimes, Shaq, especially when I'm in places like that, after a storm like that has come through, in which now there is sunshine outside and it is warm as heck, right? And yet there's all this flooding. I know that FEMA is on the ground right now. We've heard the president has also been briefed on the situation. What is the response from officials?
Yeah, some areas are actually dealing with power issues. So when you're dealing with these 96, 97 degree temperatures, you just add on to the fact that you have lack of power, and that's when you start talking about even more dangerous conditions. But here we've been seeing rescues take place. Official telling me just in this neighborhood, they rescued some 16 people alone. But listen to what officials have been talking about the scale of this devastation.
We are really looking at unprecedented times right now. This has, it's just been difficult to predict what's going to happen when levels are this high, when we have no history with it. Nobody has experienced this level of rainfall and this much water at one time. We just have to wait for that river to go down. There's absolutely nothing we can do to stop it from overtopping the levee.
It's almost a waiting game. I'll tell you, not too far from where I am, the amount of water having an impact on the infrastructure. The river is essentially going over what was a train bridge, Yasmin.
Shaq Brewster for us. Thank you, Shaq. Appreciate it. I want to go to Bill Cairns now. Let's talk heat, Bill, if we can for a moment, right? Because we've seen some relief here, When is this relief going to widen out?
It's not. This is one of those summers, and we're going to see the heat going from one portion of the country to another, and it's going to kind of ping pong around. I'd be surprised if we ever get a real big break. And the map behind me is just like, the colors are just jumping out at you. And Omaha, that's not a misprint. Last hour, it felt like 114 in the shade, and right now it feels like 113. That's much hotter than it was anywhere on the East Coast this past weekend, and not much cooler. Wichita's in the mid-100s. Little Rock's at 107 right now. Both those cities are under excessive heat warnings. Where the cold front went through, lower humidity has moved in temporarily, is like Indianapolis, Columbus, Roanoke, D.C., New York. It's even a little bit better in Kentucky today. In Nashville, it feels like 92. That's better than it was. But the whole southern half of the country, it's going to stick around. It's going to be here for a while. That's why we still have these excessive heat warnings up for the Omaha area, Little Rock, over towards Fort Smith, and then just north of Jackson, Mississippi. So there's a couple spots where we consider it actual dangerous. We're not going to break a lot of record highs like last week, but the humidity is much higher this week than last week. So when we factor in the temperature and the humidity, that's where we get these crazy heat indices. And towards the end of the week, not really that bad from Chicago to New York. So that area of the country is not a problem. But everywhere through the south is just brutally hot, including Atlanta, Dallas, easily into the hundreds for at least the next 4 to 5 days in a row. And some of that will spread up into areas areas of Kansas. And as far as the flooding goes, Yasmin, we do have a chance of additional thunderstorms in this region. We're watching it closely. They've now formed here in southern Minnesota, and we do expect these rivers to be cresting here in the next 2 to 3 days. We could also see some severe weather tonight, too, in Wisconsin. So a little bit of additional rain and the problems that I've seen, just this historic flooding.
Got to say, 4 days into summer, concerning looking at those temperatures, what we can expect come July and August. Bill Cairns for us, as always, my friend. Thank you. Just in the last hour or so, folks, a group of Louisiana families filed a federal lawsuit over that Louisiana law that requires the 10 Commandments be displayed in all public school classrooms in the state, saying the display is unconstitutional. The plaintiffs, they include parents who are rabbis, pastors, reverends, Jewish, Christian, Unitarian, Universalist, and non-religious as well. Basically, they're saying the display of the Christian 10 Commandments pressures students to adopt, quote, the state's favored religious scripture. Take a listen to this.
But it sends a dangerous and harmful message to children and the community that anyone who doesn't believe in the state's preferred scripture does not belong.
Marissa Parra following this for us and joining us now. Walk us through kind of some of the main arguments that they're making here, Marissa.
Hey, Yasmin, good to be on with you. This is something we've been following since last week when that was officially signed by Governor Landry. And so what we heard tonight was what we've been expecting. We had heard last week that they would be filing this lawsuit. And so now we got a little bit more of a sense of what their arguments were. We went through the complaints and, of course, we heard it. And you're going to hear from one of the plaintiffs in just a moment. But in part, they argue in this complaint and in that media call we heard not long ago that this violates long-standing precedent set by the Supreme Court of the United States, and that it also interferes with parents' right to direct their children's religious education and upbringing. And you're going to hear from one of those families in just a moment. But one thing that I thought was interesting, Yasmin, is that one of the lawyers that is a part of this case saying that this lawsuit was filed not just on behalf of the parents, but also the children. Take a listen.
Personally, I believe in a Christian version of the 10 Commandments. But the text of the 10 Commandments mandated by House Bill 71, even though Christocentric, presents language that runs counter to important Presbyterian values, such as inclusion and equality.
Now, something I also thought was interesting in terms of the timing. So the law is effective already. This was signed last week. And so in terms of when the law is required to be upheld, that is, these classrooms in Louisiana required to display the 10 Commandments, that is effective come 2025, Yasmin. So the hope here, now that they've filed this, they're hoping they're going to have a hearing. They're seeking an injunction. And their hope is that they can get this overturned, if you will, in some way, shape, or form to stop this effectively before that deadline of 2025, Yasmin.
So two things here. If you're looking at 2025, then are we looking at January of 2025? So when kids return to the classroom in 2 months or so, this still will not be in effect. And with that all being said, are we likely headed towards the Supreme Court with this thing?
Great questions and important ones. So you could absolutely see classrooms before 2025 implementing this, but it is not required until the start of 2025. So the idea being you can have classrooms without it at the start of winter break in December, but by the time they return, if everything remains as it is exactly right now, Yasmin, they would be required. All of those public classrooms would be required to display the 10 Commandments on some sort of large poster-sized display. And then regarding the Supreme Court of the United States, it's another important thing here. We talked about that precedent that was set roughly 40 years ago, Stone versus Graham in Kentucky. And so what we could see this rise to the level of Supreme Court. And the idea here is that this is a violation of the precedent that was set. And so there is some thought that maybe this in general was, signed with the hope of it rising to the Supreme Court. And this is a conservative Supreme Court. So there is some question as to how that would go if it rises to the level. And of course, we will stay on top of it every step of the way, Yasmin.
We know you will. Marissa Parra, thank you. Speaking of the Supreme Court, now set to issue a ruling in the battle over gender-affirming care for minors, it's the very first time that the court's going to wade into this issue. Here's what we know. The court is going to take up the case out of Tennessee, a law there restricting puberty blockers, hormone therapy, other treatments as well for minors. The justices are going to hear an appeal from the Biden administration seeking to block state bans on gender-affirming care for people under the age of 18. And look at this map. You got more than 20 other states with similar restrictions, meaning the decision set to come in the next term, by the way, is going to have major implications across the entire country. I want to bring in Lawrence Hurley to talk more about this if we can. Lawrence, good to talk to you on this. The court has until now really kind of stayed out of disputes involving transgender minors. What more do we know about the case, and why are they taking this up now?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like a lot of these laws have been passed in states, and these are all recent laws. So the court cases that are challenging those laws are now being going through the court system. And so, you know, these are kind of novel new issues, and they're only just kind of getting up to the Supreme Court. This one is important because, in particular, because the Biden administration actually intervened in the case, and they made a point of saying that this is a case of national importance. They're the ones who actually asked the court to hear the case. And when the Solicitor General, acting on behalf of the federal government, asked the Supreme Court to take up a case, you know, they very often do. So that's one of the reasons why the court's taking up this case right now.
So I think the big question here is what happens when there is actually a decision coming out of here, because you've got some pending litigation over gender-affirming care in certain states across the country. As we look at that map a little bit earlier, what kind of impact could a ruling have on those states with pending litigation?
Yeah, so any ruling in this Tennessee case is going to affect all of those other litigation that are going on around the country. But there's also like another reason why this case is important, which is the court's going to be looking at whether discrimination against transgender people gets some kind of special treatment, like the same way that sex discrimination does.
Yeah.
And so people are going to be looking really closely at that, because that could affect not just these other gender-affirming care laws, but also other laws affecting transgender people.
Lawrence Hurley for us. Thank you, Lawrence. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are just learning in the last couple of minutes that a judge in the federal classified documents case against the former president appears unlikely to put him under a gag order. Judge Cannon leaning in that direction, as the special counsel's office pointed to Mr. Trump's long history of attacking federal law enforcement, judges, and witnesses. The former president's legal team saying a gag order would be an unconstitutional restriction of the free speech of a former president who's also a leading candidate in the 2024 presidential election. Mr. Trump is already under 2 gag orders, by the way. One in the New York hush money trial, where he was found guilty. The other in his pending federal election interference case. The federal judge in this documents case, Judge Eileen Cannon, ordered 3 full days of hearings on a range of legal motions set to wrap up tomorrow. I want to bring in Ken Delaney outside the courthouse for us in Fort Pierce, Florida, for more on this. So we are kind of learning more, Ken, of what is happening inside that courtroom and where Judge Eileen Cannon is likely to rule on this thing. And I think a lot of folks predicted this is the way she would likely rule. But I want to kind of hear about the prosecution's case here and what they tried to set up. This cause and effect, the evidence and the timeline that the former president's tweets and online rhetoric can and do influence real-life threats of violence.
Yes, Yasmin, and I would caution, though, that things that Judge Cannon says in her courtroom don't necessarily predict how she's going to rule. And I don't think we know how she's going to rule on this potential gag order. But what the prosecution is arguing here is that when Donald Trump concocted a story that President Biden had authorized the FBI to use deadly force during the Mar-a-Lago raid, which was not true, he was basing that on a standard FBI form that just reminded FBI agents of what their force policy was. When Donald Trump said that, he was sending a message to his followers that was likely to engender potential violence. And they used some previous examples. They said that, for example, after the Mar-a-Lago raid in 2022 that Donald Trump denounced on social media and elsewhere, a deranged person came armed with an AR-15 and a nail gun to the FBI office in Cincinnati and tried to attack it. And that man was later shot and killed by law enforcement. And then just last week, they pointed out that another Trump supporter called the cell phone of an FBI agent involved in the Hunter Biden case and made threats. He's now been charged with a crime, said that when Trump is elected, FBI agents will be slaughtered. So this isn't most Trump supporters, even many Trump supporters, but there's a tiny fraction of people who listen to what Donald Trump says, and sometimes it causes them to act in dangerous ways. And so what the prosecution is saying is that Judge Cannon should modify the conditions of Donald Trump's release. Remember, he's a criminal defendant on bond. He doesn't have the same First Amendment rights as other people. And his lawyers respond that this would be chilling, this would impinge on his rights to campaign for president. And they also say there's no nexus between what he's saying and the potential actions of his supporters. So it's just a fundamental disagreement.
I want to talk about kind of Judge Cannon's timeline and strategy here for a moment, Ken, if we can. Legal experts are saying Judge Cannon kind of granting these full hearings and all these motions, it's fairly unusual. And it's part of this broader trend of her kind of slow walking this trial. Keeping that in mind, when could we actually see a ruling on these pretty kind of consequential motions?
Right. Well, the gag order is almost an emergency motion. She's asked the parties to file more paperwork within the next 2 days, but presumably she would rule on that rather quickly. The other things, though, as you said, she's been having these hearings about really legalistic questions, like the question of whether the special counsel is constitutional under the Appointments Clause, the Appropriations Clause. These are things that have already been litigated in previous courts. They've never been successful. Many judges would not have had a hearing on this, would just have decided based on the briefs, because ultimately it's not her call. This is going to go to an appellate court in any case, because it's a legal question. So she's doing that in almost every case, having hearing after hearing, and the result is that we are not close to trial in this case. And who knows when she's going to rule on some of these constitutional questions. She's taking her time with the rulings. She's taking her time with the hearings, Yasmin.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. So with those legal issues looming in the background, we are now just 3 days away until the showdown debate between President Biden and former President Trump. And a big contrast is starting to emerge between these two candidates, how they're actually prepping for the big day. For the president, it is all about hunkering down Camp David, hours of mock debates, quizzing from his top aides. For the former president, it seems like business as usual, heading to a campaign fundraiser in New Orleans, for instance. Mr. Trump's team saying public appearances, fundraisers, rallies, interviews, they are all part of this debate prep come Thursday. Want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who's following this for us, to talk more about this. The former president likes to wing it, and he also knows how to direct his campaign as to how he preps for these types of things. What is the messaging they are trying to send in saying, we're basically going to wing it?
Right. We all have friends, some that are more of the go into the woods and cabin friends, and then you've got those that are the Bourbon Street friends down in New Orleans. And I think in this situation, you have two presidential candidates. We'll leave that one out. Look, you got Donald Trump, who he and his campaign are publicly making the case that he doesn't need to do rehearsal. He doesn't need to do a mock debate because he's been out on the campaign trail. He talks to right-wing outlets, and he is constantly talking about the issues that he is going to be discussing over the course of the 90 minutes. And that is the posture that they are presenting. On the other hand, you've got Joe Biden, who has been at Camp David since Thursday, who is working with close aides on going through these mock debates and answering those questions. I want to let you hear from Adrienne Elrod, one of the spokeswomen for the Biden-Harris campaign.
President Biden is taking this debate prep incredibly seriously. You will see a very energized President Biden. I can assure you of that. When you've got a record to run on and you've got a vision for what you want your second term to look like, it makes debate prep a lot easier. Donald Trump has nothing to run on.
And this is where the Biden campaign, they want to focus on how a second Trump administration would compare to a second Biden administration. Right. And of course, Adrienne Elrod, the spokeswoman, they're making a reference to energy, and they are eager to have Joe Biden go out there and show that, right, the one Joe Biden that often appears on social media clips is not the man that you are going to see who is currently working out of the White House on a daily basis.
So then there's the question of whether or not Biden's going to actually bring up the conviction. Is he going to bring up Trump's legal troubles, right? We know there's this fine line that the president has to walk and not kind of feeding into what it is the former president is putting out there, right? That this was Joe Biden's Department of Justice that went after him. And yet it is the reality that the country is facing, that a former president has been convicted on 34 felony criminal counts.
Right. And I think that this is where Donald Trump has tried to turn it on its head by calling it political persecution. These charges would have never been filed if it weren't for me trying to ascend back to the White House. And on the other hand of this is where, you know, Joe Biden, when we were covering the trial, the Biden campaign was silent over those 7 weeks. Yeah. But as soon as he was found guilty, their tenor changed. Take a listen to close Biden ally Mitch Landrieu on Meet the Press.
It really doesn't matter how Donald Trump shows up. If he comes in unhinged like he is most of the time, or he sits there and is quiet, people are going to know that he's a twice impeached, convicted felon who's been found to have defamed somebody, sexually abused somebody, and gone bankrupt 6 times.
Mitch Landrieu there directly suggesting that President Biden intends to bring up not only the felony conviction, but also the fact that he was found to have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll and was also found to have engaged in repeated financial fraud by a New York civil trial.
Really fascinating to watch with the debate. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. All right, so a reminder, everybody, the first debate between President Biden and Mr. Trump being hosted by CNN, but you can watch it right here on NBC News Now with coverage starting at 7 p.m. on Thursday. You do not want to miss that. We are learning some new details about a deadly attack in Russia, killing at least 20 people, including 17 police officers in just the last 24 hours. Local authorities in southern Russia say multiple gunmen opened fire at 2 Orthodox churches, a synagogue, and a police post in coordinated attacks in 2 different cities. A top Russian official blaming Islamic militants for the rampage, just months after an Islamic State group claimed responsibility for an attack in Moscow that killed 145 people. Want to bring in Tom Winter, who's been following this for us with more. Tom, if you will, bring us up to date on this attack. Who might be responsible?
Right, let's get to the question there first, Yasmin. Right now, U.S. officials, as well as what we're hearing out of the terrorist community, it's really in doubt who's specifically responsible for this. ISIS-K, who might be the #1 suspect, if you will, that terrorist organization, they only praised the attack. They didn't take credit for it. There is an ISIS kind of affiliate or branch, if you will, that's located in the northern Caucasus, which is, of course, is where Dagestan is, and the 2 cities that were impacted here in these attacks. They have not taken responsibility, but they are there, and that's a possibility. So that's something we're going to continue to watch. But right now, the U.S. doesn't have an exact idea which terrorist group might be responsible for it, other than this is a terrorist attack. And a couple of things that they're looking at, the fact that he used gunfire, and then like the Crocus attacks, the ones you referenced before, which was attributed to ISIS-K, there was the idea of fire bombings afterwards. This is a new trend in terrorism attacks that we're starting to see more prevalent. The use of fire bombs during the course of the attack, it makes it very difficult for first responders to be able to help people out that have been impacted and injured in this. And so it's something that is unfortunately yet another disturbing trend.
This is not a region that is unfamiliar, Tom, with attacks like this one.
Well, that's exactly right. Either attacks like this one or attacks that have been launched out of this community. There have been strongholds of extremists for some times. I mean, it even got to the point leading up to the Sochi Games, there was a lot of reporting that Alexander Bortnikov, who runs the FSB, the Federal Security Service in Russia, it was their posture to effectively let some of these terrorist groups out of Dagestan to go to fight in Syria, so they didn't have to deal with them during the Sochi Olympics. It's an area that a lot of terrorist activity in Russia has been attributed to in the past. And then we saw an incident earlier this year where a plane carrying Israelis from Israel landed at an airport there, and actually the passengers were never able to disembark because they were surrounded by people who were protesting them. So it's an area that has had extremism in the past, and that is not expected to abate anytime soon in the near future.
Tom Winter, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, we are learning more about a surfing legend's devastating death, what a caller told emergency dispatchers in Hawaii after the attack. Plus, record labels suing AI startups for copyright infringement. What the outcome here means for music. After a quick break.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, welcome back to tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic that we have been watching. And tonight we're meeting a woman who's suing her hometown in Illinois for $20 million over an ordeal that started with missing AirPods. Basically, a couple of years ago, when she was in high school, a school resource officer ticketed her for allegedly stealing AirPods. She says she didn't do it. She didn't steal them. It turned into this years-long legal battle. And now a Spelman College graduate, she's fighting back against what she's calling civil rights discrimination. Here's Adrian Brodus.
A tiny electronic device caused big problems for Amara Harris.
It's been a roller coaster.
Harris was accused of stealing a classmate's AirPods she believed were hers. When confronted, the then high school junior says she returned the AirPods to school officials. But a school resource officer at Naperville North High School still issued a $100 ticket for a theft Harris says never happened.
I was angry, I was sad. I felt that I was targeted with this case.
Harris refused to pay the fine, prompting nearly a 4-year legal battle.
There were more than 50 hearings.
And a 2-day trial where she won.
Amara's issued this ticket and by her own courage decides that she's not going to pay the ticket because she did nothing wrong. It created, I think, a tension between the city for needing now to double down and defend on a practice that is not only questionable, but we believe is illegal.
Now, Harris is taking the city of Naperville to court, filing a $20 million civil suit claiming malicious prosecution and civil rights violations.
It requires now the intervention of the courts to get the city's attention. I hope it will say to the legislature, to the governor, and to the city that we have to change how we abuse the system and use the process against the interests of our students.
The suit also names the officer who issued the ticket as a defendant. That same officer testifying during the jury trial, he had no direct evidence Harris had stolen the AirPods. In a statement, the city attorney wrote, quote, "We believe the allegations are without merit," saying in part the city is prepared to vigorously defend this lawsuit, adding the police officers relied on eyewitness statements in issuing the citation. The fact that the jury acquitted Ms. Harris does not negate the factual basis for the actions of the city and its officers. The officers named in the suit and the school district didn't respond to our request for comment. A ProPublica investigation found black students in Illinois were twice as likely to receive a ticket out of school compared to their white classmates.
Is this a different form of racism?
That's an interesting question. The reason there's a civil rights aspect to it is that there's a disparate application of the issuance of tickets on the basis of race.
Despite everything,
Amara Fallon Harris.
a moment of triumph for Harris after a taxing case. Graduating last month with a bachelor's degree from Spelman College in Atlanta.
You were always a great helper.
Marla Baker witnessed the emotional toll on her daughter, who she says was an outgoing cheerleader, but now barely speaks above a whisper.
I try to hold my tears back because I know she's fighting through depression, she's fighting through anxiety, and she's getting back to that big personality, that big smile.
Turning what started as a misunderstanding into a catalyst for change.
Now I'm seeing the brighter side of it and seeing how I can help other kids and help schools.
Adrian Brodus joining us now. Always incredible, Adrian. I love that story, to see something like that happen to a young woman like that, so incredibly smart, and be, as you said, right, this catalyst for change. So with that, now we're hearing there's this push right in Chicago, other places as well, to get rid of school resource officers altogether.
Yeah, you're right. There is a push. Some districts are calling for counselors instead of cops. In fact, here this week in Chicago, there was a planned vote happening with the Chicago Board of Education. This comes after the board unanimously voted to terminate its school resource officer program back in February. The board will vote on those plans, to finalize those plans, I should say, this week. And that's something that we could see happening in Chicago public schools. To be clear, not the school where Amara Harris attended, a different district, but that would go into place at the start of the next school year. So we're looking at September, and that's something we'll stay on top of.
Great reporting, Adrian. Thank you. Appreciate it. A legal firestorm, everybody, brewing today over this major clash between record companies and AI music services. The Recording Industry Association of America filing copyright infringement lawsuits today against two separate companies, accusing them of training their AI models on copyrighted music without permission and then spitting it out, AI-generated music that essentially sounds like other artists. We reached out to both defendants. One company's CEO just got back to us, the CEO of Suno, saying in part this: "We would have been happy to explain this to the corporate record labels that filed this lawsuit. And in fact, we tried to do so, but instead of entertaining a good faith discussion, they have reverted to their old lawyer-led playbook." We should note, by the way, here that Universal Music Group, owned by our parent company Comcast, is one of the plaintiffs in this lawsuit. I want to bring in NBC Business and Data correspondent Brian Chung to break this all down for us. There's a lot of confusing stuff in all this. I think for those folks that are not necessarily familiar with kind of AI-generated music scene, they're saying, okay, wait, what's going on? What are they doing?
Yeah.
So walk us through that and kind of why these record labels are so angry about what's happening.
Yeah, well, this is
filing suit.
This is kind of the next natural evolution of the conversation on AI with copyright, right? Like, who owns this property? If it sounds like someone's voice, then who's liable if they try to copy that voice? Now, there are two defendants in this in these lawsuits that we're talking about. Suno, as you mentioned, which got back to us here at NBC News, but then the other company is this company known as Uncharted Labs. They have a software known as Udio, and interestingly, this is the software that's behind very prevalent songs. One example being BBL Drizzy. This is a song that was at the center of the spat between Kendrick Lamar and also Drake. So this is technology that is being heard already by millions of people. But we have to remember that what's in the suit right now concerns a lot of the artists that are on these record labels. There are major record labels as part of this suit, and the RIAA, which is basically the association that represents the industry, saying in a statement or in the lawsuit, unlicensed services like Suno and Udio that claim it's fair to copy an artist's life's work and exploit it for their own profit without consent or pay set back the promise of genuinely innovative AI for us all. And, you know, we have to remember that this type of software is very good. This is not just kind of, you know, a few tunes and few beats being put together. In fact, we actually had asked Udio, this is one of the companies and the softwares at the center of this suit, to generate a response. Take a listen to what they generated.
They got their eyes on you for the tunes you share. Labels coming after like they own the air.
And again, we asked them to generate that. This is not a statement from Udio, but you can see, I mean, those lyrics clearly take the side of AI.
Yeah.
Very interesting there.
Yeah. So what are the larger implications of all of this?
Yeah, well, the implications are that it's going to open up a real kind of legal Pandora's box in terms of whether or not it's on the AI companies or on the record labels to prove that they actually have the right to use these voices.
I feel like we kind of went through this iteration, a different iteration of this with kind of the dawn of Napster, right? In the music,
certainly, yeah.
business.
And in that case, it may have been a little bit more clear-cut because they were ripping the actual songs themselves.
Right.
And, you know, this is a little bit less clear. It might not be the exact same song, but in the legal filings, they did an example of a Michael Bublé song and said, look, this AI actually generated a melody that was virtually identical note for note. And they actually showed the notation out there.
Wow.
But is that enough? If the voice is not Michael Bublé's, right? That's where a court is going to have to decide, a jury or a judge, this is the exact same thing, or it's an artistic representation of something that already exists.
Artistic representation.
We'll see.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. That's really fascinating stuff. Let's get you over to the 5 things that our team thinks that you should know about tonight. Number 1, the defense resting its case today in the murder trial over the death of a Boston police officer. Prosecutors saying Officer John O'Keefe's then-girlfriend hit him with her car and then left him to die. Karen Reed's defense team claiming it was a cover-up by law enforcement. We're going to have more on closing arguments expected to begin tomorrow. We got number 2 for you. Officials saying a pro surfer and longtime lifeguard died after he was attacked by a shark in Hawaii. The 46-year-old Tamayo Perry, who also appeared in a Pirates of the Caribbean movie, was killed while surfing off Oahu's North Shore. The 911 caller said Perry's body appeared to have multiple bites, according to emergency services. Number 3, Princess Anne is in the hospital after an accident that left her with a concussion and minor injuries. The 73-year-old sister of King Charles is expected to make a full recovery, according to Buckingham Palace. Her medical team saying her injuries were consistent with a potential impact from a horse's head or legs. Number 4, doctors at Northwestern performing one of the first kidney transplants on a patient awake. During the procedure, the hospital is saying the 28-year-old experienced no pain, was home, by the way, within a day. Instead of using general anesthesia, doctors use a spinal anesthetic, similar to what is done in C-sections. Number 5, Taylor Swift praising her band following a standing ovation at one of her London concerts, saying this: "My band, who's going to be playing live for you for 3.5 hours tonight, they deserve this so much." Some speculating that it's in response to Foo Fighters band member Dave Grohl, who compared Swift's band to his during their show in London. He said, "That's because we actually play live." Some shade there, to say the least. When we come back, Los Angeles police boosting patrols after a violent clash outside a synagogue. What is the city saying about it? Plus, how a hiker says he survived being lost in the woods for more than a week. I'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is NBC covers hundreds of stories each and every day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, people are allowed to go back home today in a village in New Mexico after wildfires in the area killed 2 people and destroyed or damaged more than 1,000 structures. The FBI saying it's offering a reward of up to $10,000 for any information that could help them arrest and convict the people behind this fire. Also from our Western Bureau, we're now hearing from a man in California who set out on a 3-hour hike but ended up going missing for more than a week. He told our local affiliate he slept on a bed of wet leaves, drank water from a creek out of his boot, and ate wild berries while yelling for help. Here's more of what the hiker had to say.
Just help, I'm over here, or is anybody out there, or I want a burrito and a taco bowl.
According to our local affiliate, officials found him shirtless with just a flashlight and a pair of scissors. And from our Southern Bureau, tonight one NHL team is going to take home the Stanley Cup, and either way, it is going to be historic. The Edmonton Oilers are trying to become the first team since 1942 to lose the first 3 games of the Stanley Cup final and then come back to win it all, while the Florida Panthers are trying to win their first Stanley Cup ever. All right, let's switch gears here. Israel's top defense chief holding key talks with leaders in Washington on his plans for the next stage of this war. As Israel says, its intense fighting in Gaza is coming to an end, with the military now turning its focus to Lebanon in what could be, by the way, a major shift and escalation in regional fighting 8 months into this war. Less than 24 hours after Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu said Israel could accept a partial ceasefire deal that released some, but not all, of the 120 hostages that are still inside Gaza. We are also seeing some new disturbing footage of the moments when 3 hostages were abducted on October 7th. You can see people there covered in blood. Matt Bradley has more for us from Tel Aviv.
Well, remarkably, we've seen this dust-up between Washington and Jerusalem now spilling over into a second week. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, told Israeli television last night in a rare interview with domestic TV that there were still lags in weapons deliveries from the U.S. to Israel. And this was the cause of all of this friction last week when Benjamin Netanyahu released an English-language video scolding the Biden administration for lagging on their delivery of weapons. And he said that it was several different weapons, at least he did last night. Now, the White House has consistently denied that that was the case. And in fact, we heard from a White House spokeswoman last week saying that she had no idea what Netanyahu was talking about. Now, this was the most public and the most glaring example of the falling out between the Biden administration and Netanyahu, but it comes just as Netanyahu, as he's continuing to assail the Biden administration, he signaled that the fight in the Gaza Strip is entering a new phase, one in which it sounds as though, from his words, combatants and hostilities are going to be decreasing, particularly in the southern city of Rafah, which just abuts the Egyptian border right on the southern edge of the Gaza Strip. And he said that that will allow for the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, to free up some of their capabilities, some of their soldiers and equipment, to move north, where there is a new fight that is brewing. And it has long been one of the major fronts in this war between Israel and Hezbollah. But just over the past week or two, it has really heated up. We went up there just yesterday and spoke with some family members and people who had been living there. They had been evacuated. Like most of this city, it's called Kiryat Shimona, right on the border. And they said that they were very frustrated with the government, that they haven't been allowed to return to their homes for the past 8 months, and that the Israeli government hadn't been taking the threat of Hezbollah seriously and push them back from the border. Now, all of this is happening, all of this friction, as Yoav Gallant, who is the defense minister here in Israel, is visiting Washington, D.C. He's going to be going about the business, presumably, of clearing up some of the disputes between Washington and Jerusalem, but also addressing 3 major topics. One, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the hostages who still remain in the Gaza Strip, and there are dozens of them. And so far, a negotiated deal to have them freed has eluded negotiators from different countries. And also the fighting in the Gaza Strip and the threats to civilians there. He's going to be reassuring American diplomats and leaders that Israel is doing all it can. Now, this visit couldn't come at a more crucial time, as I mentioned, with this massive falling out, public falling out between Washington and Jerusalem.
All right, thank you to Matt Bradley for his reporting from Tel Aviv. Los Angeles' mayor tonight saying she's ordering increased police patrols at places of worship after a violent clash outside a synagogue between a group of pro-Palestinian protesters and supporters of Israel. Video from the scene on Sunday appearing to show people throwing punches and using their protest signs as weapons. The fighting continued into broad daylight before police were actually able to step in. The president responding in a posting on X saying this: intimidating Jewish congregants is dangerous, unconscionable, anti-Semitic, and un-American. Americans have a right to peaceful protest, but blocking access to a house of worship and engaging in violence is never acceptable. David Noriega is joining us now with more on this. These pictures, David, they're pretty intense. How serious was this for arrests to have been made?
You know, in terms of the level of violence, this was, I would say, not quite as serious as what we saw with the UCLA encampment here just a few weeks ago, but it was still serious enough for the LAPD to make one arrest of a person they said was carrying what they described as a spike pole, presumably a flagpole or a sign. They also say they're investigating 2 reports of battery. Now, the police were present on the scene the whole time. This was an event they're aware of, so there really are questions around why they did not keep these 2 groups of protesters and counter-protesters separate, why these brawls were allowed to happen in the first place. Yasmin?
What was actually happening at the synagogue when this violence broke out? And what are we hearing from city and state officials overall?
So the reason there was a protest at this synagogue is because protesters were targeting an event taking place inside the synagogue that was promoting real estate in Israel. One of the companies that was participating in the event has in the past promoted listings for properties in Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That is what protesters say they were protesting. Now, obviously, the presence of protesters and counter-protesters both meant that this devolved into violence. And in terms of the response from officials on both the local, state, and national level has been pretty unanimous in condemning the initial protest as anti-Semitic. There is the president's statement that you read out. Right. Representatives Ted Lieu and Adam Schiff have made similar statements. California Governor Gavin Newsom, for example, put a post on Twitter or X this morning describing this as anti-Semitic hatred. That is what we've been hearing from officials. There is actually going to be a press conference in about an hour and 15 minutes here in LA with the mayor and the police department. We may get some more reaction then.
Thank you for being on that for us, David Noriega. Appreciate it. Coming up, everybody, a teen track star breaking a record twice in a weekend. We're talking about what could be his final sprint to the Paris Olympic Games with NBC Olympics track and field announcer coming up next.
The paper towel will absorb the acid.
That's crazy.
Green tea to calm acne.
Tap magnifier. We can zoom in.
Oh, look at that.
The steam from the ice takes out all of the wrinkles. The way to get it out is to use the shell that is left over. It works every single time.
This is my favorite tip of the day.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
Personal finance is personal. You don't want to do what somebody else is doing.
Oh, that's genius.
You just saved me $40.
That's a good idea.
It's so exciting. It's that time of year again, right? We're deep in the middle of Olympic trials. America's top athletes, they're competing for this coveted spot on the USA Olympics team. And already an incredible story is taking shape. There's a reason why that individual looks so young. He's 16 years old. Quincy Wilson setting an under 18 record in the 400 meters. Tonight, he's going to compete in the men's finals. And if he finishes in the top 3, it's going to change his life forever. He's going to become the youngest ever male member of the U.S. Olympic track team. And if you think he's nervous about all of this, listen to this.
I'm 16 years old. I'm going to be the youngest in the 400 field, the youngest there in general. And so just knowing that I don't really have any pressure because I'm the underdog really going into the race. Honestly, I think I would probably have more pressure in a high school race than I would have in a pro race.
You have got to love that. Lee Diffie joining us now, who calls track and field for NBC Sports, joining me from Eugene, Oregon. I mean, come on. You got a 16-year-old breaking records, right? He could make it to the Olympics, of all places, in Paris in the 400-meter, and he doesn't have that much pressure because he's got nothing to lose. What a mindset to have going into this thing.
I think he's an educator for all of us, Yasmin, because
you're right.
It's like don't take life so seriously. You know, he was informed yesterday by our trackside reporter, Lewis Johnson. He said, "You're 16. You're running beside a veteran, a credentialed veteran, an Olympian in Vernon Nord, who's 32, twice your age." And he turned that round into a talking point later on. This kid is just so bright and so refreshing. And before he ran yesterday, the roar that he got from the crowd here at Hayward Field just elevated all of us.
Can you talk about his record breaking? Not once, but twice in 2 days. What was it like to see him run? What was it about even kind of his glide, right? The way that he ran that track that differentiated him from the other runners.
Well, I'm going to steal some of his words because he said, I'm only 16. I'm running against men. If you look at me physically, I'm nowhere near as big or as muscular as they are. And he said, I'm running with all of this. I'm running with lots of heart. And he just showed so much determination. You talk about those records, by the way.
Yeah.
He did break 2 records within back-to-back sessions. And he broke not only the 42-year-old high school record twice, but he then broke the world under-18 record as well. So this kid is just smashing it everywhere.
So what does that do to you? Okay, first of all, predictions. Do you think he's going to do it? Is he going to make it to the Olympics? A. And then what does that do to you when you're 16 years old and you get to go to the Paris Olympics and run in the 400-meter?
Well, I think he's going to have an accelerated maturation. You know, there's going to be a lot to take in. But this kid, you know, he goes to school at Bullis High School, which is proudly displayed on his running uniforms. He's had a different uniform for each round, and he kind of likes that design. He's a straight-A student at school, doesn't yet have a driver's license. So he's got a lot of growing up in life to do anyway, but he just seems to be taking it in such a mature way and one step at a time, pardon the pun. But look, to answer your question of whether he's going to make it or not, it's probably going to be a stretch, but there's a little caveat to that because we still could see him in Paris because the speed that he's shown and simply to make the final, he could be on the 4x400 meter relay team. So he could go to Paris anyway, which would be fantastic.
That would be amazing. Lee Diffie, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, friend.
By
the way, you can watch NBC Sports coverage of those Olympics team trials tonight, NBC